BSL.
All right, welcome back, everybody, ladies, gentlemen, children of all ages. It's time for more Brood War. And if you're a child of all ages, then this is probably your favorite game. It just came out a few days ago, so I know you're excited for the new thing. I'm Rapid. I'm here with Nyoka, and of course, Zero's behind the scenes. We've got a host of people working on BSL, and we're already through the round of 24. Nyoka, can you believe it? The round of 16 is upon us.
Yeah, already into the round of 16, but round of 24 was nuts, man. Like tons of good games.
Yeah.
Now we've got a bunch more good games coming because this group, just like the previous time we saw SPX, I think that this is a very even group. We got DragOn, Gorinich, Ty2, and SPX. There's no one in this group where I'm like, oh, I'm going to Vegas and going all in on any player. I think for sure everybody's got like around 25% chance to make it out. It's going to be really close. I'm really excited to see who makes it out. Is it going to be DragOn go to top 8? Is it going to be Gorinich who consistently makes top 8? Or are we going to see new players make top 8 Ty2 and SPX?
Yeah, I just want to point out that everybody in this group advanced out of their previous group in first place. So SPX was first place in Group D, Ty2 was first place in Group E, SPX was first place in Group oh wait, I already said that one. Gorinich was first place in Group A, and then DragOn was seeded because he was top 4 last BSL. So just the strongest players basically from every group. I want to say, I'm just gonna go say that anyway. And it's gonna be incredible because I know Ty2 has really been putting up a lot of really strong performances online, offline. He's been looking very good. Gorinich and SPX both bopped their way out of their groups, easy peasy 2-0s. So really, really strong player. Except that I haven't seen DragOn play in a little bit, so I don't know exactly what kind of form he's in. He could be a little bit of a wild card today.
Yeah, well, DragOn's one of those players that mains Protoss but plays Zerg versus Protoss. But luckily for him, he doesn't have any Protoss players. So he's able to just practice specifically only Protoss. And yeah, I didn't realize that all the top, the winners of their group made it into this group. So that makes it even more interesting. But yeah, I just don't know who's going to make it out. I just want to see who's going to make it out because these players are so good.
Well, there's only one way to do that, Nyoka, and that is by getting into what could be a very long day of games by starting at game number 1. So we're going to start things off on the map Gladiator, and it's going to be between. Hold on a second. Let me make sure I have the right screen open. Yep. I had alt tab there for a second. It's Ty2 versus SPX, and I think the numbers, previously I've been doing epic analysis based solely off of player MMR, but I don't think that's really going to be true for this game.
Yeah, Gladiator, I'm always worried for the Terran on this map. I think I would favor a little bit of Ty2 here, even though he's ranked 25 and SPX is ranked number 11. Ty2's really strong these days. One DreamHack went really far in the NA tournament, NA Summer Star League. And like you said, I haven't seen a bunch of these players lately play on stream, like DragOn specifically. I haven't seen him stream, so I'm not sure of their current strategy, current level, but I know Ty2 is very good. And SPX, I played on ladder, and his Terran versus Terran is really good. But this is Terran versus Zerg, and completely different. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm ready to get into game number 1. And remember, this is best of 3.
Oh yeah, that's right. We've been doing kind of speed running the round of 24. So now that we're in round of 16, pretty excited. Gladiator, Sylphid, and Ground Zero. I'm surprised we're not just having Power Bond every game. It's a little bit of a round of 24 meme, but we're starting off on Gladiator. Ty2, Zerg playing against SPX's Terran. Ready to go. So I think without further ado, let's get into our first game of the round of 16. Whoosh. All right, here we are. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our first series in the bottom left-hand corner of the map Gladiator. In the orange as Zerg, this is TY2, or Ty2.
And at the bottom right, we've got the Russian Terran. It is SPX. And as you pointed out, Rapid, I am a little surprised that there's no power bond. Out of all 3 maps, no power bond? How's that possible? We got power bond.
I was getting used to it.
Yeah, every single series, it was like power bond last time. I'm surprised.
It's the power bond Star League.
It is. Power bond and Sylphid. We've seen it so many times, and Sylphid's going to be in our best of 3, but no power bond this time. But Gladiator, I was watching Ty2. That's what I always do at the beginning. I saw he went up to 64 minerals. I thought we were going to see a 5-pull, but no 5-pull this game. Now, really what I'm looking for with SPX is, are we walling? Nope, no wall. And I guess that means that we're probably not going to see any mech play. And Gladiator's a good map for mech, so I'm a little bit surprised at that.
You know, you said it's a good map for mech, but you're worried for a Terran player on this map. Maybe for somebody that's just tuning into BSL. What is your fear? What makes you check under your bed at night when Terrans play on Gladiator?
That Zergs just have the whole map. There's so many bases. There's so many available third bases. You don't have to necessarily take another main. In this specific scenario, Ty2 could go for a really weird base at bottom middle, put lurkers there, go mid left, put a base there, take another main. It's really hard to deny the third base. And going up against somebody like g0rynich, this is a really dangerous map to go up against him on. But Ty2, I haven't really seen, well, as I say that, I was going to say, I haven't seen him open lurkers, but we just saw him go for a bust versus Medino. It was Norway versus USA. If you guys haven't seen that, you should check that out. But Ty2 recently went for a lurker bust, the Zealot bust that we've seen from the player Zealot, the Zerg player, not the unit. But Ty2 usually goes for mutas, so I don't think you have to worry so much about a hidden base from Ty2.
I would say Ty2 is a little bit more straightforward than that. Now, he can pull out some crazy strategies, but hidden bases is like a little bit out there, and that's something you have to like really practice in order to pull off. Otherwise, you just lose your hatchery from getting it scouted. But gotta save Mr. Overlord, saving Private Overlord. Will he make it out alive? The answer is yes, of course. So, at least Ty2 got kind of lucky scouting pretty correctly. And we'll see that not only is Terran in the bottom right, but he's going to see that command center coming up. And so he'll know that he doesn't have to worry about getting crazily busted or anything stupid like that. He does have to get this pesky SCV out of his base if he didn't want to do anything crazy. But given the hatchery timing early on, I don't think that we're going to see anything out of the ordinary, at least not until this SCV gets pushed out.
Yeah, nice first scout from both sides. SPX gets in here, sees fast lair. This is really trendy. Now, Ty2 did just start speed, and SPX, he doesn't know if speed and lair went at the same time. If speed and lair went at the same time, he needs to get a bunker up pretty soon because speed would be hitting pretty quickly. But Ty2 delayed it a little bit, but SCV does, it drills through for now. Every second's so valuable. He wants to count how many lanes get produced. And Ty2's making more lanes. Don't go down.
Wow. So yeah, acceleration is really weird for workers. If you move them at a diagonal, sometimes you'll actually get a little bit of extra bonus mileage or acceleration. So a lot of times you can kind of use that mechanic to juke around Zerglings, at least before they have speed. But the SCV goes down right as the lair pops, and so now we get a chance to see what on earth Ty2 has in store for our poor defenseless Terran player.
Yeah, and look at this, Rapid. We've got the Hydrogen at the natural. Ty2's playing to his image, where usually he goes for mutas. We already saw him go lurkers in Norway versus USA. SPX may have not seen that, and this may catch him completely off guard. I like this secondary scout, but Ty2, he's aware that he needs to make sure that this goes unscouted, and he catches it immediately.
Yeah, that catch, and especially the surround coming in with the rest of the Zerglings, beautiful. And SPX might be tipped off a little bit by seeing so many Zerglings out on the map. This is what, 8 lings out on the map. So he might start thinking, okay, well, what's up with this? It's enough to soft contain, but he's already got the bunker up. So he's not worried right now, but he's still, this is that scary time as a Terran player before you really know what's up. No way. Ty2 picking off an SCV with just a couple Zerglings.
Yeah, this is exactly how you should play it as Ty2. He's got 4 or 5 Hydras going to the center of the map. Lurker upgrade's about to complete, and look at what SPX has. There's no comsat. He's got stim going. He's not going to have range, But what I'm mostly worried for is that we're not banking the energy on these comp stats, and he's going to get it insta-scan, and then we're going to have no energy for the incoming bust.
Yeah, especially if there's like a lurker that comes in late or something, or if one's like maybe out of range of the first scan, I don't know. But yeah, you're going to have a very limited number of these bad boys, and they are going to be so important. So here we go, lurkers morphing in the middle of the map. There's 4 of these bad boys. Let's see what happens. Lots of Zerglings coming across the map. Lewis Huang, he's going for it, Nyoken.
Oh, I just heard a scan go off. He scanned the main, didn't see anything there, and that's going to be unfortunate because he's going to scan the natural, probably.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. 58 energy on the natural. 61. He's saving it, Nyoken.
That's perfect, but look at how clumped this army is. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Ty2 didn't jump on it immediately, and SPX is going to be in an okay position. I thought he was going to insta-die.
Yeah, if he had lost that ball of Marines, that would have been absolutely tragic. One of the medics, that is absolutely tragic, but here we go. We're unburrowing, we're moving forward. The stim is good, the spikes are even better. So many Marines getting taken out. There's only 5 Marines out on the map, Nyoken.
Yeah, well, now SPX, he just cut off his units. How are they ever going to get back onto this high ground? Lurkerling on top of the bunker, no turret, no vision. I think
no scan. He's not scanning. He's got 90 energy at his natural. He's not using it. What? Maybe it's not hotkeyed? I don't know, but that scan energy's there for a reason, Nyoken.
Yeah, he may have accidentally not hotkeyed it. Now, Marines coming from the bottom. He perfect that time. Picks off 1 lurker, but now we got lurkers on high ground. And behind this, Ty2 is just continuing to all in.
Well, this does not appear good for our Terran compadre here. Comrade SPX is not going to win re-election this way. Oh my gosh, that burrow at the last second. Oh, disgusting. SPX is just getting it handed to him.
Yeah, I thought he might actually hold. The lurker was very low, but then it just got obliterated by 1 spike. And here comes Ty2 with more reinforcements, but it's only Lings. And actually, is SPX going to hold? He's got 4 barracks. This is a lot of production.
I'm waiting for it. Like, is there any way to come back from this? Obviously, like, if you're Boxer, you can micro around the spines and take these lurkers out, no problem. But here we go, a scan. How good are these lurker spines going to do? He's trying to stutter step, but he does take out all of the lurkers on the low ground, trying to break up and take out these Zerglings that are flooding in. But there's so many more lurkers on the way.
Oh, that SCV getting taken out was crucial. Now the Marines got to fight straight up versus lurkers. No bunker to help them out. But SPX still has 3 barracks. He's still got 2 scans available. Oh, it is 4 lurkers now. I thought it was only 2, and this is going to be a nightmare to actually break.
And they're spread out in a line, which is going to make it really difficult for these Marines to deal with the different spike angles just by running in. And look at this leapfrogging. What is Ty2, a Terran player? He's like sieging, unsieging these lurkers so much. And the command center goes down, SPX taps out, and Ty2 takes game number 1.
Yeah, I like that timing so much. It's such a good timing because Terran blows their scan like you saw, and then all of a sudden Lings and lurkers are right there. So that was perfectly executed from Ty2.
Yeah, Ty2 really, I mean, almost flawless. He did such a good job taking care of the first SCV and then denying the second scout, and then, I mean, playing in the darkest Terran. I actually was pulling for SPX. I was like, he's saving that scan at the natural, but then he just saved it, and he saved it, and I'm like, this is not like your Black Lotus Magic the Gathering card, man. This is not getting more valuable with time. You got to use this. And then he just never did, so I don't know what happened there. I guess it was just not hotkeyed or something.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a missed hotkey, but I think really the issue was we just moved off to the side, and it just allowed Ty2 like, oh, okay, well, I'll just go kill your natural, and then you had no angle for the lurkers, so a bit of a misstep from SPX, but he still almost held, so I've got high hopes for him in the next 2 games.
High hopes. Well, we've got to get into the next game to find out what is going to happen. The game is made. I believe it is on Neo Sylphid, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yes, I'm not mistaken. Okay, well, I guess this map is not quite as scary for Terran players, or do you think so, Nyoken? What are your thoughts on Sylphid?
I think this is
Is every map a bad map for Terran?
No, not every map, but this is a hard map because of the small choke, just like Tau Cross. If you ever have a bad trade versus early game mutas, it kind of snowballs really hard. How are you ever supposed to get the choke because mutas just pick you off as you try to funnel through?
Okay, well, I'm in the lobby, you're in the lobby, we're ready to go. This is game number 2 of our first best of 3 of the round of 16. So Ty2 is up 1 game against SPX, and I am ready to go. So, yeah, we're about ready to get into this. If Ty2 takes this one, then he'll advance on to our winner's match. All right, here we are in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. Neo Sylphid in the orange as Terran. This is our Russian player, SPX.
And in the bottom right, we've got the navy blue Zerg. It is Ty2. There was a recent patch where you can pick your colors in game. I think this is a blue I've never
seen. It looks almost like purple. You know, it's so blue. They also added black to the game as well as the color. And let me just tell you, the black Protoss units look insane. They look like Power Rangers. They're just, oh god, it's the coolest thing I've ever seen. So that is my default go-to color now. But also, I've never seen this shade of dark blue either. So a big thanks to Matt and Grant for spending hard hours slaving away, adding the dark blue color to the game.
Yeah, pretty slick color. It is really dark though, kind of hard to see on the mini-map, but pretty slick nonetheless. And Ty2, no early pull this time, just playing standard. Now, will SPX do anything unorthodox this time? A lot of times when I play versus someone that does a move like we just saw Ty2 do, it's kind of like, oh, time to get even. Some type of pressure from SPX.
Time to get even. Well, you know, there's that saying about, you know, not stooping to the level of, you know, someone who is willing to do something like that to you. I don't know. We'll find out what kind of player SPX is, if he's an honorable macro Terran or not. But, I mean, you got a 50% chance of scouting your opponent on a 3-player map. So it looks like the Overlord's going north and will not see it in time. And the drone is taking a roundabout path to make it into the Terran main.
Yeah, I like how Ty2 scouted the middle to check for 8 racks. I'm not too sure how common it is for SPX to 8 racks, but in Terran versus me, he is a bit aggressive with some early Marines. So a nice move from Ty2 to make sure he's not getting proxied at all. And again, Ty2 going for the same opener. Now, it would be the ultimate mind game if he goes for the same exact build twice in a row.
Oh, wow, that command center getting down just at the last. I thought the drone was going to go in for the block, but not in time. On the other side.
No, SCV, why?
Oh, no. The moving shot. Go, he's going to get it. No, one more shot. What? Wait, did it regen hit points? What happened there, Nyoken?
It didn't register the hit. Isn't it something like 1 in 255 on even ground? A hit doesn't register. So SPX, he's got out his lucky charms today, because that SCV should have died.
That was on 5 HP, not 10 HP, right? Like, yeah. I've never seen that happen before. That's actually crazy. Because, like, look at how big a difference that would have made. Like, that command center, I mean, maybe it would only be, like, I don't know, 5-10 seconds, whatever. But still, it'd be so annoying. You lose an SCV. You have to pull another one. It's like, it's just so annoying. And now, thanks to the RNG gods, SPX gets a faster CC.
Yeah, he had the power of Flash flow through him, because Flash's SCVs always seem to live. There's never anything that goes wrong for Flash. But I know if it was me or Arctos, 100%. That would have died. So, really nice luck for SPX. And behind this, he's got 2 racks. He's doing exactly what he should go for. We've got the gas at 340-ish. And no Hydra Den this time from Ty2. So he is going to mix it up into mutas.
Yeah, I do like kind of switching it up a little bit. If you get too predictable, then, I mean, if he went like Hydras again and lost this time, well, I mean, then you're just like so predictable. But man, I love, this is such a classic Ty2 move where you do this like, it's like throwing out one of those circular nets into the water. He just takes a control group of Zerglings, fans them out on the map, and this is almost guaranteed to catch the second scout or the first scout, whatever, the scouting SCV that's out there on the map. And he has successfully found the pesky SCV and should be able to take it out.
Yeah, SCV goes down, and the ling count, I like how Ty2 made the exact same amount of lings, regardless of whether he's going mutas or Hydras. It is, again, 8. SPX is going to be thinking, well, this could be Hydra play again. And in response, he instantly gets a bunker despite being on 2 racks, and he had 10 Marines. So that's a lot of Marines that you don't necessarily need to have a bunker this early, but SPX making sure that he doesn't lose any Marines. And the Muta or the Spire is about done. It's about 500, and behind this, Ty2 is going to be putting down a fast third hatch.
Yeah, so the fast third coming down, but on the other side, I think SPX should be pretty well prepared for this. His eBay is about to finish up here in just a second. He's got quite a few Marines, so just now adding on a couple of medics.
Yep, so everything pretty standard from SPX. Third barracks coming up. This is exactly what you need to do versus this specific opener. Okay, I heard a scan go off. At the natural, again, he sees nothing. And he does see gas, and usually that, of course, means mutas now. So you see he wasted 2 scans this time to make sure he knows what he's facing. He would already be dead if this was Ling Lurker. He'd have no scans available. But this time...
and you know, he didn't do that in game 1. He saved it. And so now, I guess he's kind of calling Ty2's bluff, changing builds.
Yeah, I wonder what triggered him to scan second time. But here we go. Lings and Lurkers setting up. And I think Ty2 could engage this, really.
Yeah, I mean, the mutas have quite a bit to work with here on this high ground right above the bunker. So you can use that to escape the pesky little Marines. They fire up and down. And actually, you can actually get into the main pretty deep here onto some supply depots. And there's a big uncovered area with no turrets in the main if Ty2 wants to take a little bit of a sojourn on in there.
Yeah, that's where he's going. And there is a little opener at the top of the base. No, he does back up. Oh, here he comes again.
You can actually hit the academy with no turret coverage.
Yeah, but then he would have to be facing Marines coming from the top and Marines coming from the bottom. So yeah. I don't think he wants to risk it because we still don't know how hard he's committing to mutas. It seems he's transitioning out of this because he's building more overlords and more drones, but I don't see a Hydroden anywhere.
Well, he got a little, I don't want to say supply blocked, but he did build 3 overlords at the same time. And anytime I see a Zerg player build 3 overlords at the same time while they're banking a bunch of money, I usually think that they're about to go for either a big swell of mutas or ultras, one or the other. So we could actually see a huge committal once these overlords finish up.
Yeah, so I am checking to see what it is. Okay, he's just powering for now.
Yeah, Hydroden on the way.
Oh, yeah, there it is at the third base. So it's not going to be Guardians, which we see more often these days. Muta is really good control. This is what I hate about Sylphid. Take out so many Marines, and then you just sit over that cliff.
Yeah. Even with Marine range, not enough to get the coverage they need. I mean, you can scan, but then the mutas just run away. So this is why you need to list your eBay. Put it over there. Really good.
Oh, no. Oh, this is the angle, the dream angle for Ty2. Look at how low those Marines are.
Yeah, just like oh wow, Muta flies in and dies, so that's not the rally point he was looking for. There's only 1 turret here on the mineral line, so some great control. Again, Ty2 continuing to find damage with these mutas, and behind it, he is actually adding more and more mutas to the flock.
Yeah, just going to replace those mutas, make sure that SPX doesn't get antsy and out onto the map. He wants to keep the Terran back. He whittled down the Marine count pretty well, but he still hasn't gotten a good drone saturation to the third base just yet. Here comes Ty2. Okay, it's not going to engage just yet.
Yeah, really important to kind of bide your time here. Letting SPX get further and further out on the map. Now, There's always the rough decision as a Terran player here. I'm sure you can commiserate Nyoken, where it's like, how far do I get on the map and what makes him pull back? Well, this might be it. Some really good control here, picking off a medic, Marine. And these are not stim. Now, finally, the stim comes through, and Ty2 actually does lose a couple of mutas, maybe just one, as the second bio ball joins up with the other one in the middle of the map.
Yeah, good flank from Ty2. Now I'm getting a bit worried because we're approaching 2 balls of Marine medic versus only 10 mutas, but no, we can't lose the medics. That's going to make our bio ball so weak. 2 medics go down. We have 1 left.
Yeah, that is not the kind of healthcare program I want to deal with. If I've got like basically 2 control groups of Marines out of the map and they only have 1 medic to heal them up, I want to be saving my stims at that point. And you know, with this big flock of mutas actually now just being reinforced to like an entire control group, yeah, I mean that is just going to be so hard to deal with. Now, oh wait, Nyoken, it's a whopping 2 medics now for like 2 or 3 control groups of Marines.
Yeah, this is Nyoken level of medics being...
Oh, look at the lurker block. Is it actually going to be a good enough block? Yeah, it is. Look at this Mutamicro at the same time. Beautifully done. And this is just going to give Ty2 so much extra time to be able to hold on. Burrow, the lurker spines come out. The Marines pushed away.
Yeah, SPX is starting to feel the pressure. You know that he wanted...
Oh no! Whoa! The spines come out, but I think this is going to be it for this group of Marines. He's splitting up a couple of extra Marines to explore out on the map, but beautiful hold there by Ty2.
Yeah, really nicely done. A little bit of an overextension from SPX, and now he's got 0 map control. Hive has come up. Greater Spire being morphed, and he scans it. He sees that it's going to be coming, so he'll be getting a few more vessels, maybe even get some rates. We don't know how much irradiate he's going to have because there's 7 mutas left over. If he splits them all, he's going to have to use 1 irradiate per Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, feels bad when that's the way that you kill the Guardians. He somehow has a starport that he's going to use for the 1 rate to kill the Guardians. The big brain play, probably. I think scanning that obviously is going to give SPX the best possible chance of coming through, but are these stop lurkers?
Yeah,
I would love to see that.
He's going to bait them in.
Yeah, he's going to idle his mutas.
Unfortunately, the vessels are there.
Yeah. Oh, he's actually going to dive on the vessel? Oh, wow. I actually thought he was going to go for the vessels there. That's so ballsy. Obviously, if you get your clump of mutas irradiated, you've either got to morph to lurkers pretty fast. You can kill that Marine, my dude. Or morph to Guardians pretty fast. Or like you just might lose your entire clump of mutas, which is one of the only things that's keeping this Terran army out of the natural.
Well, we've got Consume done, and here comes SPX. He skirted the lurkers, and he's going to try and bust. This may be his really only opportunity to try and come back. Oh, perfect irradiate! Goodbye, mutas. He snipes the Nidus. All the Defiers went through. Okay, they come back.
Yeah, nice swarm coming out. Actually, the irradiate is not being used on the Defilers. I think he was just barely short on energy on one of those Science Vessels. He's got enough on the other one, but a Dark Swarm, basically impossible to push through. Pretty good ability.
That is right. That is a pretty damn good ability. Meanwhile, SPX has taken his mineral only.
The stop lurkers. Oh, they're not stopped. Oh my god, that could have been perfect. But as is, the Science Vessels were there, so they would have gotten irradiated eventually anyway.
Well, now all these lurkers are just going to die for free. I guess Ty2 kind of just forgot about them in the middle of the map. But SPX is macroing really well. He's consistently, I see the barracks just blinking the entire time. He's at 6 barracks.
I mean, still, these spines are not bad. They're getting at least a little bit of value. All the lurkers go down, but take a little bit of bio with it. I mean, this is still a pretty big bio ball out there. And do we have actually any Guardians morphed? I didn't see if they actually completed.
No, he's sending them to top left to try and start morphing them. And he just scanned at top middle for no reason.
What?
And saw the mutas coming.
What? How? Oh my god, now he's actually going to maybe even lose the mutas? What? Okay, he's got 3. They are in a no man's land.
Oh, that plague hit the entire army, all of the vessels too. And now we need the mutas on that side of the map to splash all these vessels, but the mutas are morphing Guardians. Now that's still going to be annoying. because how are you going to deal with them? You're forced to use Irradiate, and we see that that Defilers are already out. Ty2's setting up for a big attack. Ultra Den is already done too.
Yeah, he's not only got ultras, but now with these Guardians about to hit, so much multitasking is going to have to come through from SPX. Oh, and he actually cancels one of the mutas morphing into Guardians, so that maybe he'll be able to use it to take out these Science Vessels when they come in.
Yeah, that's some big brain play right there. Here comes the Wraith. Focuses down that muta immediately, and SPX, he's going to try and stem up this ramp. Fire Bat Hero! Oh,
actually, one of the Guardians wasn't even firing there for a long time. He's got 2 rays and he's only using one of them. He's pulling them back. Oh my gosh. All right, here we go. We're moving on in. The Dark Swarm not covering everything, but it's going to be good enough. And now double lurkers sieging this bunker. Nothing inside of it, so I guess it's just there as a placeholder. But here comes the Science Vessel fleet.
Yeah, they're going to irradiate down those lurkers, and SPX is going to keep his army out in the center of the map, make sure there's no reinforcements. Good defense so far. Really, the Lings are dealing a lot of damage at the natural, though, but he should be able to replace them pretty easily. Yeah, but mostly I'm worried at all these macro hatches that Ty2 has. He's got 5, 6 hatches. SPX, is he going to go?
Where's he going?
He's going to go to bottom middle. I thought there was no Nidus, but I see that the Overlord's sitting over top of it. Again, another defensive matrix, so he wants to bust through.
Yeah, using that on the Fire Bats, both of them in the front. They're going to be tanking so many Lurker Spines, but once again, it's Dark Swarm. Nice Scourge hit comes through, but the Marines just cannot push in.
And not able to bust through, and SPX is playing with fire because 3 of these vessels are at 1 health. 1 hit will kill all of them. Another counterattack from Ty2 to top left. It's only 1 Ling, 1 Lurker, 1 Defiler, but that's all you need, Rapid. Get in there, Lurker.
Yeah, you can do it. I believe in you. Well, actually, this time the Marines prevail, so that's a little bit anticlimactic. There's 1 Lurker under Dark Swarm, but I mean, all it's going to take is...
The Plague at the Nat again!
Oh my god, I was watching the other Lurker under Dark Swarm. That Plague, no. This Swarm, Nyoken, turn around. Avert your gaze. This is disgusting.
Well, SPX had a huge supply lead, but we're about to see that plummet in any second now. I like how the Ultra isn't even attacking, it's just running into the units and they die. Somehow SPX didn't lose his entire Marine ball. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, I love it. The Marines are just popping at this point. I mean, good luck, Medic. You've got a long way to heal. 1, 2, 3, and yeah, everything here is going to die. Only enough for Radiate for, I think, 1 or 2 more. Yeah, the Science Vessel fleet's been thinned out a lot. Whew, man, things are looking difficult here for SPX. The Cattle Bruisers are coming out, but I don't know if that's going to do it.
Yeah, first BC out on the map. It's just A moving to that natural. I see that a couple mutas have been made. They're probably going to be looking for those vessels any moment now. And SPX, he's got his 4th command center built. I saw it.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. Floating to mid. And now he's transitioning into factories? Mass, is this just going to be split map, mass tanks?
Well, I mean, I think for SPX, he's actually in a pretty good spot. He's Ty2's having a remarkable difficulty getting another base anywhere out on the map. And on Sylphid, because it's 3 players, sometimes it's really hard to get that extra main. All right, a big Zergling attack. Going to hit the bunker at the 3rd base. Dark Swarm will come through, so the bunker's going to go down. Maybe even the command center. It's under the Dark Swarm.
Yeah, I am a little surprised that Ty2's taking so long to get a 4th base, and SPX is already going to have 4 or 5 bases as soon as he lands this at mid-right. He's got top middle being built also, and that Ling counterattack did get shut down. SPX still a 60 supply lead. I just noticed this. We've got the drone and SCV counts. Look at the lack of drones from Ty2. He has 35.
Yeah, I think there was a point where we really didn't notice that he was going not all in, but just really focused, non-stop aggression. And I think it's safe to say that did not pay off, Nyoken.
Yeah, his econ is really not where it's supposed to be at this point. And SPX has been crushing his build. Here come more Ultras. They're 4-1 versus 2-2. Oh, all these Marines, they're not going to go down. But the upgrades from SPX are really good. 3-3 is going to kick in the next 30 seconds or so. He's just mowing down everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that can stand up to it. It's a full energy Defiler. Ooh, the last second Dark Swarm. I would have actually liked to see like a Plague there or something, but either way, with as good as the Plagues, the spells all day have been for Ty2, I'm actually so impressed that SPX's macro is so on point that he just always has more.
Yeah, he's crushing it. The macro is really good, and this BC is going to take out this Spore, and then we're going to have BCs maybe get into the mineral line. No, he's just going to hang out and die, but SPX going for another counterattack, and there's just nothing here if SPX goes for another... Oh, this Plague!
These Plagues are disgusting, Nyoken. Make it stop. Oh my god. Okay, well, so that army's useless now. I mean, obviously not useless, but still. Big Scourge hits, taking out like 2-3 vessels. What's the vessel count out now Nyoken? 0?
It's a big fat 0. We need some fire bats, otherwise we can't kill any of this army anytime there's a Dark Swarm.
Yeah, and especially your entire army is now plagued, so good luck, have fun with that. These are 4-1 Ultras, so they're going to take quite a bit. But still, you got to be careful. Need that Dark Swarm. Oh, another play. Okay, all right, we get it. You can plague Marines. You're cool, Ty2.
Yeah, but now we finally got Ty2 with a decent drone count. He's up to near 50. Now his econ's going to start kicking in, taking his 4th base. The Ling shut down top middle. But SPX still got a good bank. I see he's got the double factory. I don't see any tanks yet. Do you see any tanks yet? Just anywhere?
No, I thought he was going to make a pretty quick transition to mech, but I think right now he's a little bit maybe terrified that his army just got plagued, so it's not going to be very useful. So maybe that's causing him to kind of delay things. I don't know. He is building tanks. They're in production, but certainly not a tech switch yet.
Yeah, this does seem to just be mass bio with mass tanks followed up. Not going to be a pure mech switch. Another BC. Oh, look at that. The Mutas have +1 armor. That means BCs don't one-shot Scourge anymore. So these BCs really not going to be very useful. But BC takes out a Defiler. And if we look at what Ty2 has, it's Ling Ultra versus 3-3. And the Ultras are down an upgrade. SPX is going to go for it.
All right, is there a Defiler there? It's gonna pop out of the Nidus here any second now. Dark Swarm, Dark Swarm, Dark Swarm. We need it. Where is it?
He doesn't have any. There's none at the 3rd base. This might just be it. SPX's army is huge, and with no Defiler support, how do you ever win this fight? Lings and Ultras coming from the top, but this is like 50 units of Marine Medic.
Yeah, I mean, here finally the Science Vessels are coming in. Actually might die to that Spore there. Nope, not quite. Yes, it's too much bio. The Defiler comes out. It's going to consume as quickly as it can. Gets instantly irradiated. Where's that Plague?
But still, even though he saves the natural, now SPX can just go up here and kill this 4th base. And Ty2 is in big time trouble. SPX is almost maxed now.
Yeah, and Ty2 down less than 90 supply. I don't know. Ty2 never really able to get another base up and running now. Just kind of running dry.
Wow, that's just it. GG. So SPX in a nail biter wins our first game. Or no, not our first game, our second game. So he ties up the series 1-1.
Yep, that's right. Really good way to tie things up. Man, I didn't realize that it was so difficult for Ty2 to get a 3rd that game. I thought for sure we were gonna see it go a little bit longer, and then I look and he's just still stuck on the same 3 bases. Like, oof, SPX, man, that macro was insane. Always, even through plague after plague all over all of his bio, he still managed to have another one.
Yeah, that's so true, because like the Mutas killed tons of Marines. Remember, he had an attack to the 3rd base. He lost all his Marines attacking up to the 3rd base. I'm just like, well, it's over now because you gave up your map control. And then I look at his natural. He's got like 30 more Marines there. So really impeccable macro from SPX that game.
Yeah, well, we've got one final match in this first best of 3. And it is going to be, my guess is always Power Bond, but it is Ground Zero.
Yeah, Ground Zero. Another standard map from I think it was the last ladder pool. I like both players' chances on here. So I am ready to see who's going to make it out.
Yeah, I'm ready as well, Nyoken. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into our final game of this first best of 3. It's Ty2 versus SPX on ground 0. All right, here we are in the bottom, or top. Damn. All right, in the top right-hand corner. Let's start this over again. Is our orange Zerg player from the United States of America? It's Ty2.
And in the bottom right, sporting again another color that I don't remember ever seeing. It is SPX. What color?
Yep, our gray Terran player. I think there's a light gray and a dark gray, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I am, and there's just one gray color. But anyway, this is a gray color on a gray map. So, oh boy.
I like this color quite a bit. I might rep this if I ever.
Dude, wait until you see how good the color black looks on every. It's so sick. I can't even describe it. Like the white color, I feel like isn't white enough, but the black color is so black that it just makes your units look like they're wearing, like I said, Power Ranger battle armor. It's insane. So, but yeah, gray is pretty sick. They look like extra super metallic now.
Yeah, actually, last game I was clicking around in the larva on Sylphid that blocks the entrance. I think it was black, and it did look pretty amazing. So we do have Ty2 top right this time. Gonna be aggro. We've got a 9 pool, and this is not 9 pool expand. This is 9 pool speed, but I don't know about this choice on ground 0. This would have been a better choice on Sylphid because you're not going to have the ramp.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of hard to call. Obviously, ground 0 is quite a bit different than Sylphid. Not only is it 4 players, but it's just so wide open in the middle. Like it's just like you can just do anything in the middle of the map. Obviously, when it comes to taking the rest of the bases around the edge, yeah, things get a little bit more complicated, but not too complicated. This is not a thinking man's map. It's just it is way wide open.
Well, Ty2 actually did not go for gas. He is just going to expand. I like that choice much better than going for a speedling all in. But SPX has shown that he wants to just expand off of 1 Marine. Every game so far, we've seen him one Marine expand. That's it, every single time. This time he's playing safely. I think he's recognized that the chances of Ty2 going for standard play all 3 games, probably unlikely. So he's going to double scout. And the Overlord saw SCV exit. And look at what these lings do. They go off to the side. But I think SPX is still going to be in okay shape.
Yeah, let's see if he's able to get that SCV into the base. Now, if this were a flash SCV, it makes it inside the base, no problem. Unfortunately, we can't all be able to, glitch our SCVs through everything.
SPX misread it, and these Marines are gonna die, and now he's in trouble.
Uh-oh. Well, yeah, there's no supply depot next to the barracks, so he doesn't have anything to wedge his Marines between. SCV's coming off the line, trying to chase these pesky Zerglings away, but this is already lots of lost mining time.
Yeah, and now, despite all this happening to SPX, at least his SCV is going to get into the main of Ty2, and when he sees that he's not facing 2-hatch Muta, that's going to be at least a little bit of a sigh of relief, because if you were facing 2-hatch Muta and the lair was already halfway along, you're in panic mode. There would have been no gas, no academy. We don't even have our command center done yet. So at least he's got that going for him. And the Lings really didn't do that much damage other than forcing a decent amount of SCVs off the line.
Yeah, I always think anytime Lings get into the base, I'm just like, oh wow, this is like so much to deal with. And then of course these are like very skilled players, so they just take care of it. I'm like, oh okay, well, because all I know is how terrible it is every time I get Lings in my base, and I'm just like, well, he deals with it way better than I do. Oh, catching the SCV moving out. No scouting allowed for you, SPX.
Well, now SPX has enough Marines that he's going to push these back. We'll have to see if he wants to try and attack with them. I think this is just going to be a little poke out and turn around. Oh, he doesn't like that cockeroo. You can parasite the animals, and that gives you vision. Did you know that?
Wait, what can you not parasite? I guess you can parasite all neutral monsters, right?
I assume so. You can, yeah. You know, maybe on Sylphid you could parasite that egg. Is that possible? That would be something
Wait,
I would never
no.
collect. I don't know.
No, because it's like a... I mean, it's not a building. I don't know. Can you parasite eggs?
Well, you can kill it, so you probably can parasite it. We'll have to ask Ariador if he knows. He's got to be in the chat somewhere, right? He knows all about.
I think you can parasite larva, right? I don't know.
I don't
also,
know. We'll
like,
have to test.
when the larva morphs into an egg, is it unparasited? Does the unit that hatched from the egg inherit the parasite? How biologically correct is Brood War?
See, this is why we need Ariador in the chat, but I don't see him. He's not here to save the day. But it's okay. What is Ty2 doing? We've got Spire just started. SPX has his Academy halfway done. He did go into 2 racks, not into fast eBay, despite whoa, we've got a double scout. He really wants in here.
Yeah, I don't blame him. He has no idea what's going on, and this is against Ty2, somebody that's totally capable of just doing the wackiest things. This time, of course, we know that it is going to be a Spire on the way, but I don't think that this is going to catch SPX off guard. He's already got his eBay on the way too.
Yeah, now how many barracks is he going to put down? He did get in and see that it was 3 hatch. He may try and go into some type of delayed 5 racks. I think this is probably going to be 4 racks like we saw him go for on Gladiator. There's no 4 racks just yet, but I expect it coming down pretty soon. And again, we're just waiting to see how Ty2 is going to use these mutas. Are we going to go hard on the mutas? Are we going to tech into lurkers? Is it going to be fast queen? I think this is just going to be standard play from him.
Standard play? Gasp. But yeah, I actually don't dislike that. The only problem is that it felt like for Ty2, the more standard he played, the more SPX just macroed his way into a dominant win. So, I mean, Ty2, you got to come up with something. Otherwise, I think SPX is just going to keep hitting those cycles on a billion barracks, and it's going to be difficult to deal with.
Yeah, this is kind of a hard map for Zerg to get a third base sometimes. And we do see the Hydrodin is at the natural, and this is going to be standard play, but this is only 2 Sunkens, and he just scanned and saw that the mutas were not out yet. He's just going to take out the evolution chamber. I thought he might go for a bust. So nicely done from SPX, not going to overcommit there, but he's streaming across map. He just streamed 6 more Marines across. Yeah,
I mean, right when you said, okay, he's not going to go for the bust, I looked across the map and I'm like, wait a second, he's just adding in a lot more Marines. This is still only 2 Sunkens. That Overlord is trying to block the surface area so you can't target the Sunkens. Whoa, Marine's not on hold position. Loses a couple.
I like this positioning from SPX. Okay, now he's going to go. He doesn't know where the mutas are. I don't agree with this. He's going to get splashed from the high ground, and this is going to be a disaster for him. Going to lose his whole Marine ball.
Yeah, Muta's not really contributing almost at all. They're trying to control from over the ramp, but actually, wow, they come in and do just enough damage perfectly. Okay, I take it back. Everything I said. Sorry, Mutas. I apologize. Wow. Ty2 cleaning it up.
Yeah, Mutas did work right there. I liked SPX position just sitting there. As soon as he saw Mutas attack the natural, that would be go time for me. But he went without any vision of the Mutas. It could have just been sitting there like they were, and then he got punished big time. And again, just like last game, he's lost his map control, but we saw how well he recovered, and still he's out on the map with these Marines. I don't know where he gets all these units, man.
I don't know. He just makes more of them than other people. I mean, I guess especially as Terran player, that's a very valuable ability to have, because he just keeps macroing, man. And it's not like it's 5 racks +1 or anything crazy like that. He's just on 4, macroing away, hitting those cycles. A little bit high. Maybe he's looking for a command center, some big next tech building, because he is sitting at about 500. So Ty2 trying to get these mutas to work again, but they are going to make their way into the main. Maybe they're able to take this turret down and get on top of the barracks. Maybe not.
Well, SPX is getting an add-on to his factory. A little bit of a deviation from last game where we went 2 starports, but Ty2 has top left. He's got his hive morphing. It's already halfway done. Not too sure if we're going to see a tank push out or if this is just going to be some vultures with mines to go for a bit of map control. But if he does, oh, he's going for tanks. I don't know about this. The Defiler's going to be out by the time he gets up any sizable amount of tanks to actually bust anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I guess tanks don't really care about Defilers, but obviously they do because the Marines are the buffer, and you get like plagued or swarmed or whatever. Anything is just going to be bad at that point. But I do like that Ty2 is expanding to the upper left-hand corner. It's so far away from SPX, and hopefully that makes it easier to defend.
Yep, top left does have a couple lurkers set up. It's only 2. If SPX gets a little bit ballsy and tries to stem up there, he could definitely make it up versus only 2. Really, you want to have 3. And again, we do have hold lurkers out in the center of the map with no vessel out. And how aggressive SPX has been with his Marine move-outs, this could deal a lot of damage. We're going to have to pay close attention to where these Marines actually go. Oh, the tank is going to get
waiting, looking for it. Oh my, how did it? Wow, the Marines is way out of position. Maybe they'll come back and get a muta, but yeah, actually maybe not. So, man, these mutas just right place, right time. They pick up a tank for free. Let's see if they can find anything else before they head home or take too much damage.
Yeah, Ty2, he built maybe like 10 mutas, 11 mutas, and that was it. He's getting full value out of them and repositioning these lurkers, trying to intercept the Marine ball, but SPX moving off to the side is actually getting a bit lucky this time. Muta ball does get intercepted, but not gonna...
Ooh. Yeah, you have to keep these bio from grouping all up, because at that point, it's just such a giant fist that SPX is gonna pummel this top left base with. Now, obviously, there are lurkers on the high ground that's going to make it difficult to push into, but, I mean, there's ways. Ty2 could, like, D-Matrix and run up. Obviously, that would be difficult without a unit to use the defensive matrix, but the idea, the thought is there, but he does have siege tanks, so in theory, this will make it easier.
Yeah. Wow, Ty2 just gave up the high ground, and there's only 2 lurkers. Here comes reinforcements from the Nidus, but we've got a good arc. No, Ty2, this was not the move, and all the lurkers fall.
Yeah, wow, they're out of there. No lurkers, only mutas. How good is Ty2's control? I think the answer is it's good, but maybe not quite up to the level of the other best players in the world.
Here we go, tank and Marines. If he can kill these lurkers before swarm kicks, the consume is about 80%. Tank goes down, he focuses down the Nidus, but he needs to get those lurkers.
Yeah, Nidus goes down already. This base is now cold and alone up here in the upper left, and there's more bio streaming in, but still, like, you have to think, wow, wouldn't this just be perfect if he had hit just a little bit differently? But now, stemming forward, he's going to take out one of the lurkers. Dark Swarm comes down. Random muta sacrifices its life for no reason.
Middle of the map, those lurkers finally got kills. Got 10 kills.
Wait, what? Oh my god.
So SPX not able to reinforce. He was streaming across those 3 lurkers that we were waiting to see if they could get anything done. They do get big hits, and now Ty2 has held top left. He doesn't have great saturation there just yet, but SPX, no third base still. Bottom left, SCV has been sitting there for a long time, but I see that he just now started his command center in his main.
Just know that is pretty late. I mean, last game it was Ty2 that could never get a third up, or I guess a fourth. Now he's on 3 bases, defending pretty well, but he's having to sacrifice so much to just keep constant Dark Swarms.
Oh, these Marines at top left, they're heroes. They killed all the Lynx, now they kill all the mutas.
Are you kidding me? What? What?
They actually have the angle. There's no support for this sunken. He may take out the sunken.
I mean, I don't know what I'm watching right now. I mean, I definitely did not think that he was going to get that much value, but now, okay, justice is served. 2 lurkers will take out everything but 1 HP on the last medic.
Yep, and these Marines that are moving to top left may intercept these drones. So it's going to be a good catch right there. I don't know why they're going across the map instead of through the Nidus. Okay, now Ty2 realizes that he can't go there. But this is 3 vessels. He might actually be able to push up. There's only 1 lurker left.
Waiting. How many radiates is he gonna hit?
He just killed like 5 to 6 Marines on that ramp with 1 lurker shot.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Wow, that's, I guess, the bonus zone. So many Zerglings streaming out onto the map. You need some Darkstorm with these things. They're not just going to run out and do their job. So a lot of Lings do go down, and he really does need quite a few. Everything on the high ground gets cleaned up as these medics are taken down. The next bio balls are here, and they are accompanied by 3 zero-energy science vessels. 4.
Oh man, I'm super worried for SPX now because it looked like he was doing a good job this whole time, but I just looked at Ty2's resource. He was at 1600, and now look at it. He's at 800, 200. And you know where those went? All that gas. They're going into ultras, and he's going to have +3 armor ultras very soon versus 2 or 2-2. And with defilers and lings left over, he should be able to clean up this bio ball really easily. And SPX just now landing his 3rd base. His econ is really not like where it was last time.
Yeah, here comes some Scourge. Is he going to be able to get them to land? Nope, not quite. But those are very plagued vessels, so they will be easy to take out, at least in theory. Zerglings, yeah, coming out, and will be able to take out all of these very Scourged, or very plagued units. And even Scourge, wow, taking out all but one of these science vessels.
Yep, a lot of vessels going down. SPX is starting to get mines out on the map, but he probably needs a second factory to get more mines because Ty2 is about to have an explosion of units. We see 3 ultras just sitting in the main of his, and SPX is starting to take bottom left. If he can get that saturated with a couple factories, he's going to be in a pretty good position still, but I just don't know about this next attack that Ty2 is going to make. It's going to be so strong.
Yeah, you know, that attack might be strong, but like, let's kind of consider the facts here for a second. Ty2 does not have a 4th base. He was, for the longest time, sitting on about 50 or 45 drones, and now he's up to 51, but he is still on 3 bases. He's got a bunch of macro hatches, so he'll still be able to build units. He's got a bunch of Zerglings, for instance, at his natural expansion. This is a bio ball. It's got vessel support, 4 vessels, not a lot of energy, but enough to keep these ultras nice and squishy.
It's true, Ty2 is taking an extremely long time to get a 4th base, and SPX, he just has so many units. All the units that Ty2's making in his main, they're never coming out of the right side. They're always going to the left side, where he's kind of just trading with SPX, and every trade is fine for SPX because he's getting more bases up. Finally, 4th base comes down. What do these vessels want to do? We're going to see an eraser?
I mean, we might just. He's there for the irradiates if he wants it. There are 4 science vessels, so in theory, he's got energy to do something. Actually, in practice, he only has enough for 1 irradiate, and that is it.
Wow, he focused down both defilers. The defilers were under the vessels. I don't think Ty2 could click them, and now this 4th base is going to die. Ty2's falling apart. He's floating a lot of resources again.
Wow, and yet even all of those Zerglings being taken out. I thought it was a nice hold here from Ty2 at the 3rd base, but I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to hold this.
He's got another big round of ultras coming out, but they don't have +4 armor. Just an eraser in the main, wiping out a ton of drones.
Uh-oh. Now all of a sudden, we're back to an almost 20 worker disadvantage for Ty2. This is against a 3-base Terran. You could stay 3 bases forever. 4 base! I didn't actually even notice that those SCVs were finally Madarting their way all the way over to the bottom left.
Well, top left is finally going to get cleared out. Bottom left is going to get counterattacked, but it's a little nothing for us from Ty2. Going to get taken out pretty easily. But now that the Ultras have +4, +2, they're going to be much stronger than they were before, but it's still only 3. SPX should be able to hold bottom left. But Ty2, oh, another eraser top left, all the drones. He doesn't see.
Oh, no. Yeah, he's not moving them in time. Every single drone is going to go down here. Total tragedy. Even the gas drones and the women drones and the children drones too.
Well, we've got tons of ultras now going to bottom left. This is a lot of ultras. 8 ultras, no mines. Well, a few mines, but not that much bio. But if Ty2 loses this army, this game's going to be over.
I mean, I don't see anything good happening to this army. There's just so much bio. This macro SPX is killing it. He's just always on this macro game. He's got so much bio. There's triple irradiated ultras trying to take him out, and he's powering through.
Well, Ty2, he trades all of his ultras, but he's going to get all of the bio there. But SPX sending out huge reinforcements again. And finally, the ramp was broken. There's only one Marine left. All the medics going down. That's a big deal.
Wow. Well, yeah, eventually, actually, the medics are still alive. They're chilling. Those can reunite if another bio ball makes it there. And indeed, they do. All Marines all the time will reunite with 5 medics, turn into a very powerful fighting force. And now, even with ultras, not even with 4-2, are you able to stay alive and stand toe-to-toe against the might of the Terran Marine.
The Marines are trying to kill this one ultra, but is there enough? I think there is. There's only one ultra. Oh, I guess one and a little bit left over. Now he's dead.
Yep. No, just kidding. Irradiate, a good, pretty good spell. Value on top of value on top of White. By the way, he built just a lot of units. So SPX macroing his way through this game. What a monster.
Yeah, if Ty2 didn't lose those drones to that eraser, he could be taking a 4th base at this point. And these 2 Marines, heroic at top left, shut down the 4th base. Again, just Ty2 cannot get a 4th base. It just doesn't happen. He's going to send another drone. I know somehow SPX is going to like send a nuke over there and kill this hatch. But this is a lot of lings. Where does he want to go? If he goes bottom left, I don't think he's going to get anything done. I think SPX is, I don't want to say he's won the game, but he's at least stabilized bottom left, and he's in a phenomenal position now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real way that you break through bottom left, especially with just Zerglings. All of those Zerglings did run kind of back home, but I'm waiting to see where they're going to pop out. I guess Nidus makes them a little bit more flexible than I'm used to.
Yeah, we hear a drop loaded. I heard it at the natural. Where's it going? Maybe it was just a transfer of drones through the Nidus?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to emulate that, right?
I know he has drops because he loaded up lings into his Overlord at top left, but I don't see any drops anywhere. But SPX moving. He has so many vessels. Where do all these vessels keep coming from?
Plague all over. And there's the mutas right there waiting for these plagued vessels. Now, obviously, I think the mutas will die from the irradiate pretty fast, but there's just basically no energy here. He does have just a little bit more. He's going to get that irradiate off and force an early drop, taking out those overlords.
Yep, and SPX, he saw it anyways. He already had Marines setting up at bottom left to intercept it, but SPX did lose about 3 vessels there. He does have 5 left over though, and he just needs to repair them. Drop's gonna not really get much done. It's just 8 lings and 1 lurker. SPX is massive. He's almost maxed.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Every time I look up at SPX, he always just has way more than I expect. And even though Ty2 is finally like breaking in, breaching, the Overlord drops the Ultra, it looks around and then jumps back in, gets irradiated, and now it's probably going to die.
Yep, and we see another drop coming through the middle of the map. Going to try and ling Defiler drop bottom left, but that's where all of SPX's units are, so that's not going to work. And vessels irradiated top left ultras are going to go down, and Ty2's mined out in his main is natural. All he really has is top left going. He's got to transfer drones down there, but SPX, he's got his sights set on that 4th base. He's going to try and take it out.
Well, just a couple of early poking vultures, not really anything super meaningful there. Just trying to clear things out just a little bit, make way for these Terran units. Now, inside the Overlord, dropping the Defiler, gets a little bit of a plague off. There's the irradiate, so he's going to try to fly the Overlords over to deal just maybe a little bit more splash damage. Not enough here at the 4th base, and where's the plague? He's looking for it. It's a Dark Storm instead.
Well, Dark Storm at least allows him to save the base for now. There's nothing to counterattack or to deal with lings and defilers on this one. No fire bats at all. So at least Ty2's going to save this base for now, but SPX, he just has so much. It's just going to be a matter of time. He's started to mech switch bottom left. This is so many factories.
Wow. Oh my God. You can always tell the caliber of a Terran player by the layout of their Sim City. And for SPX, it looks pretty darn good. What is he pumping off of? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 barracks supplying all this bio. And now we're switching into factories.
Yeah, and we had an eraser at the 4th base, but Ty2 burrowed all his links. But all that does is just prolong the inevitable, because here comes SPX in. There's the GG.
Wow. SPX coming back from what was a crazy aggressive Hydra bust that's or actually no, it was just like Ling Lurker Flood. Sorry, I'm trying to remember things correctly here. Ty2 took an early game 1, and then SPX just such solid macro, textbook way to come back and take the next 2 games.
Yeah, and SPX was crushing it, because I don't remember him having that high APM. He had 350 in the Sylphid game. He had 325 in our last game, so he's turning it on today. He's on fire,
Yeah?
And he's going to be a real threat to make it out at first, because that was really impressive macro. If I had lost armies like he did, I may just instantly leave, because I would think, well, how do you recover? You killed, what did he kill when he did that attack at the natural? He killed an evolution chamber. You remember?
Yeah.
And that was it.
Ooh, scary.
Yeah.
Well, no, he did not get a lot, but I mean, man, it's all summed up in that eraser, just like everything popping. Oh, so disgusting. And even when SPX would lose these big clumps of Marines to like Mutas, Zerglings, whatever, he just always had more. So super impressive. SPX is going to move on a little bit later. Ty2, unfortunately, going to drop the first series.
Yeah, and now we're going to have our top 4 finalists, DragOn, going up against one of the best Zergs in the foreign scene, in Gorinich. So this is going to be a pretty epic matchup, and we're going to see Protoss versus Zerg this time. No more Terran.
Yeah, I guess you're right. We are changing best of 3, so I think we're going to take maybe a quick 1-minute break, and then we'll get back into our next best of 3. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more BSL Season 7 coming up in just a second. All right, welcome back, everybody. More BSL on the way. We finished our first best of 3, and that means we're getting into best of 3 number 2. Yeah, that one. Wow. Well, what a way to see our first game transpire. Ty2 unfortunately couldn't do it after an early 1-game lead, and it was SPX that moves on to our winners match. Coming up next, we get a chance to watch our pre-qualified player in the round of 16. DragOn, he's going to be taking on Gorinich, one of the best Zerg players from Russia. So it's going to be really exciting and always kind of interesting to see what kind of shape players are in after we haven't seen them play in a whole lot. I'm not sure if DragOn streams, but if he does, I haven't watched that. So I'm not sure exactly what to think of this game, Nyokin. But hey, at least we're starting things out on Sylphid.
Yep, we're going to have another standard map, and I'm really looking forward to see what DragOn has got for us, because if we think back to round of 24, remember La Abuela went for that DT drop, and we've seen a lot more DT openers. And with DragOn being a race picker playing Zerg versus Protoss, he may have another funky build like that, maybe not necessarily the DT drop, but really looking to see if he has something special planned for Gorinich.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Never know what to expect from race pickers, but when it comes to that, DragOn is certainly one of the best. So very, very adept at playing all kinds of different matchups. But we are going to get the chance to see his PVZ. But man, Gorinich, it's just this guy 2-0'd his group so dominantly. It's like we didn't really even get a chance to see what he was really capable of. So I got to get into the game, man. I'm in the lobby. You're in the lobby. Zero's in the lobby. And of course, a big thanks to everyone behind the scenes, Zero and the rest of the crew. I think it's !crew in chat that shows you all the other people that were helping to make BSL a really incredible tournament. So big thanks to all of you guys for tuning in. We already have 215 of you all here watching the round of 16. So get out there, spread the word. Thanks for watching. Got a whole lot more BSL coming up. So let's get into our second best of 3. This is going to be DragOn versus Gorinich on Sylphid coming up next. All right, here we are, the map of Sylphid, and in the bottom left, as finally, I believe our black Zerg player. It's either black or dark gray. I don't know. I can't tell, but it looks insane. Amazing. This is our Russian Zerg player, Gorinich.
In the bottom right, I think he's the sole Canadian left in the tournament. It is DragOn.
Let me double check these double quotes facts. No, Crossy is Canadian.
Oh yeah, Crossy is also Canadian. So we got 2 Canadians left. Ty2. I don't know if he's the sole American. Oh no, not the sole American.
JU.
I know JU is still left. So maybe we got 2 American players left. But yeah, hope of Canada flowing through DragOn. And this time we have a Forge expand, which is a bit unusual, at least for the round of 24 and what we've seen in BSL, because most of the games have been gateway expands.
Yeah, that's actually true. I think a lot of people are starting to gateway expand so that they can be proactive, get out there. But especially when you get up to round of 16, you're starting to play just really good players. So I don't know. I always like the safety that the cannon expand gives you. There's always the off chance that it lets you cannon rush, but nobody really cannon rushes anymore. So not really.
Yep, and Gorinich is going for a standard opener. This was, I think, an overpool. And DragOn, there's the Forge. He is just going to play pretty standard. Now, with DragOn being Canadian and Gorinich being European, I know that I don't hit Europeans often on the ladder, so this might just be I don't play versus this guy often. I'm just going to go with my safe opener going for the Forge, or maybe this is just how DragOn usually plays. When I play DragOn is pretty standard, and it's not shocking to me that he's going for the Forge. Now this drone versus probe got a bit of damage done with that drone.
Yeah, a little bit done. Probes or drone rather, at least, is going to be annoying. Anytime I see this as Yeah, as a Protoss player, you have to start thinking, wait a second, why is this drone here? Is he trying to pre-damage my buildings because he has an all-in following this up? But of course, you know, the probe is alive and well on the other side, making sure that, nope, there's not a crazy amount of Zerglings coming out or anything like that.
Yep, Gorinich has only built 2 Lings. He's going to try and push it back. We'll have to see if he's going to build any more Lings to try and forcefully take it out. But so far, so good. Probe's still alive, and Gorinich is going to take top left. He is going to go for a somewhat of a little bit delayed gas. Now, what does he want to do with this? This is not the standard 235 gas into lair. This may be a Hydra opener if he can push the probe out. Oh, it's getting dangerously low.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, you can put down your Hydrogen just whenever, but you really want to kill this probe first. Maybe you can start it at your natural, but, you know, the natural's not even done, so you can't really even do that. So we'll see if he does throw down that Hydrogen almost immediately. Yeah, double hatcheries on the way, so waiting. Natural pops, and the probe is still pretty healthy. Great control here, DragOn. Keeping this alive forever.
Yep, meanwhile, he is just playing. Oh, is that a drone for hydrogen? I thought it would be. And he's shown it, so this could be a fake. It could be... He may commit to it, because if you're going to show it, the other player is probably going to think it's a fake. So if you just commit for it, it may catch DragOn off guard.
Yeah, definitely going to see it. I mean, it's been seen a lot. Now, he needs to wait for it to complete. Now, maybe once you push the probe out of range, you cancel and remake, and then they're off on their timing. Then you cancel it at the end. No, that's a little bit too much big brain play. But yeah, it's +1 on the... Wait, no, he's not getting +1. Just going to go ahead and get the range upgrade.
Yep, range has started. And how many Hydras? Oh, is the probe finally going to get taken out? No, one more hit is all it needed. So the probe's still alive, and he just needs to evaluate how many Hydras is it going to be. Lings pop out at the natural. He really wants to get this probe now. And now that I've seen a couple more Lings, this may tip me off that this is going to be a bust. But so far, there's no Hydras being produced anywhere, even a lair morphing. So this was just I guess, a bait so far is what it looks like. Or maybe he's going to build 5-6 Hydras to try and range the gateway. But the cannon is so close, I'm not too sure how much damage just a few Hydras can actually get done.
I mean, every time I see a Protoss player trying to play the game with only one cannon, I'm just like, look, you deserve to have that killed and you busted. But at the same time, you know, we've got a second cannon coming through. DragOn's starting to kind of piece things together and say, well, might need a few more. And I wouldn't even be surprised to see like a third cannon come in here in just a second.
Yep, there is the third cannon, and DragOn must think that this is going to be a committed Hydra, or at least probably maybe a control group, because he went straight Citadel. There's no Stargate, and he does have a second gateway up. He's going to pump out a decent amount of Zealots pretty quickly. Forge has not been spinning this whole time, so he's really relying on just getting out a lot of Zealots to deal with this. And Gorinich is going to attack with the first few Hydras, but this is pretty much what I was saying, is he's got range, but that cannon is so tight up against the gateway and Forge.
Gosh, that's so stupid. The diagonals and the way that all works, like I cannot calculate that. That is the 4D chess right there. It's like, how does it reach from one position but not the other? Because right now you've got range, you can hit the gateway, but if you can only do that with one Hydra, nobody cares.
Yeah, it's just going to take an eternity to take it out. Meanwhile, DragOn, he's got 7 Zealots. His speed has kicked in. He can move out right now. I guess he's waiting for a little bit more because he still doesn't know whether there's more Hydra sitting behind this or what this is. But we see that Gorinich is just playing pretty standard. He's got Spire halfway done. He's got something set up at his third base. Also, here comes DragOn now moving out 8 Zealots, and Gorinich just got to scramble to get up defense, putting up 3 Sunkens at top left.
Yeah, I don't blame him. All of a sudden, these Zealots are so scary. They pop out and together with cannons take out like 3 Hydras. Now there's only like 1 or 2 left. Obviously, there's like 4 or 5 here, and maybe the Zealots can run through and get some damage done. But you really want to use them cost effectively. And right now, there's 2 Sunkens about to finish at the third.
And even though Dragon doesn't see it just yet, this is a lot of damage done. When he comes up here and sees there's no 5th hatch and there's 3 Sunkens, he's going to know that even though the Zealots haven't killed anything, they've done a lot of damage so far, forcing 2 drones to be used in Sunkens that he doesn't want. And Gorinich, he knows that these Zealots came out extremely fast, and because of that, he's building more mutas. And what does Dragon have? Oh, he's got cannons already morphing in his main and natural.
Yeah, already on top of things, man. Dragon, oh, I mean, this is one of the reasons he was preceded. He did so well. And now running in with like 1 or 2 control groups of Zealots, trying to focus everything down. The Sim City, though, is actually fantastic. A lot of the Zealots just actually running around, not actually being used very effectively at all. The Sunken is still alive, tanking forever. The Mutas helping take these Zealots out. An incredible amount of Zealots go down, but there are 2 running into the natural expansion. Let's see if, or the main rather, see if they can actually get some drone kills. 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4. Yep. Just a handful of drone kills from that, and in the end, all those Zealots die. That is a big investment from Dragon.
Big investment, but because we don't have 5 hatches up and we spent so much resources on these Sunkens and then also building mutas, which are going to get pretty much denied. Well, maybe not. Cannons are not up just yet. Bit of counter damage being put on. And meanwhile, Dragon sending out a counterattack with these Zealots. Gorinich did not see it. If we look at the natural, there's no defense there.
No, I mean, what are you going to do? Wow, this is such a kind of a dilemma. It's like, I mean, Zealots are good. They're especially good when they're in really high numbers, but man, I mean, Gorinich just perfectly defeated. He whacks on, whacks off that defense just effortlessly. And now, I mean, Muta's in the main, but there's already 3 cannons in the main Nexus.
Well, Gorinich is going to focus them down. There's no Archon that was morphed. He's dealing a lot of damage. Here comes the Templar. Does he have Storm? A beautiful Storm. Not as much as you're possibly going to do versus Mutas, but there's no anti-air. He skipped the Stargate, and now he's getting punished really hard. Gorinich was down 20 workers. He's all of a sudden closed the gap. He's going to be up in workers any moment now.
I love that we can tell that now, but look at this Muta control. Whoa, gotta avoid the Archon, and he does. Is he gonna be able to snipe that High Templar? He gets it, and gets another one. Storms weaken all of the Mutas, but hey, that is bonus zone. He's gonna get back into the mineral line for more probe kills.
Yeah, the SimCity really hurting Dragon at this point, and you can see that he wants to counterattack with these Zealots, but Hydras are already ready. And Gorinich, I thought he was in deep trouble, but he's brought it back, and these Mutas are dealing way too much damage. He still has 5, which is the sweet spot to one-shot probes. It's a thing of beauty.
Well, yeah, sure, we'll call it that. Also, hashtag planned. Look at him micro around the Archon. Whoa, okay, takes 1 hit. That is going to all but do it for this stack of Mutas, but they're still going back at it again.
We have 23 probes for Dragon. His econ has been decimated, and he's basically all in because he's not building any more probes at this point. Where are his units? Okay, they're just sitting at the natural. I thought he must be doing something with them, but they're just sitting there. He's morphing another Archon. He may kind of be obligated to just all in with maybe 1 more Templar and try and go for a mass Zealot Archon push.
Waiting for it. Okay, we're biding our time right now. All right. One of the big characteristics, at least that I was thinking about for Ty2's earlier matches, is that it was so hard for him to get a 4th base. And it seems like for Gorinich, you know, he's very well established on his 3, but also I'm still waiting to see kind of what the next step is going to be. He's being very vigilant out on the map with Mutas, trying to figure out, okay, when is his window to get that expo going?
Yeah, he's probably not going to take it just yet, but after he gets lurkers set up, or after this incoming attack that Dragon's sending out, he may try and take another base. And this is a scary army. He does have +1, but Hydras are going to have +1 kicking in also right now. So big power spike for Gorinich. And here comes the lurker morph. This might be an anti-timing if Dragon just goes right now.
Waiting for it. Here we go. The Mutas, oh, they can snipe it off. Archon's getting a couple of hits here, but these Mutas, they've got to snipe these High Templar. Only one Muta left, and that is going to get taken out. How many High Templar do we have left? 1 and 2, each with a couple of storms.
Oh, don't burrow all together. Okay, thank you. He didn't clump them up. That could have been a disaster because there's 4 storms there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that could have been absolutely horrendous. Now trying to snipe this High Templar, moving through the storm, Dirged and Monsoon right there. The Hydras stay alive, the High Templar does not. Now there's only one left. It does have a couple of storms, but might not be enough.
He saw the lurkers, he's going to turn around for now. And DragOn has recovered pretty nicely, slowly building up his probe count. He's still got a 10 supply lead. That's going to be a great position for Gorinich. Meanwhile, he's got his drone set up at the mineral only. There goes that 4th base, so he's not going to have Ty2 struggles. And I see a drone positioning to set up the Queen's Nest in the main. So everything pretty much perfect from Gorinich's side. And what does DragOn want to do? He's going to try and stall the game out, which is what I think he should probably try and do. But he's starting to build Dragoons, and he's got observers coming. So he may be trying to go for that big +2 timing.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I guess I can see that. It's a little bit of a ways off, and it's going to happen after Gorinich gets his big next upgrade swell. Middle only is coming up for Gorinich, so I guess he'll be holding on to that. But he does definitely need some more gas at somewhere in his future. But I love the spread of units here by Gorinich. Just so big and wide and deep. He's got such a huge lurker contain, well, not contain, but just like the lurker line. This looks like something a Terran would do with siege tanks.
Yeah, and lurkers are probably equally as deadly as siege tanks. So DragOn, for now, he's just going to posture around with his sizable army. And if he's just going to sit around like this, I think he should try and take a 3rd base. I'm a bit surprised Gorinich is not more aggro after killing so many probes with those mutas, but I don't mind this play since he's got his hive coming up. He's even got triple evolution chamber, so his upgrades are pretty crazy. Meanwhile, DragOn, his army is huge, and with these Templars out, he's banking up a lot of energy, but there's no way he can bust through these lurkers. How many lurkers are there? It's like 15 lurkers.
Yeah, I mean, when you try to break through one point, I mean, also there's all the other units making it even more difficult. So they try to move forward, try to snipe the High Templar. He gets one. He's going to get a Dragoon there as a bonus before he backs away, man. Oh, these High Templar snipes. So precision here. Gorinich, somebody said he was using that Russian UMS micro, and I'm like, yeah, that's finally coming in clutch. It's not that he's just like an actually sick Gosu player, but man, Gorinich just has everything on lock on his side of the map. And man, DragOn can't buy a base.
Well, he's got pylons setting up at bottom left. Looks like that's what he wants to take. It's a mineral only, so I don't know if he should take that. Okay, now he's sending the probe down to this high ground. I like this a little bit better, but look how close that is to the main of Zerg. If Zerg gets drops, that's instant death for this base. But if he can get it up and running and get that mineral only, it will be 4-base Protoss, which is a very, very good spot for Protoss, but still a questionable.
Yeah.
If he wants to take that. More lurkers being morphed. This is just crazy amounts.
How many lurkers do you need? Like, when is too many?
There's never too many weapons.
Okay, well, let's find out. Great first storm on that big first clump of Hydras at the front, but once again, the storms are a little bit sparse. We've got one more left on that High Templar. We've got one more High Templar over here, and he has 2 storms saved up, 200 energy there. But still, absolutely anybody's game. Both players starting to get their next few bases up. The game continues, Nyoka. This is actually such a sick way to start off this best of 3.
Yeah, and I like what DragOn's doing. He's managing his probes really well. You see he's got 44 probes. So that means that this army that's almost maxed is almost an entirely, like, his army is so huge. It's going to have 155 supply if there's ever an engagement. But Gorinich is keeping his supply relatively low also. Here we go. We're finally going to try and engage this. I don't know about this.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know about brute forcing it. So many lurkers, so spread much. Wow, he's not even he's not using the zealots in the back. He's got a control group of zealots that just are standing still, and even through all the storms, the lings, the lurkers prevail. And I think Gorinich is just gonna roll this over, even in spite of the storms. The Zerglings are getting stormed to death. All right, never mind.
So many lurkers though. They did so much work, and honestly, that was not a bad idea from DragOn because Hive had just finished. It was before Crackling kicked in. So if he was able to push through, it would have been a really good moment to just try and seal the deal, or at least try and take out this 4th base while he's getting up his 3rd base, but didn't work out for him. And now his army has really been reset. Supplies are even 112 to 108. And now that Hive has kicked in and all the macro hatches has kicked in, Gorinich probably going to explode in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw like SPX in the last game as a Terran player was just macroing like a monster. And I think we're going to see Gorinich do that here as well. I mean, both players with basically even supply after that huge trade, but I don't think it's going to stay that way for long, especially not now that Gorinich has seen that DragOn is expanding right next to his main, like right next to his main. That's like basically the most dangerous place on the map to expand against Gorinich.
Yeah, and Defilers, Consume has just finished. Drops are being upgraded. As soon as that happens, he's just going to start sending a couple Overlords down to bottom left. Even just 2 Lurkers and 1 Defiler will probably be able to take out a base. And then while that chaos is going on, he's probably going to attack somewhere else and just try and draw DragOn out of position. And we see DragOn trying to take this bottom left base, but like you said, it's just going to be so hard to defend it. But supplies are even. DragOn is still not out of it, but he's got to get this base up and running because main is mined out and that is slowly dwindling.
Whew. Yeah, I mean, there is a timer, as there is on all Brood War games. Not only the clock ticking up, but the minerals ticking down. Nice snipe on that observer. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult to push through these lurkers. The spread on these lurkers, just disgusting. He must have like 30 lurkers here. I'm trying to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, 25 lurkers. That's a pretty accurate number, but oh my god.
That's an absurd amount of lurkers, and I'm just trying to find where we're going to have a drop. We see a few lings being set up on the left side. I don't see a Defiler anywhere, but if you can just get a Defiler, what do we have for defense? We've got 1 Templar with 1 Storm. Oh, DTs are making their way across the map.
I'm waiting. I mean, if there's anything that could make that happen, that would be it. A little bit of Zerg getting kind of taken out randomly out there on the map, but a good job from DragOn to be really proactive and make sure that Gorinich doesn't get like any just bases for free. Let's see these DTs, man, single-handedly defending this base right next to Gorinich's.
Yeah, that was a pretty crucial moment. If he lost that base, it would probably be game over because Gorinich has finally taken a supply lead, but DragOn did defend top middle, didn't let Gorinich get it, but these Zerg units, they're at 2-2 now, and this army comp is not the greatest for DragOn. It's almost pure Zealot, really, versus Massling Lurker.
Yep, it's not a good day to be a Zealot, I'll tell you that much. Your life is, I mean, maybe for ire, but not for much else. Oh, look at this, stray High Templar getting picked off in the middle of the map. Army gonna try to come down and save it. I don't know if that's gonna work out. Yes! Wow, the sickest save there in the middle of the map. But I was waiting to see if that was gonna go pear-shaped, but nope. Man, this game is so hype. I mean, DragOn's at 160 supply. Gorinich not far behind. Both players desperately trying to secure themselves another base. They're expanding right next to each other. Oh man, this is so epic.
Yeah, DragOn needs to get his army across to the bottom left because all these lings and lurkers are setting on that somewhat high ground base in the center. And I'm just so worried that at any moment Gorinich is just going to send 10 lurkers with Dark Swarm and a few lings and just take out this base. But for now, he hasn't done it. He's just content with just sitting with these lings and lurkers. He knows that DragOn's gonna be gas starved pretty soon if we check the main and natural gas.
Yeah.
They're basically completed in 1 gas Protoss. You can't win just building only Zealots versus Zerg.
You can try. It's not going to work out very well. So we're starting to see the first little bit of our players. Oh, sick Plague there. Catches so many Zealots. Going to really soften them up. And so will running them into Lurkers. That's going to tenderize them quite nicely. Another Plague. We're looking for it. You can see that Defiler's positioned very far forward. Is he going to get it? Dark Storm instead. Nice Storm. Actually catches the Defiler. Takes it out.
I can't believe he got the Defiler. So that's a nice pickoff for him. And meanwhile, Dragon's taking mid-right. He's got Zealots set up. He's got 2 Templars there. If he can get these cannons up, he'll be on 5 base. Zealots standing in the front. Gotta hold the line, though. Can't let these Lings up.
Yeah, if the Lings can get on top of anything in the back, especially those juicy High Templars, that would just be, such a tragedy. Tries to storm another Defiler. Gets actually another Defiler. Wow, these storms are going really well. Another Swarm to try to just desperately hang on here. The Zerglings, though, they're running into Archons now. This is not going to be enough. Another Storm, another Defiler down.
Yeah, but we've got action on the right side of the map. This Nexus is going to get killed. Lurkers without any vision, able to take out the Zealots and the Templars. Meanwhile, Lings and Lurkers still trying to engage on the left side. Dragon must hold this base.
Yep, absolutely not a question. He loses one, so he's got to hold the other. The DTs are really worth their weight in gold. There's no detection anymore. So these DTs actually get killed by their own Storm.
Yeah, the Storms have been killing a lot of Lings, though, but we finally see the chink in Dragon's armor because Gorinich, was up 30 supply a moment ago. Dragon closing the gap, but it's just relentless Ling, Lurker, Defiler attack at the left side. And it's just a matter of time now. Gorinich is taking top middle. He's got so many hatches, 4 macro hatches at top left. He's at like 11 hatches at this point.
Yeah, his ability to build units is just insane. This is the Swarm, quite literally. There was a while where it was so even, so close, and then that move where Gorinich attacked the 7 o'clock base while also killing off the 3 o'clock base that Dragon was able to take. Just impeccable. And now there's almost no way for Dragon to try to retake that base. It's way too far away, and he has to use all of his units, all of his resources to save this 7 o'clock base he's got up.
Yeah, he's basically just got to trade as cost effectively as possible, but being on 1 gas, that's going to be so difficult. And the Lings just trading themselves for Templars, that's all he needs to do. As long as Dragon doesn't get up into that super army mass Archon with mass Storm behind it, Gorinich is just in a prime position to take this game. And now that top middle is up and running with the Nidus, I think this is the beginning of the end for Mr. Dragon. A big Plague, and now all the Zealots just running into death on those
Yeah, Lurkers. That's an anti-timing if I've ever seen one. It's like, get Plagued, run into Lurker Spines. Yeah, that's going to be difficult to do. Another kind of, not remax, but more Zealots pouring in here for Dragon. And he might lead with the healthy ones, follow with the weak ones, try to get through, because he does have quite a few High Templar here that have survived. But each one of them is just barely on 1 Storm, so I gotta be so careful here. Oh no, moving forward, he's gonna get kind of caught out here by all these Link Storms, take out most of them. Another Storm taking out a Defiler behind it, and Defiler killing Storms. No joke, the Protoss army moves through, but still getting weaker and weaker and weaker, and now, Lurkers, they're all on siege, needs to drop them down. And no, not actually choosing to furrow almost any of those Lurkers, now moving them forward through the Storm. But this is gonna be Dragon bleeding out little by little.
There's just nowhere he can go. Everywhere he goes, there's Lurkers everywhere, and they're just dealing ridiculous amounts of damage combined with Plague, with 11 hatch production Lings just reinforcing. He's gonna lose his entire army, and these are all the key units, all the Templars, all the Archons. That's gonna be it.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see kind of the death throes of the Protoss player. Its body is dead, but its brain is still alive. Or maybe its brain is dead, but its body is still... I don't know which one is. But he's only half there because the other half is dead. So, once again, Zergling's coming through, and that's gonna do it. GG. Dragon taps out Gorinich, able to take it.
Yeah, that was really nicely done from Gorinich. Those Zealots in the beginning, did a lot of damage. I thought for sure that DragOn is just going to start running away with it, taking a third base, but nice recovery from Gorinich. How many probe kills did those mutas have? I wish we had that StarCraft 2 overlay where it has like the unit kill count, because that saved Gorinich the game. He got like 30 probes.
Insane. And like if you lose those mutas, like how are you going to take care of the High Templar? He also, besides just taking out drones, was able to snipe so many High Templar. Not even only with mutas, he used Hydras moving through storms to make it happen. Oh, just really good control. Gorinich taking out that 3 o'clock base while he was also defending and attacking, like just doing everything all at the same time.
Yeah, I totally forgot about how many Templars he killed. Remember, he didn't have an Archon, so he was just storming, which means that they're just going to get off one storm and die. So he killed like 30 probes, like 8 Templars. It's ridiculous how much damage those mutas dealt.
Yeah, I don't even understand. Like, you don't see mutas versus Protoss like almost ever. And then he busted out and it's like, oh my god, this is so good. And I guess, you know, obviously when your opponent doesn't have any Corsairs to like deal with them, it's like, yeah, this is going to be a pretty good game. But whew, well, speaking of good games, we've got game number 2 coming up. It's going to be on Gladiator, so a very large map for this to transpire on. I don't know exactly what to expect here, but it's, I think, pretty evident that both players are very skilled, but Gorinich only has to win one more game to move on.
Yep, so DragOn's down 0-1. Let's see if he can pull an SPX and at least take one game back and get into a game 3. So let's get into game 2 Gladiator.
There we go. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. All right, here we are in the upper left-hand corner of the map in what is, for me, the black Zerg player. This is red on the stream, though, so I guess I didn't set my color palette quite the right way. But anyway, that Zerg player, there we go, is going to be Gorinich.
In the bottom right, down 0-1. Trying to even up the score, it is DragOn. I gotta say, Rapid, this black or dark gray, at least on Zerg, I don't like it. The gray is so dark, it's hard to even tell the gray from the creep.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna lose units, and I already do that way too often. Yeah, it does. It looks way better on Protoss. I'll just tell you that much. But yeah, I'm still trying to get used to it. How many colors did they add?
They added a lot.
Yeah, is there a list? Can somebody like link that somewhere? I gotta find out. I gotta try playing on all these new wacky colors. It's almost like they added new races to the game, because, you know, like, I'm a big believer in like the value of some colors like over others. Some people are talking about, like, you know, cyan and how that gives you an advantage because it's the same color as minerals on the map, or you know, if you're playing orange on a desert tile set, then that can be really hard to see.
Yeah, like, this just looks so dark on the creep. I can't imagine trying to pick out lurkers under Darkstorm as Terran, like trying to irradiate. I don't know with what color you would pick, but yeah, it's gonna be really hard to do that with specific colors, maybe like a pale orange or something. But again, we've got DragOn bottom right going for Forge Expand. This time Gorinich is gonna be a bit aggressive. This is a 9 pull, not an over pull, but luckily for DragOn, he's got cross spawns, and that's not ideal for Gorinich in this situation.
Yeah, that's important to point out. I think I just automatically expect every Protoss player in the world to go overpool, just because, you know, it's a safety dance. It's the safe build to go for. Unfortunately, sometimes your friends don't dance, and DragOn might be caught a little bit off guard with this. Still gonna get, you know, the same scout coming through, but he's gonna see 2 cannons already warping in.
Yeah, so perfect response from DragOn, and he sees that all the lings are being sent out, and that's at least going to force DragOn to commit to these 2 cannons. He's not going to be able to cancel one and get away with putting down a faster nexus, so it's going to even out pretty well. And again, Gorinich, I don't see a gas coming up. This is probably going to be him taking, I would assume, either top middle or mid left, just like he did last game, and go into probably the same style we saw on Sylphid.
Or at least something similar. I mean, I guess kind of the subtle nuances is that I guess they are still pretty far away from each other. But after you open, I think it was 9 full speed, if I'm not mistaken, right? No, he did not get that. Okay, well, a little bit mistaken there. The Zerglings come out, the Zerglings go back. You can't explain that, but well, I guess you can. There's 2 cannons, so there you go. There's your explanation.
Well, we do have the hatchery being put down at the minnow only, and if we think back to last game, the amount of times DragOn sent his probe outside of the main was 0. So he doesn't know where this third hatch is being placed. And if he doesn't realize that this is a close third hatch, he might be in a bit of trouble, because I think now this is going to be a committed Hydra play, especially since these cannons are not in that good diagonal position we saw in Sylphid.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah, those are actually pretty vulnerable.
Yeah, I think he must see this hatchery. Okay, this is a big scout. He's going to see that the hatchery is here. And, oh, well, maybe it's not, because Gorinich, well, I thought he was going to go Hydras. He actually just goes straight lair.
Yeah, okay, lair just now started on the way. The probe is still out there, so, you know, there's no Zerglings back there trying to keep it away. Just the one chasing it. Now a few more will come in. If he can kill off this probe with just 4 probes or 4 Zerglings, I'd be impressed.
Yeah, well, even if he doesn't get the probe, he at least has these 2 lings on hold position at the natural, which I love. And that's going to deny the Protoss from getting into the main. And this time we've gotten a Stargate out of DragOn. I don't know how he knows that this is going to be just straight lair as opposed to Hydra, because this, to me, looks like it would be Hydras, but a good read from him so far. And these drones are kind of bugging out. Like, every time I check the natural, they're bouncing off of these lings, but now they finally drill through.
Okay, finally. I was kind of wondering what was going on there too. So it's not going to be the Hydras that we were expecting. I was actually really looking forward to that, because every once in a while you'll see these sim cities that are randomly just bad for some reason. I don't know, maybe it's the map, maybe it's the spawn location, whatever it is. And that player can kind of see that and do the trigonometry calculation in his head. I'm like, wait, I can bust that. So it's cool to see sometimes, but no, not this time. DragOn, although does get the perfect read, so the second perfect read. I'm the first one, but he does analyze the situation correctly, and so it'll be interesting to see kind of how deep Gorinich goes down this rabbit hole, because I don't know if there's a whole lot of future at the end of it.
And you can see that DragOn's a little bit worried about Hydras, because he's putting up a 3rd cannon. Corsair's going to get in here and see that there's nothing unusual going on. It is just standard 5 hatch. Spire's about to finish. He's trying to find any overlords he can now that he knows that the Spire isn't done. But somehow the Overlord escapes death for now. And behind this, we do have DragOn going for fast speed, which is something we haven't seen lately. A lot of times we're just seeing straight DT, but he's decided that he wants to get some aggression onto the Zerg player.
Yeah, a Protoss player being aggressive. Not something I see every day. Well, he's going to have those +1 speed lots here in just a few seconds. 3 more hatcheries being added. So this is 6 hatch, right?
Is it 6 hatch?
Yeah.
Oh, it is 6 hatch. So he's going to have tons of production. I think he's in a phenomenal position. This is Gladiator, where when DragOn tries to attack, he's be attacking uphill all the time. And Hydra's just going to be able to range you from the high ground. I don't really see this backfiring versus Gorinich. I love this play, and DragOn going into 4-gate. This is really something we don't see very often. These 5-gate even, so he's really put on a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, okay, is this scouted? Does Gorinich know anything about this? That Overlord was the only thing that I think maybe could have helped him out, but with the patrolling Corsairs, I don't know how Gorinich is going to kind of get aware of this. Obviously, there are those few zealots. They're running in right now. They're going to say, wait a second, there's 2 hatcheries. Their mission log only just says kill the hatchery. And they walk up, they see 2, and I'm just like, wait, which hatchery do we kill? I don't know. One of them, pick one, anyone. You can do it. Well, actually, no, you can't. You have to run away now.
Yeah, the Sim City is pretty nice. The drones can just drill and deny access onto the sunken. Then again, we've got those hydras on the high ground that can even just range over the hatchery. This zealot pressure really is not going to work. There's just a lot of hydras out, but DragOn, if he just continues to pump out a 6-gate, this may catch Gorinich off guard with how much production DragOn is going to have. He's up 25 supplies, so this is great for him. Oh, Lurker's being upgraded for Gorinich, so he is just going to transition into that defensive style that we just saw.
Wow. I mean, I would say that there's probably a few steps before we get there, right? So first we have to play the song and dance with speed, with the zealot speed and +1. They're running back and forth, but I mean, Gorinich seems pretty airtight, right? There is this DT trying to make his way in on the at the 9 o'clock location, but I don't know how he's gonna make it through.
Yeah, so far, both players are just gonna have to back off for now. They both just got too big of an army, and DragOn has 3 Templars out. They're banking a lot of energy. By the time Gorinich gets across the map, we may have 6 Storms available. And he's got Robo coming in, that's almost done. And he is transitioning into that, again, big +2 timing with Goons.
Yeah, I'm just saying what we're all thinking. Did Gorinich forget +1 weapons? He doesn't seem to have it.
Yeah, he just started it, so a big misfire right there. That's, remember last game he matched the +1 of the Protoss player because Protoss delayed +1. So this is a huge power spike lost for Gorinich, and DragOn, I don't know what has made him feel confident, but he's felt confident to take this 3rd base.
Yeah, 3rd's coming up, and for DragOn, I mean, that is a bold statement. It's also just because he has those zealots out there on the front lines, watching, looking, and seeing that there is so much Zerg out there for Gorinich. I mean, the supply disadvantage doesn't really tell the whole story because Gorinich is just in a very strong spot right now. And I will say he's going to be even stronger once he finishes +1 and range, which will be finished up very soon here for the Hydras, and then 1-1 for ground as well. Man, Gorinich is just powering up.
Yep, and DragOn sent a couple zealots to mid-left and saw that there are lurkers set up. He knows what Gorinich is going for. It is, again, going to be the defensive style. So I love how fast he's taking this 3rd base. At 10:30, 3rd base is pretty damn quick. A lot of times you're seeing Protoss go on to 8-gate, but only 6-gate this time for DragOn. And look at the supply. He's up 40 supply. He's got the upgrade lead. He's got +2 rapid. It's just kicking in now. So +2 versus +0. His units are going to just be decimating these Hydras.
That is right. They will be able to reduce their population by 10, Nyoken. Or is it by 1/10 or 2 1/10? I don't know. No, there lots of them will die. Yes, we'll see. But I mean, you just have to strike while the iron is hot, as they say. Not sure why they say that, but he's not doing anything, so I don't even know if this timing is really going to matter at all.
He should go because +1 hasn't kicked in for the Hydras just yet. His army is massive. 153 to 115. 3rd base is up and running. I don't see any more gates coming in. I don't see a 2nd forge. So if he wants to do something, he should go right now. But he's not scaling really into the late game just yet without those super crucial upgrades or more gates coming in or more econ. He's got to do something right now because this is really Gorinich being in his most vulnerable position. He's got Hive now just about to finish.
Ooh. Yeah, and once this Hive gets up, we're just going to see another sort of repeat of game 1. Plagues, swarms everywhere. Like, what are you going to do at that point? And we are starting to see these upgrades finish up. He's got +1 range. He's got +1. He's got +1 for ranged, and then also +1 range for these Hydras. So a lot of crucial upgrades, and 1-1 for ground units just about to finish up here for Gorinich. He is up. If he can hit these upgrades right before Dragon attacks, oh my goodness, this is potentially just gonna be a slaughter.
Yeah, and this Ling attack just brought Dragon out of position, or at least sending Dragon back across. No, here he goes. Now he's going to attack, and now he's going to be attacking into a big lurker field. But remember, he has so many Templars that have been banking energy. He's almost got triple storm on them. Here he goes. Oh, the observer.
All right. Wait, did he lose the observer?
No, he's just not sending it with the army. And meanwhile, Gorinich attacking mid-right, trying to make it chaotic.
This is almost exactly the same way that he killed that almost exactly the same base in the last game. You try to attack or defend this big army and then run in and try to kill a sniper base behind it. But man, amazing storms on top of even clumped lurkers on the high ground. Pizza wedges are not quite as invincible as they usually are when you put sieged units on them, Nyoken.
Yeah, and these storms are amazing, just blanketing all the lurkers, gets a big hit onto the Hydras, and he's just pushing his way through. Hard to storm all these units though, but he's got tons of Templar just sitting there just blasting away these Hydras. Okay, I think he's done it, because look at the supply now just plummeting for Gorinich.
Yeah, and skyrocketing for Dragon at the same exact time as his macro continues to impress. Now, I mean, the defensive abilities of a Zergon Hive, man, you can just swarm and it's good enough. Ooh, one High Templar dies for free at the front there, so that's less than ideal. And still this base at the 9 o'clock is working for Gorinich. You know, he's still mining off of 3, maybe almost 4 or 5 bases now, if he's able to get that 12 o'clock base up.
Yeah, if he can stabilize, he's still in a fantastic position. He's got top middle building, mid right has gone up. He's got Hive. He should have Crackling done by now. If he can just get a Defiler out with Dark Swarm, the majority of the army from Dragon is Dragoons. He would really, oh my, as I say that, I just realized we have 7 Templars, so we could just storm forever.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's gonna be like the weather in Taiwan right now, where they're just doing an event over there, and it is storming all over the place, just like Dragon. On top of this high ground, he has completely breached this. Another amazing storm. These Hydras are trying to get in on top of the High Templar. The High Templar have already done their duty. They have cast all their storms. Another huge one on a bunch of clumped up lurkers. But hey, don't overextend here. These are cracklings. They kill everything all the time forever. And they're dodging out these storms. I think he's about out of storm energy, so the crackling's still going to trade pretty effectively. There's so many more on the way.
Yeah, and Dragon did a big Templar cycle. If this army gets wiped, he's not going to be able to reinforce that quickly. So he's got to be a little bit careful, but the supplies tell a different story, getting doubled in supply, and mid-right has been found by Dragon. He's probably going to send a DT or something over there to kill it pretty soon. And now he's able to sync up these Zealots and Templars, and the third base is going to be compromised. But really, that's not a very important base now with it being mined out.
Yeah, I think we are really going to see this be kind of Dragon flexing a little bit on this inner 12 o'clock base. I mean, so many storms. Look at all the High Templar. And I thought there was a moment where maybe Gorinich can come in and take it out, but nah, he tried and failed, and now this base is going to go down. He's expanded successfully on the other side of the map, but there's no drones there to make use of that base. And Dragon already sending a bunch of Zealots and Archons up there to take it out.
Yeah, he's got his Nidus coming up, but he doesn't have any units. There's nothing really to go through it, and Dragon's going to pick off the Nidus. Oh, no, he's not. But I don't think it matters. We just don't have any units to actually save top right. And with this base going down, that's probably going to be all of Gorinich's hope to salvage this game, because you can't fight with just pure Sunkens. Dragon will just take the whole map if you do that.
Yeah, I think Dragon is just waiting to pull the trigger on them, taking the whole map. Or no, yeah, Dragon is. And Gorinich, I don't think that he really has a lot of recourse. Now coming in with a bunch of Zerglings, but Storm on top of them. We're seeing a little bit of a storm on the High Templar. Another one goes out, Lurkers coming in, burrowing down, Observers in the air, Storms on the ground, and Lurkers go down. And oh man, I don't think Gorinich has too much gas left in the tank, Nyoken.
No, he's just slowly dwindling. His main's about to mine out. Nat is getting somewhat low, and Dragon's just continuously knocking on this base at top middle. And there's just not enough Lurkers. We've got a decent amount of Lings, but we need support behind them. But there's never going to be any support. Why? Because the storms are just endless. Dragon, oh, I guess he's going to... give up on top middle. I guess he feels like he's not trading as well as possible. I don't think it matters because he's taking the 5th base, probably taking top right pretty soon also.
Yeah, I mean, you can only imagine that's the next way. I love these consistent hordes of cracklings trying to come in and snipe off these High Templar. He's actually not doing a terrible job at it. He just doesn't have anything else. Like, he's starting to get up there and supply just little by little because maybe Dragon's army, I don't know, depreciated while it was out on the map. But we still don't really have a ton of lurkers, although, as I say that, 9 more being morphed.
Well, if Gorinich can hold through some miracle, he does have 2-2, which means his Lings are hitting extremely hard, and it's only versus 3-1 on the Protoss army. And here he comes, more Lings to the back, but Mass Archon, Mass Storm, and now we finally broken through that lurker at the top of the ramp.
Well, I think this is about it. I think we're just kind of watching the death throes of Gorinich at this point. He's down almost over 100 supply, and there's nothing that's going to save this 12 o'clock base. And with that going down, it's one of the last few mining bases. He's trying to expand on the other side of the map, but these zealots are going to find that base over there. So can't hide anything from the watchful eyes of DragOn. And actually, I am so impressed that we were able to see such a polar opposite games 1 and 2.
Yeah, DragOn did a really good job this time, and I was a little worried because he had big power spikes and wasn't using it. I thought he was just going to let Gorinich get to Hive and have all those key upgrades kick in for free, but he hit right before they all kicked in, plowed through. We didn't have 25 lurkers this time, Rapid. We only had about 10. Maybe that was the difference maker.
Those huge siege lines, yeah, I don't know. I mean, cracklings are pretty good. They can kind of sweep the map a little bit and maybe even do a good job picking off Templar, but not like this. He's just losing a little bit too much. Cannot support the swarm. That's it. Gorinich taps out and DragOn takes game number 2.
Yes, we got some pretty epic games today. So far, both series are going to go to game 3. And I think our third map is going to... Oh, you know what map it is, Rapid. It's Power Bond.
That's right. Wouldn't be a game of BSL without Power Bond. I guess we didn't have it in our first series. I'm just excited to see it. It's become really kind of a staple of almost every single one of our round of 24 games. And now we're here in the round of 16. What do you know? It's coming back. So kind of an epic way to decide things. I really do love to see games that are very similar, but the opposite result happens because it's just like so clear that either player could win.
Yeah, Power Bond, probably my favorite map in the ladder pool. So this is going to be a good game.
Just waiting to
we're
get into it.
Waiting to get in the game.
Sorry, I interrupted you. You hope that
we get to see a long, drawn-out game, not something like a Hydra bust, right, and just ends. That would kind of be depressing because Power Bond is one of those maps where you can have an epic game like we just saw on Gladiator.
Yeah. Oh, those Gladiator games can actually get insane. If you like split map or something and you each have like 25 bases apiece, I'm just like, well, there's a problem with the economy going out here. But all right, game is up. I am loading in. Wait. Okay. Now I'm loading in to the game. And we should be able to get it underway. I would say, well, what do you think is the key difference between games 1 and 2? Is it just like the extra base timings, upgrade timings? Because it did feel like DragOn was maybe like had some opportunities to move out earlier on in the game and just didn't take them.
Just those mutas in game 1. Remember, DragOn didn't take any damage this time. And
I try to block that out of my memory.
Yeah, I want to block it out too because it was devastating. And you can see if DragOn goes unhindered, he'll take bases, he'll hit his power spike because that's what DragOn does. He's so solid. He doesn't miss his timings. He's really good at that. So Gorinich just got to be careful.
All right, well, here we go. The map is Power Bond. It's game number 3 of our second best of 3. And man, this is just turning out to be a pretty epic series. So let's get into it. I was just waiting for no larva to be morphed, but thankfully we do have that. But here we go in the upper left-hand corner of the map, Power Bond. This is our, once again, black Zerg player Gorinich.
And in the bottom middle, he's sporting, I'm going to say, the worst color I've seen.
Yeah, what is this
dragon.
color?
This is like, I want to say it's like puke green, but I don't know what it is.
I wish my puke looked this bad. That would be impressive. Like, my puke makes this puke look like horrendous. What like, this looks like a color that would be on the show Rugrats or something. Like, not in a flattering way either. I'm trying to think. Like, this is that egg salad sandwich you forget in your freezer. Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, shout out to every other color that looks better than this.
I like this one in the chat, stinky green.
It looks like it smells. I'm having some sixth synesthesia right now. Well, that's Dragon. Hopefully he plays less stinky than his color.
Yeah, he's going for the same build. We got a Forge opener and Gorinich. I'm a little surprised he's going for another 9-pull opener, especially on a 3-player map, because you know you're going to get scouted pretty quickly, and Dragon already sees what's going on, and we saw how well he dealt with the 9-pull last time. He just built 2 cannons, and that was it.
All right, so I've got the hexadecimal code for what this color is. I'm going to try to plug this into Google and see what it can tell me about it. I actually just want somebody to link me a list of the new colors that they put into Brood War. Somewhere that exists, and I'm not smart enough to find it. So I'll leave that up to our chat detectives while I try desperately to figure out what on earth is happening in the game.
Right, Forge is done. We're going to have 2 cannons come up again, and this time, where's the probe? Did it already die? Oh no, it's in the main.
Yeah, the probe is still. I can't tell. I just I pretend like one of the drones just like threw up somewhere, but actually it's a probe.
It was hidden under that overlord. I couldn't see it, but again, 6 lings moving out, and Dragon respecting the potential to just straight up die 2 lings. He's going to build 2 cannons, and again, Gorinich not going for a super fast gas. Where does he want to take that hatchery?
Well, it looks like the answer is close for the first one, and second for the... Okay, he's not going to expand like crazily close like he did in the last game. I guess that's not technically possible on Power Bond, but... Oh, okay, he is going to stop. Or is he?
Yeah, he's just going to take this mid base. This base has gas, unlike the close base on Gladiator.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm always just curious why Zerg players would take a gas base over just a mineral only base. Because remember last time on Gladiator, he had the potential to take the gas base at mid left instead of the mineral only first, yet he went for the mineral only. So I'm curious what this actually means and if the probe can scout it. We do have the gas done, and everything so far does look very similar to the Gladiator game.
Yeah. Okay, so far no information about the new colors that were added. I'm still working on that one. But back to the matter at hand, chasing out the probe, but not before it finds the exact location of this third base. So kind of mission accomplished there. And if he can save the probe after all of this, or even get it back into the main to see what's going on, that would just be bonus. Man, this probe does not die.
And this time, Gorinich has mixed it up because he is putting down that Hydra Den. Oh boy. We're going to have some aggressive play coming out from our Zerg player.
Yeah,
and
he actually extractor tricked it. Extractor tricked? Is that what it was? Just to get an extra drone out because he was supply blocked there for a second.
Ooh, well, something different from the Sylphid game. Remember, he got range first last time. This time, he's gotten speed, but he's building drones. So I don't know if this is going to be committed Hydra play again, or is this just going to be 6 and try and bust down the Forge?
Yeah, Cadenzi was explaining this to me, saying that basically if you go range first, it's impossible for the opponent to scout that you got an upgrade until it hits. But if you see speed Hydras coming across the map, you know it's coming, right?
Yeah. Well, it looks like we've got some variation of the 973 because we've got 9 in the main, we've got 6 at the natural, so it's not exactly 973, but pretty close. And this is a very devastating build. A lot of Protoss players have a rough time dealing with this. And what's the goal for Zerg? If he can just get down the forge, that's going to be a big win for him.
Yeah, so you're supposed to hit and at least be able to scrape the buildings off the front, which is still super annoying, especially if you can cancel that +1 upgrade. If you cancel +1, your Hydra's lifespan just goes up by 1,000,000 years.
Yeah, it's a huge pickoff because that 100 minerals, 100 gas could have gone into something else. And now not only are you denying it, you know for a fact that he didn't get his Citadel or something much faster than usual. So this is going to be really nice for Gorinich, assuming and he can get it. Now behind this, checking all of his larvae, I still see more Hydras being produced.
I'm waiting. Yeah, so there's a version of this where it's kind of like fake and then you pull back and you drone. This is not that. He is definitely giggity going for it, but he's waiting for this range to finish, seconds away. Hydra's there biding their time. Any more being rallied across the map? Yeah, just a slow trickle, but here we go. Range is done, moving forward, trying to snipe that first cannon. There's another couple on the other side, but he gets one, and now he's gonna be able to power down that forge.
Yep, this forge is 100% dead, and we also have to remember if the forge goes down, that means no more cannons. So DragOn's desperately got to get up another forge in his main, and this is a committed Hydra play because he's continuing to build more Hydras. Second cannon gonna go down. Third cannon getting blasted.
Yeah, third cannon going down there. The Zealots are on top of everything, but keep in mind they do not have +1 because it was canceled on the forge.
Yep, they also don't have any speed right now. Another cannon does go down, and that's going to expose the gate also.
Yeah, another Zealot's going to squeeze out of this gateway before it goes down in the end, but still a lot of damage done. He's already killed 4 cannons, 1 pylon, or 5 cannons, something like that. Takes out the forge, takes out the gateway, and oh man, still he can actually target down these cannons while they're morphing in if he wants to, but doesn't want to throw away any Hydras. He's not. Okay, he is reinforcing this with a bunch of Hydras. I literally can't see because it's a space platform tile set and half of the map is gray. So really making my life difficult here.
That was a bit risky for Gorinich to just dive in there. He only lost 1 Hydra. I thought for sure the Zealots were just going to surround him, but he does burst down 1 cannon, and DragOn's doing a good job to hold. He still has 3 gates in his main. He's got good production. Meanwhile, Gorinich now is finally transitioning out of it. He's got 5 hatch. He's got Lair going. But DragOn's going to see how committed this was. The Sayer saw the drone count at the natural and the third base. He knows that Gorinich spent a lot to do this. And the fact that all DragOn really had to do was build more cannons, he's still in it. He's definitely got a good chance to power and eventually bust through this Hydra contain.
Yeah, I mean, one of the classic mistakes that you can make for one of these things is or for a contain is overstaying your welcome, right? You're like, I'm keeping this player in his base, and then 25 Zealots come out and roll over your Hydras. You're like, oh, I have no units anymore. But he actually just does have an insane amount of Hydras. They're pre-split, and they're far enough back to where you're going to be able to see the Zealots coming. So this is not super dangerous. They also do have speed, I believe, so they should be able to run away in time, even though these Zealots are pretty fast. Let's see, he's getting +1 behind us as well, so at least commit to this throughout the rest of the game.
Yep, DragOn's +1 is more than halfway done. This time Gorinich did not forget +1. He has it already started. He's got his Spire building. But DragOn has a lot of Zealots. He's got about 15 Zealots, 4 gate. His Templar Archive is done. He's going to have Storm coming in pretty soon. Everything looks pretty good for him, even fast robotics. So despite having to build so many cannons, DragOn really wants to get back out onto the map and punish this Zerg for committing so hard to the Hydras.
Yeah, I actually really like this. The robotics is going to make it all the more easy. Yeah, all the more easy to do that. Just now getting range, Storm +1, about to finish, super late +1. But that's really going to help these Zealots steal the Hydras. And a couple of cheeky Dark Templar. Can feel it.
The first couple Templars have popped out. This is something DragOn does quite often, is just builds a few Templar early on to bank up that Storm energy so you can have multiple Storms in any engagement. Here come those 2 DTs that you were talking about. I don't think that this is going to be a Maelstrom Dark Archon morph, but it could be.
Yeah, I think maybe you try to get something done with the DTs, and then maybe if you can't, and it does go. Oh, there it is!
Whoa! Storm Maelstrom.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, maybe he's trying to read, because this is what Gorinich has been really good at, is like, you know, building something to snipe the High Templar. Sometimes it's mutas, sometimes it's not, but nope, Maelstrom being researched, so there you go.
Well, unfortunately for DragOn, it seems that Gorinich is just going into mass lurkers, and really, lurkers don't really care about Maelstrom. If this was a muta switch, then this would have been amazing for DragOn. But it also might just been building this Dark Archon, because we see that he's not building any Corsairs at all, and we already saw how devastating the mutas are, so I don't mind him getting this Archon to kind of just balance out his army.
Yeah, DragOn had like one lonely Corsair for the longest time, and then just sort of straight up died. So I'm like, okay, well, that's the end of that. But yeah, I actually really like this. I mean, it's certainly something new. We never see it, and if it doesn't get scouted by the Zerg player, obviously it's going to really catch him off guard. And all it takes is a Maelstrom on like 15 Hydras, and you're just like, oh wow, I just have one less control group now. So see if he can catch Gorinich off guard. But you're right, this is all designed to punish the Zerg player for overstaying as well.
Well, Gorinich has done a good job to macro, because 130. Oh, great pick off on that first Templar. And he needs to pick off as many Templars as possible, because this army is massive.
Yeah, his army is actually gigantic. He's trying to hit and run from one side to the other. A beautiful storm there, revealing the Dark Archon to one or two of those Hydras that kind of stuck around. So that's going to make splitting maybe a little bit more easy to plan for.
Now, DragOn, he's expanding behind this, so he's not just... Oh, the Hydra's trying to pick off another Templar in the back. Might actually get it. Okay, he does get a Storm off at least. Does get a Dragoon. No, doesn't get a Dragoon, so lost a few Hydras, but it's okay, because Gorinich is doing a good job with his macro. 100 to 130, that's not bad.
Yeah, it always looks a little bit weird when you look at the supply, and you're like, well, I know how to tell how even a game is. By a number. No, you don't. It's always going to kind of look like this. Also, maybe a Zerg, you're just going to have to throw away a bunch of units, so you're going to consistently be remaxing, remaking. But let's see. One of the biggest things about game number one was that like, Gorinich was able to like really snipe a bunch of probes. But here we go, pushing in. Do we have energy for Maelstrom? Yeah, we do. 150. Look at these storms. You don't even need Maelstrom. The storms are perfect.
Yeah, those were actually perfect. Killed so many Hydras, and also blanketed a few of the lurkers. And now this lurker Hydra ball should get taken down. Oh, the Archon, it goes down. But I don't think that's a big deal.
I mean, yeah, everything else from the Zerg player went down too. So I'm going to say worth on that one. He went from a 30 supply advantage to now a 40 supply advantage. So we take those, I guess, whatever it takes there. But the more important thing is the double expansion from DragOn. So feeling very confident.
Yeah, you know you're feeling confident when you just flat out double expand without even really checking what Zerg is doing. The Ser got taken down a while ago, so he really doesn't know what Gorinich is doing, and he just flat out doesn't care. He's like, I'm going to take these two bases, you can have those two bases, and we're just going to have a slugfest. And now that he killed so many Hydras for really, what did he lose? Like maybe one Templar? He might just straight up kill him right now.
I guess, yeah. We'll see. Biding his time over and over again, and it's just like Brock's Onyx's bite. You do it too much, and at the end, you're going to return back. I think it's triple damage. So let's see how good these storms are. First one, fantastic. Zealots all over the static D. Storm in the back, catching some of the Hydras reinforcing, and damaging the lurkers. And plenty of observers all in position. Man, Gorinich just doesn't have the units. He's just getting stormed anytime he tries to get near here. A couple of Zerglings in the back, but there's a Scourge coming forward, but they can't find the observers.
There's so many Dragoons, and there's not enough support for these lurkers. Just a handful of Lings. Not enough. There's maybe 20 goons here, and they're just hitting from a distance. And if this base goes down, it's going to be 2 hatches also. So that's a lot of production that Gorinich isn't going to have.
Yeah, for sure. I know in some sense it's double quotes just Dragoons, and maybe they're not the greatest unit as the game goes on. but they are a unit, and Gorinich has only 60 supply of those. So at some point, he's going to have to find some way to deal with this. He's trying to morph a bunch of Sunkens here to just desperately hang on, but I don't know if that's his recipe for success.
Yeah, the Dragoons, they killed a hatchery, they killed a bunch of Lynx and Lurkers, and now they're going to back off. Gorinich is in trouble. His Queen's Nest has just about finished. He needs to get Hive, though. Another engagement.
And Hive just seems like a million years away at this point.
Yeah, and he has to remember to click the Hive, because even though the Queen's Nest is done, there's action happening in the center of the map, and every second that he forgets about it is just going to make Dragon's push even deadlier. And we look back into Dragon's base. He's got 12 gate. This guy's got insane production.
Yeah, he is absolutely just going to be able to churn these units out. He also has the economy on 3.5 bases to support this. Well, I guess just 3 bases for now. 4 bases, I can take it all back. These storms are just doing so much. I mean, he built that Dark Archon. I'm like, okay, nice. You don't even need that crutch. The storms have been fantastic. Gorinich taps out. Dragon is going to take it in the end.
So Dragon, he's going to be moving on to face SPX, who looked really strong in the macro, and Dragon showing that his macro is equally strong. So that's going to be a fantastic match.
Yeah, but before we get into that match, we have to take a quick little break, and then we'll be getting into our winners match to find out the first player to advance on the round of 8 out of Group A of the round of 16. So thanks for everybody watching BSL. If you want to support the BSL, you can do so by supporting the BSL on Patreon, which is patreon.com/bombastic. You can also donate down below, follow up above, and of course, check us out on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. And of course, a big thanks to our BSL Patreons. Izo, very old school member of the Polish StarCraft community. And of course, $200 a month is quite a bit of support. So big thanks to him. And of course, a big thanks to all of our $20 a month supporters, ARG Sabbath, Kamchak, Moontank Spacewalk, and Peter Kirk. So thanks to everybody for tuning in and watching. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with our next winners match, best of 3. Welcome back, everybody. The BSL is continuing with our winners match best of 3. Both of these first two best of 3s have actually been really, really incredible. The most incredible, I found out what the name of that color was in the last game. It was olive. I still like stinky green, but some of these colors, man, they call cobalt bluish gray. They also have a dark aqua color. Who's coming up with these names? I have no idea. I mean, it's cool that there's like basically you can taste the rainbow now in Brood War, but there's some crazy colors out there. So it's a brave new world here, NaigelZZZ.
Yeah, at least they give you the option to pick your color. I know that that's an issue for some players because I'm good friends with Rhett, and one of the things he hates about Brood War is like the default opponent being red all the time, because he said that it's hard to pick up some units, or like the nuke dot, for example, it just mixes into the minimap, or it mixes into the map for him. So it is nice that you can pick your colors. But we do have Dragon versus SPX now, a Terran versus.
That's right. So it's going to be a TVP. Wait, does Dragon Race pick TVP? No, it's just ZVP, right?
Yeah, it's just EVP, so this is going to be Protoss versus Terran.
Yeah, okay, all right, great, got it. I think actually, like, both players have just been looking fantastic. I would say that I never know what to expect from Dragon, but he's just been looking fantastic today, so got no reason to root against him. For SPX, you know, he has never made it past the round of 16 for the BSL, so maybe after Season 5 and Season 6, maybe Season 7 is his season.
Could be strong Protoss, but he's going to be going up against a strong Terran who just has endless amounts of units in SPX.
Yeah, definitely true. Let's find out. Let's get into our first game of the winners match best of 3 to find the first player that'll be moving on from Group A into the round of 8. All right, hold on. I got to get my color-coded thing so I can do an accurate job introducing our players. In the upper right-hand corner of the map, Sylphid. In hold on. I got this. In the bluish gray. Holy cow! I'm casting a player in bluish gray. I never thought we'd have the technology. Wow, this is SPX.
In the bottom left. Not sporting the olive this time. It is just yellow. It is
actually,
Dragon.
you want to know the sad truth? I believe this is actually pale yellow.
Pale yellow. Well, I thought SPX might be turning pale yellow because I thought we were gonna have a forward gate, but it is just gonna be standard play from Dragon.
Yeah, I too was getting a little bit queasy. Seeing what we could expect out here. Actually, none of our players have really done anything like super cheesy. I guess Ty2 did a little bit of cheesy cheese in his first game, but he got kind of smacked down after that. So I don't know if that counts. But yeah, happy to see like strong games between very strong players. I think SPX has kind of not surprised me because he's always done well in BSL, but he is really looking super solid. Although there's a ton of really interesting things to talk about. I mean, you were talking about TVZ earlier, and how some of these maps can really scare you, like Gladiator and then Sylphid here. But what do you think about Sylphid for TVP?
Terran versus Protoss, I think, is pretty decent. You can get 3, 4, even 5 base somewhat easily. You got to be a little bit careful about recalls. There's a lot of surface area into the main. But other than that, I don't really have an issue with Sylphid from the Terran point of view. And for Protoss, I think it's equally fine for Protoss because they're going to be able to get another main pretty easily, and because it's a 3-player map, it's not like Terran can split it, so they're always going to have an econ advantage in that sense. So I think it's pretty fine for both sides. But if we were talking at like the super pro level, I think, is a little bit Terran favored just because of how strong and limited amount of bases Protoss can have. Terran can just go to the other main, kill it, and then Protoss is a bit out of money at that point.
A bit, yeah, that's quite true. So at least for the openers, just trying to keep an eye on that. With no like forward or aggressive buildings or plays or really anything. Sometimes you'll see the Terran player like build. I really like it when the Terran like proxies the barracks, just in case it's like a 12 nexus, and then you can really punish. And actually, we've seen quite a few 12 nexuses last season. This season, not the season of that many 12 nexus, so wouldn't have been able to really punish that much.
Yeah, about. Ooh, probe goes down. Not a huge deal, but SPX could transition a few SCVs onto the gas if he wanted to mix it up and go for something like a 2-fact versus someone like Casper or Artosis. You would have to be very careful to lose your probe that quickly, but SPX so far is not doing that, but he is building a lot of Marines, and when I play SPX on ladder TVT, he does like to get aggressive with Marines. This might just be an FD push, and Dragon's going for the 21 Nexus. He's got to be a bit careful.
He does. He's got a second gateway on the way, so already starting to get up there. And I'm imagining, in my brain, I'm expecting a robo after this. But he also has no scouting information on the other side of the map, so it is a strange, grimdark world out there. And right as SPX gets in and sees this Nexus coming up, he is going to know pretty much everything.
I like how Dragon didn't chase this SCV with the Dragoon, because if he did, he would never know that these Marines are just sitting out here. And if I was Protoss in this point of view and see a Terran moving this far out with 4 Marines, first off, why do you have 4 Marines? And second, why are you feeling so confident to send this far? That Dragon may already be tipped off that this is going to be a push.
I don't know. You just always have to ask yourself, what are they hiding? Why are they out here? What are they doing? But sometimes there's just nothing behind us, and they're just kind of fronting. But you're right. That is an awful lot of Marines. And here comes pesky Mr. Tank number 1.
Yep, and he's going to be coming in here pretty quickly. It's only 2 Dragoons, but if you can get out 2 more, that's going to be the magic number to start one-shotting Marines. But they're already going to be almost completely at the natural, and there's no completed robotics just yet. Dragon's in big-time trouble taking big hits from these tanks.
Yeah, he absolutely is. He cannot afford to be losing Dragoons right now. He's got 3. He's got to stutter step his little Dragoon heart out, or whatever they have in place of hearts, trying to take out this tank, but he's only able to fire just a couple of pot shots. He has nothing to deal with these mines, even just the Marines. Starting to take out these Dragoons as they just get pushed further and further back. Oh, my goodness.
Well, just barely. Dragon is going to hold for now. He's really worried that that 3rd Dragoon was going to go down, but now at least SPX has a mine contain, and Dragon's going to be forced to build some more units. It's not like he's just going to have free reign to go take a 3rd base. So even though SPX didn't get any probe kills, at least he's got that going for him. And behind this, he is expanding. He's going to match the expansion. He does have a very fast second fact. We may have a follow-up attack pretty soon once he gets a more consolidated tank count.
Sorry, I have some minor technical difficulties. All right, we're back. I can see my monitor again. Yeah, I'm just waiting to see whether or not SPX wants to kind of force the issue. I mean, the soft contain is pretty cool, but I don't think Dragon was really looking to move out on the map at this point anyway. So, I mean, what is the real benefit of getting this contain at this point?
Yeah, actually, SPX needs to turn around because soft contains don't really work versus Protoss because they're just going to build a shuttle, zealot bomb you, and if they wipe out the tanks, you're in big trouble. But as I say that, I didn't realize that Sylphid, you're right up against the minerals. He can kill these probes.
Wow, what? Oh my gosh, what a map. Oh, a beautiful thing we are watching here in Ioken. This is like in the end of the book, The Heart of Darkness, where Kurz is left with nothing else to say but the horror, and then the book just ends. Much like This is horrific, and the game might just end. Look at these siege shots. Oh my gosh, this is horrific. The mines coming down, they're getting target fired. The tanks getting off tons of bonus shots. The mine, no! Oh my gosh, I just yelled at the top of my lungs at 4 a.m. in the morning because that mine was so Craigasm.
And he didn't even get the last tank. I thought for sure DragOn was just gonna wipe the floor with these 2 tanks, but instead SPX gets one of the biggest hits that he possibly could have gotten with this one mine. And behind this, he is continuing the pressure because we've got 4 FAC coming up. There's a probe in his vein. He doesn't realize that DragOn could see what's going on. This might be a bit of an overextension. Gonna lose these 2 tanks, probably.
Wow, more mine hits just going off there. Oh, I mean, sure, you killed the tanks. Congratulations. What did it take you, like 20 supply of Dragoons?
Yeah, he spent a lot to just wipe out these couple tanks, but SPX is trading pretty well, but now he needs to start turning around. If he wants to keep pressure up, maybe continue pressure with the vultures and try to look for something like a vulture run by at one point. But this tank, it needs to try and get back to its base if it can.
Yeah, I think it will be able to make it back there. Obviously, it's being tailed by this observer, but eventually that observer is going to run into Mr. Missile Turret, just not its BFF for sure.
Now DragOn wants to try and get something done, but he's going to see that there's really nothing he can do. SPX has a few tanks set up, a few mines. He's transitioning into the armory. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go into 5 or 6 FAC just based on how he was pressuring, but I guess he's decided that he'd rather go into a more longer-ish game. Meanwhile, DragOn taking the 3rd base, everything's pretty fine and dandy for him.
Yeah, I think kind of right on schedule for DragOn, right? And what is the thought behind expanding to the upper 3rd base, mineral only, instead of trying to go south and take more gas bases?
Well, he definitely doesn't want to take this high ground base. We saw him do that on Bilfit earlier because it has limited resources. The mineral only, it's farther away from the Terran. Now, if he takes this top mid base, that might be a bit much because Terran could potentially drop there easily. But if he sets up defense there, it would be just a direct line for an Arbiter to go for a recall. Also, it's somewhat on Terran's side of the map, so if you just mine that out, that's a base that Terran doesn't get. But yeah, I kind of agree. It is a little weird that he didn't take bottom middle, but this is also a fine base.
Yep, I mean, he's going to be right in position to defend it. There's mines being laid are always annoying, especially since the hits have been so crazy this game. Oh, but I mean, if he can hold it, then that's a great staging area, especially if he wants to try something like carriers, because there's just this gigantic open no man's land in the upper part of the map. You can just stick carriers there forever, or drops, or whatever. Really, the back of the Terran base is so wide open.
Yeah, SPX is moving out like he wants. He may be expanding right now, but he's taking this high ground base, and it's so close to the Protoss's base that this mineral only may come back to backfire, because if he sets up a position over that little river on the by the bridge, not only can he just blast units coming from the bridge, but he can also engage the Nat or the 3rd base very easily.
Wait to see it in hand, because this tank line's getting like worryingly deep. Oh no, not these Dragoons. And oh wow, they survived.
Did you see that? He dropped the Zealot on top of all the tanks, and none of the tanks fired. I thought for sure we were going to see SPX wipe out his tank line. So a really good stop control on those tanks.
Is that what that was? I'm not sure how exactly you do that. I feel like, oh, there's another Zealot dropping down, but once again, no collateral damage.
Yeah, so far so good for SPX, and this is starting to just a big mine hit onto those Dragoons, and DragOn's getting strangled out. Where does he go now?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, SPX just is winning in almost every category. He's got an almost supply advantage. He's got the worker advantage, which is what? And now he's got the positional advantage, sieging his way all the way through so many mines loaded up. It's going to take a miracle for Dragon to be able to bust out of this. Going to need some sick mind drags.
Yeah, and Dragon, he has to save top left, but he can't let these tanks get any closer because where can he go from there? Look at him. Dragoon's just barely in front of the bridge, and they just get blasted down by a few tanks. And what does Dragon have? What does Dragon have really for late game? I've checked his main. He's got a Citadel. There's no Archive. There's no Arbiter.
And we're seeing vehicle plating and Charon boosters being upgraded just in case there were going to be some crazy shuttle or carrier shenanigans. SPX is already just covering his bases. He's just getting so solid that it's going to be almost impossible for Dragon to bust out of here. But all it takes is one crazy mind drag, and maybe things will be different.
And SPX's mines, they're everywhere in front of this army, so this is great from him. I'd like to see more around the edges because really Dragon's only hope is to go around the side, maybe go for a counterattack and hope SPX turns around or slowly pushes the third in main or third in natural. Right now, he can't engage SPX's army. It's just, there's too many tanks, too many mines everywhere.
Yeah, how do you go about taking this out? Like, you're gonna need either like Arbiter tech or like some carrier switch that would take a million years. So wow, I think he's just gonna have to try to either circumvent it, subvert it, go around somewhere else on the map and try to hit there. Because I don't know if there's any way he breaks through any of that, tank line.
Yeah, and SPX must have scanned and saw Dragon looping around because he's repositioning his army, and this is perfect.
I think we're about to go for it. He's trying to run up on these tanks, but oh no, the indecision. He takes a couple of hits, has to run away almost immediately. Now he's going to try to go through all these minefields, but look, the shuttle's being targeted down. It will die, and I think so will the rest of Dragon's army here.
Yeah, supplies just plummeted 140 to 100 now. This is going to be the end of Dragon. This was perfect from SPX, like actually perfect.
Yeah, I think he played kind of the slow and steady wins the race. I feel like he let Dragon kill himself rather than actually go killing him.
And those mine hits on the Dragoons. They killed like 5 or 6 Dragoons. And this is just going to be SPX rolling him over. GG. SPX the favorite, man. He looked really good versus Ty2, and now he looks really good versus Dragon.
All right, apologies for the camera. I'm having a lot of problems with my monitor and camera as it's like turning off. It's back on for now, so you get to gaze upon my beautiful visage. But wow, what a beautiful game there by SPX. I feel like it's games like this that make players just say, well, I mean, what do you do against Terran? I'm like, well, I mean, I guess specifically that, then yes, you have to play it a little bit differently, but yeah, Dragon really couldn't get out ahead of what was just like kind of a slow and steady crawl across the map. And I mean, losing a million supply of Dragoons to mines doesn't help, Yeah,
but when he handled the Marine and tank push, he did lose 2 Dragoons, but when he stopped and he had his Nexus going, I thought for sure that he was just going to explode, but SPX relentless with the tanks and mines.
Well, I mean, it's a best of 3, so that's only game number 1. We could have a very long series on our hands here, so I'm just going to go ahead and get into the second game. Looks like that is ready. I'm loading in. Whoosh. You're already here. Wow. Okay, I got to step up my game. But the map is Gladiator. Oh boy. Got our Star Destroyer pizza wedges in the middle and just infinity minerals and bases. So this could be a long one.
Yeah, I hope we get a very long one. Maybe not as long as the Walt versus, it's that Korean Terran that Flash taught. But there was like an hour-long game between the Walt and that Terran.
Oh.
20,000 minerals. I don't need that long of a game.
Was it Sashin?
No, it was like an
Baxter. No, he's a Zerg player.
But regardless, we're probably going to have an epic one on Gladiator because that's just how Gladiator is.
That's just how it is. All right, let's do it. Let's get into it. Game number 2 on Gladiator. All right, let's get into it. In the upper left-hand corner, hold on, I gotta get my color palette out. I think this is just straight up blue. Yeah, all right, in the blue, wow, it feels so weird to say that. This is our Protoss player DragOn.
In the top right, he's killing it today. It is SPX. I think the Terran was Buell that I was thinking of, the one that Flash taught. That was a crazy game. It was like a have at you game. DeWalt literally had 20,000 minerals.
Oh, I remember watching that. Oh man, now that you mentioned that, that game is burned into my retinas. Holy. I remember DeWalt was just like trying to kill him over and over again. He had infinity money. He could make any combination of units he could possibly want. He just couldn't do it.
Yeah, Gladiator, you have the potential to have banks like that. Maybe we can get a game like that. But based on how SPX is playing with just the aggro, whether it's 4 racks or 4 fact, we may not reach that point. And if he can get into a position like he did on Sylphid, it's going to be equally punishing. He's going to have high ground advantage at certain angles. So DragOn's got to be careful. But also SPX has got to be careful because Gladiator tends to be a map where Protoss is extremely aggro and they can just snowball the game from the get-go with something like a 1-gate Zealot Goon push or 2-gate 10-15 gate.
Yeah. I wouldn't say this is the most forward of gateways, but it is in fact the most far forward building, so I'm not going to characterize it that way. But hey, it's there. We don't have anything, or at least we haven't seen anything super aggressive from DragOn. He's not out there proxy gating or something like that. So at least that shows that he still thinks that he can stand toe to toe against SPX, who really, I wouldn't say overperforming, but just impressing at really every turn. So pretty cool to watch SPX really steamroll through this group.
Yeah, and he's not going to scout the middle, which is always dangerous on a map like Gladiator. The most imbalanced build that I personally face on Gladiator is when they go 12 Nexus, because they proxy so often that you got to scout it fast, you got to respect it, blind build Marines, and then you scout them and you see 12 Nexus and you're like, well, what do I do now? Because I spent so much resources scouting fast or cutting SCVs. It's like, well, did I just lose now? But we don't see that from DragOn. We do see the initial Zealot move out as expected. It's actually going to be 2 this time, not just 1.
Okay. I mean, at least it'll look like 1 initially, but yeah, that second Zealot coming through, and man, this is where you feel like your Marines are not ranged at all, because Zealots just run at them and hit them, and you're like, okay, well, this doesn't seem fair, but sometimes it just isn't. These Zealots are crazy good.
The SimCity for SPX is great. He's got the Depot Racks wall. He's got his factory in a position where he puts add-on that's going to block cells coming through the back, but he's got to control these Marines. And I like how DragOn just sent the Zealot without scouting, and he just blindly finds Terran on the first move.
Oh yeah, fantastic. I mean, this is a really highly skilled player. Like, you only get to do that if you're really good at finding where your opponent is.
Well, SPX has held this about as well as you're going to hold it. He took 1 hit from a Zealot and knocked it down to 55 health. That's pretty fantastic, but now I'm worried that he stopped building Marines because he got supply blocked rapid, and we've got a Goon on the high ground now.
Uh-oh. Oh, no, he's still supply blocked. He's still supply... I'm just going to keep saying it. He's still supply... This is going to be the longest supply block ever. He's finally unsupply blocked, but just look at how much that cost.
Look at the SCV control. It's nuts. Almost got the Goon. I thought for sure SPX was dead with the supply block.
He was sliding those things back and forth. Those like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater SCVs.
Yeah, that was really good. But there's still 2 Dragoons left, and the Marines are highly damaged. I hope the bunker gets up in time.
Yeah, so does SPX. I think it'll be up in time. I mean, the 2 Dragoons moving forward, yeah, the bunker up plenty of time, and it's got enough Marines to... This command center on the way?
Well, that really did not deal enough damage for DragOn, and 2 Zealots in the early game is not a huge commitment for the Protoss, but definitely not ideal to just flat out lose them for maybe, what was it, 1 Marine? Really? So SPX is going into the mid game in a good position. His command center is even ahead of the Nexus, and that's great. And also, DragOn's tech is delayed. Look at the Robo started at 450, and usually you're starting it at like 420-ish.
Is that when you're starting, Nyoken? Is that when you start your factory? Nice. Anyway, the second factory is on the way, but this time we don't have that super aggressive, FD, and I think that DragOn's probably pretty happy about that one. He took so much damage from mines. Oh my god.
Yeah, he took a lot of damage, and now he's just going to go into 3-gate observer. That means he's going to be playing pretty defensively, try and take a third base pretty soon. And SPX has a pretty fast second fact, and he's building tanks consistently, so he's probably going to move out again, maybe with like 5. Oh, as I say that, I see the armory coming down, so maybe he will just play a bit passive himself.
Yeah, I actually think we're probably going to see a really passive early game. I don't even know if we're going to have DragOn go across the map and hit that bunker. Time for that is kind of passed by now, so just playing back and defensive for both players. I mean, I want to see DragOn expand everywhere, build a bunch of gateways across the map, surround some armies, stasis the things, do the honorable macro Protoss plays, but it feels like he's just getting so smothered by how good SPX's macro is that, like, I mean, how are you going to stand up to that?
Yeah, well, I don't know how you stand up to it. It looks like SPX is kind of his own worst enemy this game, because we have another big supply block at 44, but he's recovering. He's got double depot going this time. And DragOn is still hasn't taken a third base at this point. He's really worried about an incoming attack. I guess his observer is so late that he doesn't know exactly what's going on and doesn't want to risk it.
It's hard when you don't have like a probe that's out, or a SCV that's out, or no, I was right the first time, a probe that's out there to give you any sort of real vision. I mean, he is scouting, like you said, with that first observer, but what are you looking for with your first observer? Are you just like counting and making sure everything is the way it should be?
Yeah, you want to see how many factories it is. Is this going to be some type of weird marine medic play? Does it have a command center? Does it have an armory? If there's no armory, there's a timing. Even if you only see 2 factories, you know that there's going to be a factory flood at some point. Now he sees there's a command center, so he knows he's good to go, but I still don't see a probe in position anywhere to take a third base.
Yeah, what are we doing here? I thought that was a probe, but it's actually just an observer. There it is, the chosen probe coming down at the speed of sound. Is he gonna have 400 by the time he gets there? Just sliding into home base. Nice, perfect timing. Mr. Probe throws down the third base, and yeah, I would say a pretty good timing there. We do have another command center being built, but it's not on location for sure.
I'm looking at DragOn's build, and I think he's a bit thrown off, or kind of in between on builds, because he's got a shuttle and he's got 3 zealots, which is going to be a shuttle bomb somewhere, which is dangerous on Gladiator, but it wasn't a super fast shuttle. And now that SPX is going to have 4 factories up and he's already got Goliaths out, I really don't see this working. I think DragOn's in kind of an awkward spot right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is not the first time he's been in an awkward spot. Like, he's been able to work his way out of it just a little bit, but for the most part, I mean, I feel like he is hoping and praying that nothing brown colored comes his way, because if it does, I mean, even just the defense of this new third base, insane. He's going to scan to take out the observer and just make it that much harder to keep tabs on it. Although there is one more right to the east of it.
Well, here comes DragOn, and this is one of the problems of Gladiator for Terran, is there's really not a lot of buildable terrain. So this shuttle, 100% is going to get in here. It all comes down to how much splash these tanks are going to deal. But the racks, and we can spam depots at this angle. Oh, the shuttle's way ahead! Goliath doesn't see it, though.
Wow, yeah, that would have been a total tragedy. So here we go. One leading Dragoon just to kind of fish out the range at which these tanks are sieged. It's kind of an interesting way to do it. Here we go. Look at these Zealot Bombs. Not actually very effective at all. Some of the friendly fire, but he's just fighting siege tanks with Dragoons. It's not a great recipe for success, Nyoken.
Yeah, an instant SCV pull. The repair isn't the greatest, but the Dragoon's getting blocked by the command center and the racks. SPX is going to hold for minimal losses, so that's pretty good. Well, the command center is getting focused down. He needs to repair it.
Yeah, it's taking quite a bit of damage, and it will get taken out. Beautiful push there by DragOn.
I can't believe DragOn actually got the command center there. I thought SPX was going to hold, but that's what DragOn needed because Terran was starting to run away with it. He's at 7 factories with upgrades going, and Protoss really didn't have anything. He just started his Stargate right now.
Well, yeah, obviously that is somewhat late. I'll call it that. But still, I feel like the surprising thing for me is usually it's the Terran player that we see push out and take out the Protoss player's third base, not vice versa. So really well done there by DragOn. He's already gotten out, dealt the first real blow, and even though there's another command center on the way, I don't even know if that's going to get up.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a command center. SPX already has 7 facts, and DragOn did commit a lot to do that. So now SPX can go for a counterattack. And just like what you were saying with the Observer, what is the Observer looking for? Well, what does the Observer see right now? I mean, it sees 2 factories. We don't really have a count of what SPX has in terms of factories. He may think that he's in an okay spot with 4-gate, but 4-gate is not going to stop 7 facts.
This is some interesting Brood War math we're doing right here. Yeah, you're going to need somewhat more than 4 gateway units, even if you're pumping good units like Zealots. Oh, he's going to glitch the Vulture through? I thought he was going to use it. Yeah, drop a mine. Oh, he tried to do it. Maybe he's going to try one more time. Drop the mine, then glitch the Vulture through the pylon wall. No, I think he's just going to try to bust it down. Shouldn't take too long, and even though he's spamming cannons behind this, I don't know if those are going to be enough. Rewall though, that's pretty nice.
DragOn's in big time. Well, SPX just took his third base. I was gonna say he's in big time trouble because SPX is going for a timing. And if we look at what DragOn is doing, he's spending a lot of resources on units or on buildings that aren't gonna help versus the timing. The Arbiter Tribunal, Nexus going up, cannons going up. He needs units because this tank count is at 12 now.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, he actually might do a pretty decent job here taking out the mines, just making sure to sweep everything on his side of the map. But the Vultures are going to try to get through here. Another mine drop, but they actually can't, and they're all targeting different pylons. So obviously that is somewhat suboptimal.
Yeah, and these 7 Dragoons are out of position. SPX, he's on the high ground. He's going to try, or DragOn's going to try and shuttle bomb. No. But Gladiator is hard to push across the map because you can't build turrets really anywhere. You're attacking up high ground. Wow, SPX is double expanding. This is so surprising to me, and attacking at the same time. So I don't know if this is just a contain, go split map, or what this is exactly.
This is just saying, hey, I like money. I would like to get that at some point. Build all the things. Like, it's just got a little bit extra. Actually, speaking of extra, DragOn actually has quite a bit as well. But here we go. We're going to be moving in. Where are the Zealots? The shuttle is slow. And that means that all of these tank shots are going to just devastate the Dragoon line. Finally, a few Zealots get off, but man, those tank shots, the Arc-Light Cannon just firing away. The Zealots evaporate. So do the Dragoons. And all of a sudden, SPX has a 10 supply lead.
Yes, a massive anti-timing for DragOn. Speed just kicked in on his Zealots. And he just did not have a good engagement there. He could have just waited. Of course, the tank count is going to get higher and higher. You feel the pressure as Protoss. But attacking uphill, Terran versus into the Protoss is hard for Terran. And that time, DragOn just attacked uphill himself, and his Dragoons did nothing.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was absolutely tragic. Because there's an order of operations. This is the PEMDAS of Brood War. It's like you have to send in your Zealots before your Dragoons. That's just kind of like the way it works. Whether you're running them in or dropping them in, whatever. If your Dragoons hit first, you're going to get smacked. So now all of a sudden, now it's a 20 supply advantage here. SPX really starting to run away with this.
Well, the Arbiter is out, and we know what the Arbiter can do.
Okay.
But the tank count is extremely high. If SPX does continue to wait, the Arbiter will have stasis eventually, but here he goes.
Yeah, nice cloaking field. There's the scan to try to take out some of these Zealots. Another couple of volleys there. The Zealots do get actually on top of the tanks. It's so hard for them to get taken out, but the Vultures do their job. That'll push the Protoss army back for now.
And this has got to be it, right? We have 4 goons versus a massive Terran army. I don't see how you stop this. as Protoss. We just don't have anything. He's got 4 base, but SPX has got 4 base himself.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think you just got too much. Even just with this pushing force, like that's bigger than almost the entire Dragon army combined, and now pushing up to kind of force the issue, laying the mines. Oh no, he's gonna mine drag with the Dragoons. What? That's not supposed to. Oh no, now he loses everything. Oh, this is so tragic, NaigelZZZ.
Yeah, and now just, oh, well, the tanks are split off, and Zealots coming from the top. Those will get wiped out. A big stasis at the bottom. SPX is losing all of his units. What just happened?
Well, I mean, I can tell you, maybe he just doesn't like the stop command. Some nice friendly fire and a decent stasis in the back to get 5 tanks with 1 stasis. More than a lot of stasis I see, but there's plenty more where that came from. SPX just flowing over, flooding Dragon's bases. The time is now, and that base is about to be pretty dead. So, I mean, Arbiter came out and was able to do some cool stuff, but ultimately, at least one of them gets flown away and saved. The other, super healthy, and oh man, everything healthy here for SPX. Nothing really quite looking that way for Dragon. Boom goes the dynamite, the mines explode and kill themselves, and we are still playing this game with just a little bit of everything.
Yeah, but now that the tank's unstasis and we've got high grounded shooting onto the 3rd and shooting onto the natural.
Yeah.
Gotta be it for Dragon. There it is. GG. SPX makes it out in 1st place.
Wow, that's super impressive. I think I definitely wanted SPX or Dragon to like show why he was already pre-qualified for making top 4 last season. But wow, SPX just doesn't take no for an answer. This guy is killing it and advances on as our first player from Group A into the round of 8. So congratulations.
Yeah, I think that is the first time he made top 8 also. So that's really impressive. You can see that he has definitely improved over the past few months. I knew he had improved because I played him on ladder. I'm like, his early game's pretty good, man. And I was really thinking that he might make it. But unfortunately, Dragon goes down, but at least he's going to be in the decider match between, or we're going to have to see who it is, whether it's Gorinich or Ty2.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is the matchup coming up next. So another best of 3. One of these players is going to be eliminated from Group A. So don't go anywhere. We'll have a quick break. Then when we come back, that will be Gorinich versus Ty2 coming up next. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the BSL. We've already qualified our first player into the round of 8. So congratulations to SPX, who kind of made it look easy. This guy is playing out of his mind. So could it be his season? There's only one way to find out, and that is to watch roughly 1,000 hours more of BSL content, or to just tune into the finals. But you kind of want to watch all on your way there. So we got to figure out which player will be the first player eliminated from Group A of the round of 16. And to do that, we have one more series. We have 2 more series, but this is the series that's going to determine that. So this is going to be Ty2 versus Gorinich, and a ZVZ with just such contrasting styles. I don't know what to expect, because like I mean, it's so hard to characterize Ty2 because he's like changes up his style quite a bit all the time, and Gorinich just looks like a monster. Of course, keep in mind his best performance yet, making round of 8 last season. So he is certainly incredibly strong.
Yeah, we already saw Ty2 play versus Babo, and Ty2 had an interesting, more macro-oriented ZVZ, whereas last season, Gorinich is the one that eliminated Eonzerd, and those were aggro games, so we'll have to see which style is going to come out on top, more passive Ty2 style, or is it going to be Gorinich? Try and find an opening with those mutas.
Well, I just hope it makes it to Game 3 so that we can see another game on Power Bond. But in all seriousness, I actually think that it could be pretty impactful, just for my understanding of what this series could deliver. Just because, I mean, I would say that maybe Gorinich is the stronger player on paper, but also Ty2 can just make any game just the weirdest. So I don't know. There's a lot of potential here. I mean, the first map we play is Gladiator, so if they're cross spawns, we just might have a macro game. I don't know.
It's very true. Gladiator is one of the bigger maps. We could definitely see a macro game. I think I watched an STP. Didn't we just watch an STPL game that you were casting rapid where there was like a sunken push? Wasn't there? Okay,
that was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Don't remind me that exists. The SCPL games lately, I mean, I'm not saying don't watch them, but like some of these games, man, whoa. Yeah, I remember that. I was like, you just drone rushed the guy, and I'm just like, that's not how you play StarCraft, but I guess sometimes it is. So truly anything can happen. Only way we can find out is by getting in the game. We're both in the lobby, so let's go. Game number 1 of our 4th best of 3 of the night. This is going to be Gorinich versus Ty2. The winner stays alive. The loser is eliminated from the BSL Season 7. All right, here we go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let me pull up my color palette 1 second. In the upper left-hand corner of the map, Gladiator, in the orange, this is one of our Zerg players. This just happens to be Ty2.
In the bottom left, this is the black color. It is Gorinich. Yeah, so even though you didn't like the Sunken Rush game, I enjoyed that game. There's a lot of old ZVZs tactics that I wish more people would use. Like, I'm reminded of a very old player's name was Skeleton. This guy, he would go like Evolution Chamber first, rush +1 weapon on his limbs, and just mass speed lane you to death.
Oh my gosh, what? Oh, it was a different time back then. Holy wow. Okay, well, you know, I can be happy I didn't get a chance to witness that. So, you know, maybe it's lost to time. Years from now, they'll unearth it like the pottery ruins in Pompeii, and see the volcano of tragedy that game was that covered it up. Lost to time. There's my historical analogy for you in that terrible game. But we could have some wonderful games ahead of us here too. ZVZ, anything can happen. But Ty2 is getting a little bit lucky with an early scout.
Well, we see Gorinich going for 12 pool, and Ty2 is going to go for 12 gas. And remember last time we saw Ty2, he was the one that had an in-base hatch. So already differing from what he showed in the round of 24. And Gorinich is going to follow up with quick gas. So he's going to be the one that's going to be aggressive as expected. But the longer the game goes, Ty2 is going to have the advantage.
Yeah, I really like this, and I think that for Ty2, this is definitely. I would say the games that Ty2 12 hatches on are high, because he is very good at sustaining through Muta harass, which is just really kind of a weird sentence to say because Mutas just kind of kill everything. But no, not when Ty2 is playing. He could spore up and take it to the late game if he feels so inclined.
Yeah, but he's got to be very careful because mutas are going to give you access into or allow you to fight on the ramp area. And if you can get enough kills or push the Lings out of position, then you can just flood in there. So Ty2's going to have to be careful. And I already hate Gorinich's spawning pool position. Look at it. It's been glitching out the drones the whole time, even glitching out his Lings. And I'm just imagining Ty2 builds a round of mass Lings and then just like 3 or 4 Lings glitch out there and Gorinich somehow doesn't win a fight. That would be a heartbreaker.
I'm watching these Lings and that is actually triggering me. Okay, finally they get out there, but geez Louise. Imagine if those 2 Lings were with the other 5 Lings that are up out on the map. And of course there's that 1 Ling in the lead. But yeah, slow Lings suck. So just gonna run up and run back. But hey, at least he scouts the hatchery, right?
Yeah, and I'm looking at the pool or the speed timing, the lair timing. They're basically very similar. So that scenario that I'm talking about where there's a couple Lings just screwing around in the main, that could really come back to haunt Gorinich because he's going to have speed for like 10 seconds, an advantage over Ty2. But other than that, there's no advantage with his build. Everything is very in favor of Ty2.
Well, I think both players can kind of figure out. We're just going to play the back and forth, the do-si-do. Whoa, Ty2, a little bit out there on the map. Definitely do not want to take too many bad trades. He's got a home field advantage and more Zerglings flooding in, so he finally takes a little bit of a good one. And there's no more Zerglings coming out on the map for Gorinich. He's actually squeezing in an extra drone back at home.
Yeah, and Ty2's got an overwhelming amount of Lings. He may just run by this Sunken. No, he's not going to risk it, but he is powering also. He put in a couple more drones himself. And he does put down his Spire, and Gorinich is going to match the Spire timing. Uh-oh.
Yep.
His drone didn't build it.
Wait, what? Oh, no. Was he just like out of resource? Oh, okay, there it is, finally. Whoa! That was almost tragic, man. The number of times I watch people build buildings that don't build, ugh, too high.
Yeah, sometimes you don't realize it. You're just like, well, I'm not used to having this extra 100 resources. I guess I've been mining really well this game. And then you look and you don't have a depot or you don't have a factory. And you're like, come on, man, I'd put that down. And that would be terrible in ZVZ, even for just a few seconds.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the big thing in ZVZ is whether or not you are too timid to go for mutas because you just died to Zerglings. I would say that there is a massively, well, not massively, because it's 26 to 23 supply, but like it seems like there's way more Zerglings out for Gorinich. I don't know if that's just a side effect of him having the black Zergling color or if he actually has that many more. I'm going to say it's just an illusion, but neither player really wants to extend too far out of the map and actually fight each other. So this is going to be kind of a cool stalemate, but let's see about the gas timings. Going to have about halfway done on the extractor there for Gorinich, and Ty2 actually, yeah, similar timing for his.
Yep, almost identical drone counts. Okay, and actually are identical drone counts. Oh, Ty2 did a supply trick with a creep colony just to get out an extra something. Maybe it was one more Muta, Scourge, something like that. Here comes Gorinich. He wants to get something done with these lings, but I think he's just going to run into a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is going to go too well for him. Ooh, a little bit of hesitation there as Gorinich retreats. I do love that Ty2 is sending little pockets of the Mutas out onto the map to catch out these overlords. And oh no, he left it with 1 HP.
Well, he also underestimated that Gorinich built a lot more lings than him, and there's just an instant counterattack as soon as he saw the Mutas. Even a drone pull being made, that's a lot of lost mining time.
I mean, eventually these lings are going to get cleaned up. Maybe the lost mining time matters, maybe it doesn't, but there's Mutas killing drones, and that definitely matters. 13 now for Ty2. Gorinich up by 2.
Yep, lings are still having to deal, or Mutas are still having to deal with these lings in the main. Meanwhile, lings at the natural have shut it down. They're not mining there. And Gorinich, who I thought was in a pretty bad spot, now he's even going to pick off a straggler Muta that went to his main. This is all falling apart for Ty2.
Yeah, I don't really see Ty2. I feel like there's certain inexorable truths of ZVZ, and that is that if you have the opportunity to fight Muta versus Muta, you only ever do it when you are positive you will win, because otherwise you just straight up lose. So, well, Ty2, let's see what he's on. 8, and Gorinich is on, where's our Muta count? 5 plus Scourge. 6 now. 7, okay. So it's going to be similar by the time Ty2 gets here. Let's see how good these Scourge hits are going to be.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the Scourge and the Muta micro from Ty2. Here he comes. He's got even amounts of Muta, so this is not going to be good for him. Here he goes. Good hits so far. No damage done from the Scourge. So really good control.
Wow. Okay, and I don't think that's going to stop here. He's going to go right back in. Look at the Scourge. The hits, the connections. Actually, one of them does hit, but one hits right back on the other side. Who wins? Just stand still. Isn't it better to stand still when you're Muta on Muta? Because otherwise you micro and might lose a couple of seconds. Or Scourge coming through. I think that is actually a connection by Ty2. In the end of the day, it's 6 versus 4. Ty2 should not be chasing that.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Meanwhile, Ling back at the natural has 6 kills. So Gorinich dealing a lot of damage with just a couple lings, and that's a huge deal for him because he continues to mine this natural. He's mined 700 gas from there. Meanwhile, Ty2 has only mined 400.
Wow. That one of those numbers is more than the other. But here we go. Got the entire flock of Mutas coming in, taking out drones, and just very vulnerable here. Ty2 leaving his mineral line unprotected. He's down to 11 drones.
Yeah, Ty2's he probably just has to all in now. He has so many Scourge, it's going to be impossible to control all these Scourge. And meanwhile, Gorinich has way more Mutas. It's 9-5. I don't really know how Ty2 can win a fight.
I mean, what do you do to win? Maybe you catch off like at an angle, you get a couple of like micro shots that your opponent doesn't get, but oh no, more drones going down here. This is like strangulation. Gorinich just little by little catching Ty2 out. Now finally he's gonna pick off a Muta like almost as it spawns. How good's the micro? Oh wow, look at all these Scourge connection. What? I still don't think it's enough.
Yeah, there's just too many Mutas for Gorinich. It's gonna be 8 versus 3, and this could be Ty2 going down in the first game. GG.
Wow, what a game. I think that basically kind of lived up to my expectations. Both players hold off each other, go for basically the same build. It looks a little bit volatile, but in the end, the player with the more Mutas wins. So,
yep, Gorinich looked good. I liked how instantly he sees the Mutas and counters with those lings, which is what I was expecting. You remember SPX to do in the Terran versus Zerg series. And that's what happens. You're out of position for a second. You just get punished extremely hard.
Yeah, that punish was actually so fast. He sees the Mutas a little bit out of position, just massive amounts of lings. And then he also killed quite a few drones with Mutas, just getting in there, sniping and running away. Because Ty2's Mutas, they were out chasing Overlords. Like, it's cool if you kill the Overlord. But he didn't kill the Overlord. He left it with like 5 HP. So probably some things to think about that might just haunt him a little bit as we go further in the series. Because yeah, Ty2 one game away from being eliminated from BSL.
Yep, and that would be a heartbreaker because Ty2 is one of the best North American players in general, not just North Americans. They're just flat out one of the best in North America. So for him to be eliminated that quickly, it's going to all come down to just g0rynich in the US.
Oh, wow, that's right. He's our help us, g0rynich. You might be our final hope. But no, in all seriousness, Ty2 definitely has the ability to come back here, but Gorinich just looks so solid. Let's get into game number 2. It's going to be on ground 0. So if you're a Ty2 fan, you got to channel some of that energy his way. If you're a Gorinich fan, well, just hope for business as usual. So thanks for watching, everybody. Let's get into game number 2 on ground 0. All right, let's get into it. This is our second game in this lower bracket or losers best of 3. In the upper right-hand corner in the orange as Zerg, this is Ty2.
And in the bottom right, he's one game away from making it into a rematch versus DragOn. It is Gorinich. Well, we've already got a differing scouting pattern. Gorinich going horizontal, Ty2 going vertical, and that's going to be pretty ideal for Ty2.
Yeah, I guess when you think about it, for Ty2, he's gotten the scout both times. And man, scouting first in ZVZ, like, it's just hacks. Like, you just see everything, and they can't do anything about it until Mutas comes. So they just get to have all that information. And obviously, you're going to send your second Overlord probably the opposite direction that you didn't scout first. So eventually, you'll get there. But then maybe by that time, your Overlord just dies to Mutas.
Yeah, and scouting with the Overlord or getting the first scout is so important because you're going to have full vision, whereas the other player has no full vision. I'm remembering a time when I used to play Zerg, and the only map that existed was Lost Temple. And me and Day 9, we played 12 versus 3. And because we scouted each other so quickly, it was basically who was going to be the first one to put down the spawning pool. Because if you put down the spawning pool first, that could have been almost a hatchery, right? There's no reason to build a spawning pool when you know what the other player is doing. You just power, 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 power. I'd like to see another map like that that's very close spawn so we could see some different ZVZ styles. I'm pretty sure if people scouted as fast as what I was talking about with 12 versus 3, you would see very long games in ZVZ.
Yeah, I actually miss long ZVZ games. Like, late game ZVZ is some of my favorite StarCraft to watch just because you, A, don't get a chance to see it all that often, and B, it is just so dynamic. You've got these gigantic, crazy air armies, random devourers, queens, like some defilers trying to ruin people's days, and then eventually, like, everything just dies. It's spectacular. It's like a fireworks show because there's like 8 different colors of goo flying everywhere, and then everything blows up. You're like, yes, this is good. But very, very hard to get to because the game is just balanced on a knife's edge. Both players want to kill each other so badly. They've just got different ways of doing it for the most part. But I do think that coming into this, Ty2 obviously is back up against the wall. He's got to pull out that MJ's secret sauce, secret stuff to get any further. But I think he definitely has the potential. So let's keep an eye on lair timings. Already halfway done for Ty2.
Yeah, Ty2 is the one being super aggressive this time. This looks very similar to what he did on Powerbomb. We've got another in-base hatch, and we saw how Ty2 used it when he had this opener. He didn't go for a killing move versus Babo. He just sat. We may be setting up for another scenario where slowly Ty2 take his natural, take a third base even. But Gorinich already has a natural, but Babo also already had a natural, and he really couldn't get that to work out for him very well, so can't count Ty2 out just yet. Did that Ling get in? I think there was a Ling that got in, and he saw the opener from Ty2. I'm surprised that a Ling was able to get up that ramp.
Yeah, honestly, I was not watching that ramp at the exact moment, and I panned over and I didn't see a blood splatter, so it was definitely my bad. A little bit sluggish after a long day. There's Taiwan and South Korea, and now casting in the middle of the night. So I'm going to miss some lings every once in a while. But for sure, the Overlord is going to get in, and that will absolutely scout this hatchery. Coming up in the main, Ty2, really liking this build, but I'm not sure how often I see it pay off.
Well, his Spire is extremely fast. The lair is just about to finish for Gorinich, and the Spire is already 400 out of 600 done for Ty2. So he's going to have really strong air advantage, but Gorinich wants to make something happen with these lings. It seems like he's not content with just sitting at the bottom. Oh, I guess he's sitting for now, but he needs to get his evolution chamber up pretty soon because those mutas are going to be coming out very quickly.
Yeah, he's really got to start ramping it up. I always love answering my questions by having other people do those builds. Like, all right, well, how's that in-base hatchery working? Is that going to be it? I mean, it's certainly less vulnerable, but you're not going to be able to mine from it, and you're certainly not getting a second gas. So, good luck, Ty2. 5 mutas on the way, and already Gorinich setting up with an Evo chamber.
Yep, first colony coming down, and Bobo built his colonies a little out of position on power bond. I'm kind of feeling the same way right now. Sure, these colonies are covering the front, but what about that exposed extractor? He's gonna need another colony there, and then we haven't even talked about the main. There's 2 colonies in the main. That's a lot of resources to be spending.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's keep an eye on these 5 mutas. They're coming across the map. Right now, as soon as these hits, that's obviously when they are most potent, but hey, there's already a spore colony up and running. Although the high ground behind the mineral line, all you gotta do is just pick off single drones, and each drone is so important.
There's another colony. There goes drone number 1, number 2 down. These colonies in the main, I like them in the main.
Yeah, 11 and 14, now 11 and 10, or 14 and 10. A lot of damage being taken on these mutas. Only 4 in this clump. Maybe you can pick another avenue to dodge in on in that natural expansion, but those drones are very well defended for sure.
And Gorinich has spent so many resources on these creep colonies that he's just building Scourge at this point. And Ty2 doesn't have an overwhelming amount of mutas right now. The Scourge definitely could hit, like that muta right there. Oh.
Figure it out, but I think at this point, I mean, what is the I don't want to say, what's the right way to say this? Do I say comeback mechanic, slingshot mechanic for Gorinich? Like, obviously he's biding his time, but I mean, when do you go? Do you just like try to chill on 2 bases? Because I mean, Ty2 expanded and he's got an extra hatch.
Yeah, this build looks so weird from Ty2, but the 2 times I've seen it now, is this like a blind counter to 12 hatch? Because in theory, it doesn't really make sense that it would be a blind counter, but you have 3 hatches. The 12 hatching player has to spend so many resources on these colonies that they can't afford mutas. So then you just power extremely high or hard as Ty2, and you have a larva advantage. And you can see he's already ahead in supply now. Way ahead in supply.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially the drone count. I mean, that's a little bit more even, but it's about what you've used the drones to make, and that is just way more stuff.
Yeah, so what does Gorinich really do at this point? Also, this colony in his main is jacking up his gas mining a little bit, so that's a bit tilting. And Ty2...
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh my gosh, that's horrendous.
Yeah, both players are getting carapace though, so that means that they're feeling confident that they're not going to be dying in the early game or the early mid game. So definitely scaling into the late game. We don't see a 3rd base from Ty2. We saw that versus Bobo. Now that his econ's really rolling at the natural, he's got 10 drones mining minerals basically. He could take a 3rd base.
Yeah, he is kind of rolling in it at this point. I mean, 3rd bases in ZVZ are almost harder to take than natural expansions in PvP. Like, they are just so scary. And I love every time I start to think about, like, well, this player could do this crazy, wacky thing. The player that just keeps building mutas wins. I'm just like, okay, wow. Is there any strategy that just beats infinity mutas? And the answer is, like, I mean, not many. Mutas are pretty good. More mutas is pretty better.
Well, I'm trying to see what Gorinich's plan is, because he's getting armor, as I stated, but we don't have any mutas out. They're just going to start popping out now. And look how many mutas Ty2 has. He's got like
Jeez.
15.
I'm trying to control click, but it doesn't work for some reason. I guess, yeah, there's just infinity mutas here. So at least 2 control groups of mutas. Going to try to start controlling them together, and I'm just waiting to see like what is the response from Gorinich, because you know he's not going to have that many anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm checking to see, is any player going to go for Lake? Ooh, what's this? We've got Evolution Chamber upgrading Hydra damage. But there's no Hydra. No Hydra Den. What?
Wait, what? Sorry, I lost. I think I forgot or not forgot, but I just like lost you there for a second.
Oh, I said that there's an Evolution Chamber upgrading Hydra damage, but there was no Hydrogen. But in the main of Gorinich, now we've got a Hydrogen coming down, even a 4th hatch. So this is going to be Hydra Man. TT1 in the chat. Maybe TT1's playing for Gorinich right now.
I don't. So, like Hydras, yes, they shoot up, they do a lot of damage, but like usually they're too immobile, and so mutas just like either fly around or kind of pull them apart. I would say the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Ty2, right? So all he's got to do is just chill.
Yeah, Hydras, I'm pretty sure, deal half damage to mutas. They're not even that great versus mutas. I don't think. The last time I saw Hydras in CVZ was years ago, but I'm pretty sure that they're not the greatest versus mutas. I think mutas just straight up win versus mass Hydras, unless we're talking, 100 Hydras versus like 50 mutas. That might be a little different.
Yeah, that's a little bit one-sided, but yeah, picking off the one Zergling that was scouting this 9 o'clock or 3 o'clock expansion, and look at what's happening for Gorinich. He's running all of his drones out on the map, and I think he's trying to catch this one. Either he's catching the Zergling or he's trying to make a secret ninja expansion.
Yeah, I think he wants to take bottom left. There was no vision down there. Now this one Ling is gonna, he's gonna have not killed the drone. But meanwhile, Ty2's mid-right base it's done. And that's going to be 3 gas for him, but he's still on Lair Tech. I would like to see something like Hive Tech coming in. Like,
you really think he can make it up the Hive? Like, oh man, it takes so long, and I agree. Like, all the stuff you get at Hive Tech is great for muta versus muta.
Yeah, but also Gorinich, these Lings that just got sent out is the first movement he's done the entire game. Well, I guess that does make you kind of worried, right? Like, we don't know, or Ty2 doesn't know what Gorinich is doing. The whole time Gorinich could have been building mass mutas, potentially more mutas. So I don't mind him not spending the resources on the
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. It's like, you have to win this game by doing whatever is better than just building infinity mutas, because the muta production has not stopped for Ty2, and he's finished +1 carapace, and he's about to finish +1 weapons.
And +1 weapon for the Hydras are done. He's got range and speed. He's starting +2. Meanwhile, Ty2 has +1 armor. He has +1 weapon coming in. He also has an Evolution Chamber. No Queen's Nest. No Hydrogen. I wonder what the Evolution Chamber is for. Okay, I guess it is just for scores at mid-right.
Yeah, I guess he's going to try to create a base to sort of use as a staging area to start harassing. And honestly, like, build one Guardian, start taking out this drone line. Yeah, that's the way you do it. Probably not, actually. But yeah, we still have yet to see Hive. Well, yeah, 1-1 just finishing up for Ty2's mutas. He has got, let's see, like 2 full control groups of mutas at least. And I love what he's doing. He's spreading out links all over the map to like every single base, every single corner. It's amazing.
Well, he just found the Hydras at the front and almost took a bit of damage there. And now what's he going to do knowing that there's Hydras out on the map? Instantly puts down a lot of Sunkens. But, Sunkens can only deal so much. but he at least has kept Gorinich back in his main. Gorinich, he tried to take bottom left, but it got denied. And now Ty2 comes in here and sees that, yeah, at least he's still on lair tech. If he came in and saw that it was Hydra with Hive with defilers, Ty2's dead.
Oh yeah, no, for sure, 1000%. But also, Ty2 is dead if he missteps with these mutas and loses like a million drones or something. So, super important to keep those in the right position. And actually, I would love to see him like pull back a few of these lanes and put them kind of just on the periphery of just where all of Gorinich's mutas are, because vision of your opponent's mutas is so gigantic. Or in this case, vision of your opponent's Hydras. Here come in the 1-1 mutas from Ty2. Definitely does not want to overextend into that many Hydras.
No, he does not, but he's getting a few drone kills. He's whittling down Gorinich's econ a little bit, but that is a lot of Hydras. And now we're actually going to see whether mutas beat Hydras, because I know mutas beat Hydras in moderate numbers, but we're approaching critical mass of the Hydras. This is so many Hydras.
Wow, I'm almost wondering if Hydras like this are like the hype-tech Zergling. Like, sometimes you can circumvent your opponent's mutas by just killing them with Zerglings. Well, now there's a million Hydras everywhere. So, I mean, I think attacking into a million Hydras is obviously bad, right? Kind of.
Well, also something I just realized is it's not like Ty2 has any buffer for the mutas. There's no lings to soak up hits. It's just gonna be both players headbutting versus each other, Mass Muta versus Hydras in the ball, and Ty2 counterattack instantly, wipes out the drone line, and now retreats, and Gorinich is in a bit of trouble, because with Sunken support, Ty2 should definitely win this fight.
I'm waiting. All right, here we go. It looks like he's trying to pick off reinforcements right now. He's finding quite a few, but look at all these overlords moving diagonally on the map. They're actually about to run right over a Zergling, and almost certainly, but actually he's attacking at the same time. Here we go, Hydras versus mutas, but the Hydras are actually fighting in range of those Sunkens. The Sunkens dealing quite a bit of damage, but you can't fight Hydra DPS with mutas. It's too good. The Hydras. Gorinich is winning the game.
Holy, these Hydras are crushing everything. Like, the mutas just vaporized. So we got our answer. Is this it? Is this over? Ty2 has, what, 15 mutas versus, I don't even know.
Just micro them. Just micro the mutas. Like, that's what they do. They don't fight straight up. He's actually going for a little bit of a counterattack to stop the Hydras that were trying to attack the 12 o'clock location. But he just lost his entire natural. He's going to lose his main to the Hydras. What?
Now Lings are trying to come back to support these mutas. At least Ty2 wiped out the natural of Gorinich, so his econ did get punished really hard. And with Ling support, Ty2 can win this fight. He's got a lot of mutas still. He's still got a lot of mutas, but these Lings have to come in and buffer.
Starting down the Evo chamber, it's not actually relevant, but it will control whether or not you can build spores, which are obviously pretty important. Although I would say spines may be more important against that many Hydras. And kind of biding his time here. I wonder what the play is for Ty2. Like, does he just try to micro his way out of here? Or, I mean, is there a way out of here? I don't know. He's going to lose everything eventually.
Well, now he engages, but he just lost everything. I am confused why he waited, but here we go. Hydras versus mutas. The mutas do win this time. I just don't understand why he waited so long. Maybe he had more mutas coming out at his third base, but he does save it. And now Gorinich did lose a lot. Look at supply, 60 to 47. And all these overlords that were just randomly there, he's going to pick them off too.
Sorry, I also timed out there for a second. I'm not sure whether this is technical or mental timeout, because I'm definitely experiencing a little bit of the both. My apologies, but I'm still waiting for the, do we call this climactic or anticlimactic finish to the game? Because I guess Gorinich is still mining, he's still got a base. I guess same thing for Ty2, right? So
yeah, Ty2, they both have bases. I'm worried about Ty2's larva, and also I'm worried that he has 7 mutas in his main that he doesn't see.
Oh no, you're right. What? Ty2. Oh man, that hurts.
Well, also the issue is that there's no Spire anymore for Ty2, and we see Gorinich building mutas.
Wow, yeah, he's trying to target down the spores, but he's just not using all of his mutas, and now he has to run away. Oh my god. Once he finds out about those mutas in his main, he's got to be kicking himself.
Yeah, I don't know if he could go for a killing blow even with the mutas, but he needs to definitely whittle down the Hydra and muta count, because Gorinich just is pumping mutas now, now that he knows the lair is gone.
Well, the lair will be back in just a little bit, and then of course the muta count can, regain its former glory. He's finally found the rest of the mutas, so now he has a gigantic wall of mutas, trying to micro them all together, but of course there's just quite a few. Runs forward, snipes the spore colony as it's building, so I actually think he's found a really sick sweet spot, or I guess pain point for Gorinich, that he can try to just like really hammer home.
Yeah, Ty2, what's he going to do? He puts down Spire again. He's going to continue to go mass muta. I don't really see any other option for him. Man, it sucks that he lost the main. Even if he just kept that and the gas was depleted, he at least could mine some more gas. And now Gorinich, he's just always going to have more gas now. He's got 2 still available.
Unless there's some godlike micro here from Ty2, I think Gorinich will just eventually, slowly but steadily, kind of regain his foothold in this game. And I think finally this is going to be like one of the main engagements right now. Although I still think Gorinich has maybe a little bit fewer mutas, if not just more hydras, you know?
I'm taking a look at drone count. 22 to 13, really in favor of now. And we saw how effective those hydras are. That just the longer the game goes, the higher the Hydra count gets, and then Gorinich can take another base, whereas Ty2, I don't think he can ever take another base. Well, as I say that, he's trying to retake his natural.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure retaking his natural is the best move here. Like, maybe go for a sneakier base way out there. I mean, obviously that's kind of a risk, but I think maybe now is risk-taking territory. After he had such a good position, kind of threw it away a little bit. Now he's got a bunch of mutas, but, you know, he's all dressed up, nowhere to go.
And these Hydras, they're at 2-1 now, so they have even more upgrades than they did before. Gorinich's mutas have +1 armor also. Meanwhile, Ty2's upgrades are 2-1 himself. He needs to get more pickoffs like this. He's doing a real good job microing 2 muta groups. Like, you don't see that very often.
No, this is like some Lita stuff, like some Zero stuff. Like, microing 2 groups of mutas is not easy at all, especially when if you miss micro either one of those, then all of a sudden they like run into a group of hydras and they all die. It's like, ugh, that would be painful to watch. But I like how Gorinich is playing this, kind of just slow and steadily, winning race after race. Actually does catch Gorinich's mutas. Ty2 pulling back. He's found another opportunity to just dish out a little bit of damage here and there. I think Ty2's mutas, his muta control, actually looks a little bit better, dare I say.
Yeah, it's pretty damn good. And what does Gorinich want to do with his hydras? He still doesn't know about top right. If he went there, he would probably kill it. But if he went and killed it, Ty2 might just counterattack. And we might just have a straight up base trade scenario.
Yeah, you can't poke the monster, poke the beast until it starts poking back. So maybe just forego that for now. I do like the splitting off of just a little bit of mutas to try to harass a little bit. But I'm just worried that like both players are trying like little tiny cute things, but finally Ty2 is making a deep dive towards Gorinich's base, but decides to pull back at the last second. This game is so sick, so close. Neither player is really willing to do almost anything. And now, gotta watch out for the hydras. Gets away without any casualties. Wow, this is so crazy. 80 to 93 supply. There's that pigeon meme, right? Where the guy looks up and he sees something that's not one thing, and he's like, is this late game ZVZ? I'm like, well, I guess. Like, one player doesn't have a main base, and they're still only building nothing but mutas, but one player has a huge Hydra army. I'm just like, okay, sure, yeah, this is late game ZVZ.
Well, Gorinich found the natural and sees that there's a sunken. Now, will that trigger him to just go instantly kill it? Because we saw what happened when Ty2 was out of position last game. He just got Ling countered. And if Gorinich gets out of position, he would lose everything, and it would be Ty2 on high ground with sunken. So both players playing extremely cautious. Gorinich does have his mineral only going up. Okay, here he goes. Gorinich, he's moving way out of position. This might be a huge mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can really just one-shot these spores and kill almost everything here. There are 4 spores, although depending on your angle, you can take those out a little bit faster. But given that that Gorinich is so far out of position, let's see how Ty2 wants to handle this.
I think we're going to have base trade. As soon as he sees these Hydras, we already saw how the fight went down the first time. There's no way Ty2's going to try and fight this. No way. Is he?
Yeah. I mean, I think I would concur. I mean, his Immunomicro is probably, way up there. I mean, top 10 for sure. He's just, I'm waiting to see the Hydras, though, taking out building by building by building. I mean, eventually there will not be any buildings left. He's going to kill off this. Also, there's a hidden drone up there for some reason. But I like that Gorinich is finally finding a way to, really deal some crazy damage. Now, Ty2's responding by taking out a hidden, well, maybe not hidden, hatchery down at the 530 base. Now he's coming back. Can he make it back and find some vulnerable pickoffs? I don't think either player really has what it takes to replace the army that they have. So this is kind of all they got.
Well, Rapid, look at the natural for Gorinich. He's about to mine out. And
holy cow.
Then he can't build any more units. And meanwhile, mid-fight has tons of resources. If Ty2 just camps, does he win?
I mean, he will be mining. It's a mineral only, though. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. I'm actually so stupid. Okay, yeah, no, never mind. So, yeah, I guess he can just camp here forever. Obviously, high ground is incredibly effective against Hydras, not against Mutas. So, suck it, Hydras. You're still bad. But, I mean, they're so good that Ty2 can't fight into them without just exploding. So, I think, honestly, if Gorinich uses his Hydra's defense... Oh, okay, that's not the fight you want to take, for sure. If Gorinich uses his Hydras defensively to get up another base with a gas in it, I think that's the play. But he's still going to try to siege this, low to high ground. I don't know if that's it.
Well, this has got to be the fight of the game, right? The Sunkens are doing work, but there's so many of them that really not that many Hydras have to be ranging the Sunken. He can just blast the Mutas every time they come in. Gorinich trying to get up there.
He sure is. I think he's actually doing an excellent job, but he might just run out. Like, these Hydras are precious. It's a meat grinder. He can't fight into the Sunkens and the Mutas, and so many of his Hydras are just not fighting at all.
Yeah, they're not fighting at all. And there is something we just saw at bottom left that Gorinich sent a Muta scouting the entire bottom side, but it wasn't on attack move. So this hatchery that Ty2 just put up, Gorinich doesn't think anything is going on.
I mean, I'm pretty sure something's going on. Now, I'm not the expert here, but this is so crazy. I'm getting wiggly, man. This is amazing. Like, if Ty2 is able to pull this off, even if it's just for minerals, like, I mean, how crazy is that? What even? I've never seen a game like this. I was talking about how Ty2 is able to, like, bunker down and get those sunken or the spores up and take it late. Well, it's taken late, but Gorinich was actually the one to get those spores up and running. Oh.
If this hatch dies and Gorinich cancels it, he will not have 300 minerals. He's going to have less. And he's not mining. He's mined out.
Oh, my God. Yeah, he has drones idle in his main, drones idle in his natural. He has no more minerals for Gorinich. And the longer Ty2 can turtle on this high ground base, he's killing it.
Oh. He's going to try and transfer drones, and they're getting locked up. I'm waiting to see if Ty2 can pick off any of them, but they're going to long distance mine for now.
Oh my God.
Oh, we got some more.
Yeah. Imagine picking off a drone transfer with Mutas and ZVZ. What even? Some pretty good micro against the Scourge here as well, but he runs past the Scourge got screwed are so dumb. It's actually unreal. But yeah, great micro here by Ty2. He's continuing to impress. The Hydras are too slow. They can't chase the mutas in time, and now he's going to be able to circle back around and maybe even pick off more drones.
He's going to knock Gorinich down to 9 drones. And Ty2, like I said, that muta that went by right next to this mineral only, he has the mineral only. And Gorinich has no idea. He's starting to build drones. I think Ty2's done it if he just spams Sunkens now.
I can't believe he got that base at the 6 to pop. Like, how does that not get scouted? That is the most insane, crazy stupidness that I've ever seen. And now, yeah, just spam drones, build infinity Sunkens down here, and you basically just win the game from mining.
Oh, these Hydras that are patrolling outside of the mineral only. I'm praying that Gorinich goes off to the mineral only, like try and anticipate an interception. But Ty2 smartly is sending his mutas into the main to keep the Hydras on that side of the map. Make sure they never go to the left side until those Sunkens get up.
I'm waiting. These Sunkens are the lifeblood of this base. They are the only thing that is keeping that thing from spontaneously combusting at the sight of a Hydralisk that comes out and find them. But actually, honestly, after assaulting that high ground 3 o'clock base, the Hydra count is not that big. I mean, sure, they do have really good upgrades, 2-2 with speed and range. Like, that's no joke. But the muta count continues to grow. And finally, we have more mutas in production for Ty2. They've got +2-2 as well.
Ty2's done it. He's got the mineral only. This mineral only has 6 patches. The econ for Gorinich, even if he saturates it completely, is not good at all. And meanwhile, Ty2 has 2 bases. He's got 16 drones. Just needs to start mining this mineral only. Oh, I feel so bad for Gorinich.
Oh, he's actually not mining the mineral only. He's just got 2 idle drones down there. Oh, I was talking about Ty2. You were talking about Gorinich, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm also trying to not die to mosquitoes too. So we're multitasking over here. But I think Gorinich understands. He knows exactly what to do. But let's check these mutas. Is he going to see? Oh, yeah, he flies over the Sunkens. He sees it.
Yeah, now what does he do? He can't attack it. It's another choke, just like mid-right.
Oh, geez. You know, I was talking about Ground Zero as if it was like this, wide open crazy map. But these little pockets on the side, I guess they're pretty easy to defend, right?
Yeah, funneling units in through the ground. Gorinich doesn't know how long it's been up either. We know that it just started basically, but he might think that it's been being mined for a while.
That would be quite the misconception. Man, this is so crazy. We've gone to the place where the players are both mining mineral-only bases next to each other. So even though they have a bunch of gas units, it'll eventually just come down to a massive amount of Zerglings.
Yeah, the main and natural Gorinich is mined out for gas. He can't even really build Hydras now, because look how slow his gas goes up.
Oh my goodness. Get me off Mr. ZVZ's wild ride here, Nyoken. This is a 32-minute ZVZ, and we still haven't gone past Lair Tech.
And Ty2 was on 1 hatch for 30 minutes.
Oh my gosh. Ty2's actually expanding again to the 9 o'clock location right now, and that has some promise in it, because it's got a gas its way out there. If you ever try to kill it, you're so far out of position, you just can't.
Yeah, exactly. That's a Gorinich. I don't see how he can win this game. Anytime the Hydras come in here, the mutas can just fly over ledges and leave. So the Hydras, they were great in the early stages. Now, really not working out for him.
Well, I think eventually it has to come down to like one epic Armageddon, right? Or are they just, eventually Ty2 will just win from economy, right? He's even getting that 9 o'clock base up. So really cool deep dives here by Ty2 to just pick off one building, pick off another building, little bit by little bit, chipping away.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. If Gorinich had this mineral income along with the gas geysers not being depleted, I think he would have a chance, because he at least could build Hydras consistently then. But he can't even build Hydras because flat out zero gas income for him.
Wow, 0. I mean, it's depleted, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's so depleted. Like, look how slow it goes up. And also,
Yeah.
remember the spore colonies are jacking up the main.
Oh yeah, that's right. So it's even slower.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, that is just truly the utter tragedy. So here we go. Gorinich, I think he's just going to say, screw it, let's do it. Go for it. He is moving up towards the... Okay, never mind.
Here he goes.
Oh, he flew over the 9 o'clock base. So I think he's just going to try to go kill that.
Well, one sunken is going to come up, maybe two. This Overlord's buying time in the middle. Every second definitely matters, but I don't think it really matters because Ty2 has 24 mutas here. That's a lot.
Wow. All right, well, here we go. I think we might see it. Again, trying to break up to the high ground. This is exactly what almost cost Gorinich the game earlier, and I think he might just lose it again from this almost exactly the same thing. Some incredibly highly upgraded mutas from Ty2, just baiting Gorinich little bit by little bit into a sunken wall, and this is exactly where Ty2 wants to fight. And slowly but surely, the Hydras go down. Gorinich, GG's out, and Ty2 will take the craziest ZVZ I have ever watched to tie the series up at 1-1.
Yeah, that's up there for crazy ZVZs. How do you recover from that rapid? You lose your main, you lose your natural, you're on one base mining, the opponent has a better army comp than you, and you still win?
I don't know. I'm at a loss for words. What do you even do? I don't know how I'm going to recover from that. Like, honestly, this has been the craziest. I just earlier, like this morning, I was casting a tournament in another country in Taiwan. Then coming back, GSL afterwards. Now I'm here casting this. Now it's 5 a.m. I don't know what my life is, but I definitely don't know what either one of those players' lives are. I am so incapable and underprepared for what I just watched. I'm pretty sure there were just like some glaring, horrific flaws to those games, but I don't even care because both players were just doing all the craziness. I'm just like, I let Jesus take the wheel a long time ago with that broadcast. So there's still a third game in this series. So maybe this is the gift that keeps on giving, you know?
We might get another one like that to Power Bond as a third game. Ty2 might play the same build. I would play the same build. It worked out very well.
I did say I wanted to see a game 3 just because it was Power Bond, so my wish has been answered. What more could I possibly ask for? Here we go. Okay, I'm ready. I just gotta watch it. Okay, so if there's minimal commentary, it's just because my mouth is open and I'm just watching the greatness here. Or the game ends in 4 minutes, so you know, like, truly anything can happen. So here we go. All right, game 3 on Power Bond. All right, here we go. Welcome, everybody. Game 3. Loser of this best of 3 is out of BSL. The winner advances on to our final match. And in the upper left-hand corner in the orange, it's our North American player, Ty2.
And in the bottom middle, that is a painful loss. It is Gorinich. Man, Ty2 has been baiting me every game because I've been watching his minerals. It sometimes goes up to 64. I'm like, yes, we got a 5 pool. And then he builds a drone. I want to see the 5 pool in ZVZ with the sunken push rapid. You don't like it, but I like it.
I think it is down and dirty, but it's so dirty, your opponent actually can't react fast enough because first, before they react, they have to experience this feeling of revulsion, which can take some milliseconds off their reaction time. So, yeah, it's effective, but you definitely don't see it very often. So let's just skip the pleasantries and go back to Hydra versus Muta. Like, can we just move on here? Like, what on earth is happening here? I'm so confused.
Yeah, that was a very interesting unit comp, and I'm looking at Ty2's build. Fast gas, no pool. Very interesting opener. And Gorinich, is he going for 12 hatch again?
Huh? I'm waiting. Okay. So Ty2 is still going one base on this. And I guess they actually both are. But for Ty2, he's going to hit a... I guess he just gets straight up build order countered, right?
I don't know. Both of the builds look so similar. I'm not sure which is the build order counter.
Well, I guess the idea is you want to build your pool as late as possible, right?
Yeah, you would prefer to do that just to get out. Even just one more drone will add up over time. But Ty2 having the pool advantage will get his lair faster, but he also has the gas advantage. If we look at the gas, he's got, what, 90 more? So that's at least one more Scourge. So potentially that could be a game-changing move if they have a big even muta fight, you know, at the very low muta counts, like 5-6. That could be game-changing.
Wow. Well, I mean, that might be kind of what it comes down to. My brain is definitely not thinking that in depth, so I'm gonna have to trust you on your analysis there, DragOn. Either way, we're both getting our way up towards the lair. Ty2 is obviously gonna have a slight tad bit faster, thanks to that extra gas. He did get 11 gas, 12 pool, right?
Yeah, he went gas first into the pool, whereas Gorinich went pool into gas, and now he's taking a faster hatchery on the low ground. And again, Ty2 with the in-base hatchery. I really do like this opener, but maybe not versus Gorinich's opener, because now Ty2 is not going to have that map control he had in the early game, where he built 5 mutas and just was able to do whatever he wanted.
Yeah, and I think for Ty2, now he's got to kind of play by the rules, right? Because he doesn't get a build that will give him that crazy amount of mutas. So he's just now finishing up that lair, starting the spire. And actually, he's going for that in-base hatchery once again versus the natural expansion from Gorinich. So that's the real sort of competition. It's like who can defend their base once the mutas come out. And then if one player obviously loses the muta war, knows that they're going to, we could just go right back into spores again.
And I just realized that Ty2 just now is getting into Gorinich's base, whereas Gorinich has had vision basically this whole time. He knows exactly what Ty2 is doing, whereas Ty2 just now sees that the spire's a little bit slower than his own, but Gorinich definitely has a natural. And as I was stating previously, there's definitely no way that Ty2 is going to be able to get his natural up for free, so he's definitely going to have to make something happen with these mutas this time. Otherwise, Gorinich Econ's just going to be too good.
Yeah, I guess that's actually a big point. I mean, it is all going to be about the econ there at the natural. I mean, 17, actually now 16, because of that Evo chamber at the front. Man, Gorinich is going back to Evos, man. Whew. We could be in for another long one. I mean, he is pretty committed to just staying on this economic advantage and macroing it out. All right, Ty2, send a drone to another base.
Well, Gorinich putting down the evolution chamber. This time, I think he really only needs to have one colony at the main and that, because he's going to have matching muta count. If he builds more than that, I'd be a little bit surprised. I'm so shocked that Ty2 just takes this natural. He's just like, well, we can fight and I'm going to win the fight. So I'm just going to take the natural. Because the Spire's done for Gorinich. Gorinich made Scourge. I'm shocked.
Wow. Okay, well, Ty2 has got his mutas. They're heading across the map. It's the 5, same 5 that he had last time, up to 6 with one trailing behind. Runs into a spore and runs away. Sick. All right, Scourge coming in. How good's the micro? Snipes one drone. Snipes the second one. It's got to run from the Scourge. Actually turns around. It's going to tank a couple hits, but kills off the rest. Still has 6 with one very damaged muta. I think you probably can't attack the gas geyser without taking a spore hit. So I'm going to run around the other direction, see if maybe he can use the high ground. Yeah, look at that. All right, Ty2 completely shuts down mining at the natural.
Yep, no mining in minerals for Gorinich, but he does have the gas going. But Ty2's third hatch is about to finish, so he'll be able to match the third gas timing, and all these Scourge that Gorinich made. I'm just getting flashbacks to last game. He built basically Mass Scourge for a long time, and there's just a huge gap in the main where these mutas are just picking off drones. He could probably even splash like the eggs onto the Spore, onto the Spire, and also that scenario right there where a muta pops out, you get a free hit.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I just can't argue with that. He does have those 2 Scourge waiting for one to spawn. What is in here? Yeah, he's waiting for the muta. I love it when they cancel the muta before it spawns, just to make sure that it will die for sure. All right, Scourge versus Scourge. Wow, that's anticlimactic.
Well, here we go. Gorinich trying to get some connections with the Scourge, but the muta control too good. He blows 2 Scourge onto an Overlord. Not a big loss for Ty2. Again, I love Ty2's position. And unfortunately, Gorinich at the natural, he had 3 drones there, but only 1 was mining, but now he's fixed it. Put them back onto minerals.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't help. Well, now Ty2 with a healthy worker lead. He's also expanded to a natural expansion of his own. And if the game goes on from here, then, you know, Ty2, sky's the limit, right?
This is brutal. Gorinich has to sync up his mutas, but they're split. He can never get them together. Now, that was finally a good Scourge connection, getting 1 muta killed and splashed another one.
Yeah, what is our muta count at right now? It's like 7.25 versus 4. So yeah, all right. Is there any way in which Ty2 is not just absolutely killing it right now?
It looks like he's killing it. We have Scourge just sitting over top of the eggs in Ty2's base. Muta pop out, 1 dies, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. But I mean, even still, trading is technically more cost effective, but I don't know if it's actually really helping Gorinich out that much, because like the muta count's still higher. It's still going to be higher. I mean, he's trying to patrol around and make sure that there's no third base so that things don't get crazily out of hand. But I think Ty2 is just content staying on 2, and I think that's just going to be good enough, because like there's also no way Gorinich gets a third base either.
Yeah, and flat out Ty2's econ is way better. He's got 7 drones. He's got 3 on gas at his nat, whereas Gorinich only has 2. Trading Scourge for mutas, if it was all even, sure, that's great. But the fact that it's not even is not really too damaging for Ty2. And also, since Gorinich only has 6 mutas can deal a lot of damage, but he's not going to wipe out the drone line instantly like Ty2 would wipe out with 12 mutas. If there's a Ling attack that draws Ty2's attention, it's still going to take a while for Gorinich to kill a bunch of drones in the main.
Yeah, absolutely true. Well, I don't even know if Gorinich is ever going to get to the main here. He seems a little bit timid, honestly. I think he's actually just really afraid that he missed something elsewhere on the map. So he's doing such a thorough job spreading out and trying to just get every little piece of information that's out there. And meanwhile, the longer this goes on, I mean, Ty2's up 32 to 17 workers.
Yeah, his econ is crazy. He's even taking a third base. And Gorinich, he's got 2 hatches total. Ty2 has 3, soon to be 4. We're going to have double production. We already almost have double workers. This is almost an insurmountable lead for Ty2 at this point. We don't see... again, Gorinich is getting +1 on his Hydras, but he just doesn't have the econ this time.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are a lot of similarities between this game and the last game. Less craziness, less base trades. I'm actually like dare I say this game is more normal than the last one? I mean, this is still super weird, but I think both players just so timid. For Ty2, I actually really appreciate that, because he knows that he can afford to be more defensive. He's getting a third base now. Oh my god.
Yeah, this build from Ty2, I really thought Gorinich had the build order advantage, but apparently not. This is a really slick build. I've never seen this other than the times that Ty2 has shown it. And just what does Gorinich do? His econ is so... Well, for Zerg versus Zerg, it's good, but just in comparison to Ty2, it's just nothing.
Waiting for Gorinich to like... Yeah, I actually just waiting for Gorinich to like figure it out, because I don't Like, what does he know? Does he know that he's following further and further behind?
I'm not sure if he knows that, because he's patrolling back and forth just like Ty2 is doing, but Ty2 is taking bases at the same time. ZVZ is such a aggro matchup that a style that Ty2 is playing, Gorinich may just flat out not be used to it, and Ty2 is just running circles around him. He's up 12 workers, he's got third gas running. 95 to 55 in ZVZ. That's nuts.
Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely ludicrous. It's almost like you're making that up. I'm just like, I don't believe you. I'm like, oh wait, no, that's actually true. Whew. Okay, well here we go. Running in a few little Zerglings, trying to see if he can get anything done. I really like this kind of like backstab move. See if he can snipe off a couple of drones while he's here, or even just get the information. Gonna get one. Oh my goodness, just barely. Oh, he's gonna get a second one. Damn. Wait, or is it just one?
I think he got a couple drones there, but what I'm really looking at is, look at Gorinich's muta count. It's at 11. He's got like 20 Scourge, but what's Ty2's muta count? It's like 25, 30 mutas. There's no way that, again, Gorinich can win a muta fight. He's going to go into Hydras. Finally, the Hydra den's coming down, but this 4-base Zerg.
You want to say that one more time, just so we can have it not be the one sentence that's only said once in the world?
4-base Zerg. That's not something you
NaigelZZZ
see these days. I really wish Ty2 would build like a Queen's Nest or Hydra Den or something, because the mass muta is cool, but if you run into a guy with better econ than Gorinich has right now, and you run into a plague, all of a sudden this muta ball is horrible. So
yeah.
this opener is really cool. Wish we could see more of a transition from him though.
Well, I mean, Gorinich is thinking about transitioning into Hydras, because obviously that worked so well for him last game. He's getting +1 speed, lots of Hydras on the way. Carapace level 2 is on the way for Ty2. I think that'll, of course, help him out quite a bit. But there's a 5th hatchery coming up, just now finishing for Ty2. More gas, more. This is insane. I mean, Gorinich is still on 2 bases. I don't know. I don't know, Nyoken. This is just a series that keeps on giving.
Yeah, this time we see Ling are being made by Ty2. He recognized that mass muta versus mass Hydra is not going to work out if Gorinich can get the critical mass. So I like how he's going to buffer the damage with the Lings. I am still surprised that, despite knowing that, Ty2, he just doesn't attack. He just consistently just sits here, takes bases. You would think he's going to attack with this huge muta ball, right? I doubt it.
No, I mean, the longer he keeps this muta ball, the stronger and the better he is. But eventually, just like honestly, I would not want to throw the game, right? Just because I did something when I didn't need to do it. But now, oh, look at this, the ride of the Valkyries. He's going to catch so many mutas out here. And he's not really good enough to moving shot them when he is controlling 1.5 million. But like, you know, he got a little bit of the job done. What is the god comp that Ty2 wants to go for here?
Well, I don't know what his god comp is, because it seems like it's going to just be mass muta, but the god comp for you as Zerg versus Zerg, if you can get it, is like Hydra, Lurker, Defiler, Devour, or something like that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you need Hive for a little bit of that, get those Defilers out there, but, or not, Defilers, Devour, or something like that, but neither player really wants to go past Lair.
Yeah, well, Gorinich is starting to build up his Hydra count. They have +2 pretty soon. Both players are extremely low on drones. So this 150 supply that Ty2 has, it's 120 supply of muta Ling. So we're talking 4 groups of mutas, probably a group of Lings. And meanwhile, Gorinich has maybe like 50 Hydras, which is a lot, but 50 versus 50, I think the mutas are going to win that fight.
You think? I think so. I think I'm on the same page with you there, Nyoken. But like the last game, like he didn't even ever fight 50 versus 50. It was always like 50 mutas versus like 2 Hydras at a time trying to get up a ramp. So, I mean, I'd like to take that fight too, but Let's see, what is Ty2 doing? Okay, he's about to finish Carapace level 2. That's going to be absolutely gigantic. He's making 9 mutas at a time. Holy expletives. Like, 9 mutas at a time. He's up to... This has to be 50 mutalisks.
It's got... Okay, are we finally going to see an attack? I think we're finally going to see an attack. Here we go. How many mutas? It looks like it's about 48 mutas. And the Hydras are at the natural, and they're going to get bottled up on this ramp, so this name's just going to get vaporized.
It's just, I mean, just everything. Destruction, domination, like, devastation. Oh my gosh. What a massacre. Oh my gosh. Well, all right, there's just... I wonder at what point the mutas start to win. Like, eventually you do win that, right? Like, I don't know. He's still got 1.5 million mutas left over afterwards.
Yeah, meanwhile, we got Ling counterattack to mid-right. That hatch is going to go down, and just like last game, Gorinich has to make a move. He can't just sit in his base anymore, but if he makes a move, he gets countered, and Ty2, well, he doesn't have Sunkens anywhere, but it's not going to matter. There's just not enough.
No. Yeah, I mean, I get the idea that Gorinich is going for. He's going for cost-effective units that, you know, win against what his opponent has. And to Ty2's deficit, he still only has 1 unit type. So maybe that opens it up to a little bit of counter-eno here. But, I mean... I don't know, man. This is just really rough to kind of watch Gorinich. He's running around at the speed of sound, but he's not really going anywhere.
Yeah, this is going to be the last move from Gorinich because he doesn't have any drones in his main, not building any at all. So he's just all in at this point. But where do you attack? If you attack the third base, Ty2 just Sunkens his main and natural. And then as long as that stays up, he's fine. If you kill the main and natural, he's still got 2 bases. It doesn't matter. Every base you attack is not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a good way to do this. I'm guessing you just attack into the natural, but look, now 4 or 5 sunken colonies here. I think we already know how that goes. There's some sick deja vu that Gorinich is about to get when he does this.
Well, we may have a ZVZ that one of the players gets maxed out on. I don't know the last time I've seen that. Here we go. This has got to be the game-ending fight. Gorinich's going to try and make it happen, but this is so many mutants.
Yeah, those Sunkens. Here come in that wave of Scourge. If every single one of these Scourge hits, then maybe. No, I'm just kidding. It was a joke. Yeah, no, everything dies here for Gorinich. Actually, I mean, just lose the... He's just dying to the Sunkens. The Mutalisks are kind of, you know, the cherry on top here. Yep, they will eventually kill everything. Damn, dude. Damn. Ty2. My man. Another victory for America. And probably the most American way I've ever seen. Stupid blind counter. Is that what it is? Is that what this is? Would you describe either one of these games as a stupid blind counter, Nyoken?
I like Ty2's opener in the first game on Ground Zero, but...
I would describe this as a blind counter in that I wish I were blind and banging my head into a counter.
No, come on. ZVZ, we never get games like this. So you gotta appreciate them when you get them. Otherwise, Rapid, I'd rather see this than a 5-minute Ling all-in.
I mean... You know, it's like that saying. It's like, has science gone too far? They knew that they could, but they never stopped to think if they should. You know, there's maybe a reason where the world was why the world was designed to give us short ZBZs, because the human race just is not ready for whatever we just watched. We opened Pandora's box of ZVZ, and inside is something like we'll never be able to erase for our brains, but the least we can do is close the box forever and hope that it's never opened again, you know?
I want to see it opened again. I want to off-race as Zerg on the ladder and run into somebody that did that. And I'm going to ask them, were you inspired by Ty2? And I hope they said yes, because I don't see that style ever, never, ever.
What a legacy to leave behind, right? All the kids out there, they're going to be like, when I was watching BSL as a wee lad, I learned how to play late game ZVZ from, oh my God, get me out of here. Okay. Well, congratulations to Ty2. He is going to move on, and he will be playing in our final match of the night against DragOn. Winner will advance on to the round of 8 BSL Season 7. So we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere unless it's to an insane asylum to check yourself in after those games. What? I don't know. We're going to take a quick break, hopefully recover, and we'll be back for our final best of 3. So see you soon. All right, hello, survivors of BSL. We need t-shirts that say I survived BSL Season 7 Round of 16 Group A, because like I've got scars internally, externally. Wow. I'm gonna be talking to like my therapist 50 years from now, and she's gonna be like, it all stems back from that one fateful group that you broadcast. Like, you know what? I knew that ahead of time. Wow. What a crazy ZVZ series we just witnessed. I'll never watch games like those again, no matter how much NaigelZZZ wants me to. But we're moving on. We've got Ty2. He's going to be taking on the Canadian player DragOn for the last spot out of Group A in the round of 8. So I don't even know if I have a favorite here, NaigelZZZ. Like, I just want to see more greatness like what we just witnessed.
Yeah, I think I might lean a little towards DragOn. He already showed he's got good Protoss versus Zerg, taking out Gorinich. And remember, Ty2 had to prepare for all matchups, ZVZ, ZVT, and now ZVP. So I would probably lean like 60-40 in DragOn's favor, but you never know with Ty2. Ty2 does crazy stuff, man. And now that people are meching in Terran versus Zerg, he even does it versus Terran, so you never know. He dropped me. He did a Hydra drop versus me at DreamHack, so he's got a whole bunch of builds he can pull out.
He does it all. Well, all right, let's get into it. Our set list is Gladiator, Sylphid, and Power Bond. How fitting if we finished on a Game 3 Power Bond. Can't wait. Well, let's get into it. Whatever the PVZ equivalent of those last 2 games is, I'm sure that's what's in store for us again. So here we go. DragOn versus Ty2, a best of 3, last player to advance on to the round of 8 in the BSL. Wait, oh, okay, all right. I joined the game, but I wasn't in the game, or I wasn't in the right game. All right, so I'm joining again, and we're good. All right, sick. All right, we're good. Okay, the first map is not Gladiator. It is Sylphid. So don't believe his lies. Okay. Here we go. Map is Neo Sylphid. Let's do it. Okay, so I'm in the game. Our camera's still on screen. Oh no, there we go. Wow, epic wipe. Here we go. In the 12 o'clock location at the top of the map, Sylphid, which is not Gladiator, even though it looks like Gladiator, except it doesn't. This is our black Protoss player, DragOn.
In the bottom right, he's coming off of one of the craziest ZVZs I've ever seen. It is Ty2. And Rapid, your boy's got your color on. So I'm waiting for these Zealots, man.
Dude, the Zealots look like Power Rangers, I'm telling you, man. It's awesome. Oh, I just want to see Reavers. I don't know what a black Protoss Reaver looks like. It's got to look sick, because it's got like the scales that intermesh with each other.
Yeah.
Whoa, did TT1 just give black Protoss a 6 out of 10? Jump into lava. Like, oh my gosh. No taste. Anyway. Yeah, PVZ to finish things off. Obviously, this is going to be completely different than that last series. I desperately hope so. But I like what you said earlier. Ty2 has a lot more to prepare for, and DragOn knows what it's like to go deep in BSL. Ty2 doesn't.
Yeah, this is a top 4 finalist, so you know he's not happy to be eliminated in top 16. He wants to make it farther, at least top 8, a repeat of top 4 potentially. And I am a little surprised that he's going for a Forge opener, because every time I see somebody go for a Forge opener versus Ty2, you're basically just giving control to Ty2 to let him do whatever he wants. And if the probe goes down, you're in trouble versus someone like Ty2.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I think Ty2 is really good at leveraging kind of the freedom that he has when he knows his opponent like cannon expand. But like, think about it, like way back in the day, like it was basically cheating to get a fast expand as Protoss. Like you weren't like really supposed to be able to do that, and then people like figure out how to just barely hold with Forge and cannons and stuff like that. But nowadays, I actually think it's quite different, because you have players that are like Ty2 who are so good at exploiting that. So obviously gateway expands like pretty common now, just because it gives you like the ability to go do stuff. So
yeah, it lets you be aggressive. It puts pressure back onto the Zerg, makes them out of their comfort zone. They got to balance their larva in building drones and lings, so it's really hard to deal with it. When I first started playing Brood War again, I remember watching Bisu versus Hero, and I'm not exaggerating, Bisu just rallied his one gate across the map for like 8 minutes, and Hero could not deal with it. I just thought, is this really that broken? It looks super broken. Just Zealots getting behind the mineral line, just forcing out so many lings. It's crazy.
Yeah, because it takes so much more of your attention to deal with what takes so much less of his attention. Like he puts the Zealot there, and all of a sudden you're like, well, I can't trade my lings that way. I've got to send these lings this way and that one that way. And it's like, okay, well, that's just a lot to deal with. So this is going to be the Forge expand, 2 cannons before Nexus. Like, I mean, this is very safe. Like, he is just really, the only safer way would have been to get like, the gateway before the Nexus. And at that point, like, why are you even expanding? Just go kill the guy. But I mean, hey, we do have an expansion coming down from DragOn, as well as Ty2 getting up 2 bases of his own on location towards the southern side of the map. And this is going to be really interesting to see how Ty2 wants to play this, because with the cannons, he does have a little bit of extra freedom.
Yep, and the probe did go down. Ty2 killed it pretty fast, and I was watching his main when it happened. As soon as he killed it, he put drones back onto gas. I thought, oh, we're going to have old school 2-hatch Hydra, but it is just going to be standard layer follow-up. He's got 3rd hatch at one of the middle bases, and you can see that DragOn is worried because he already had 3 probes pulled off in anticipation of a potential ling run by.
It's weird. It looks weird. Like if you've never watched or played Brood War and you see just idle workers sitting there, it's just the strangest thing. But if you don't have them, then you will die when the Hydras or the Lings or whatever just run through and kill all your stuff. It's so crazy to know that you have to do that just in case. But hey, that's the power of killing that drone early, or probe early.
Yeah, and this is the Ty2 effect. We're seeing it in action because remember, we saw DragOn open the same way versus Gorinich, and he went 2 cannons. But look at this. He's got a 3rd cannon already done. So he knows who he's facing against. He's making sure that if there's a Hydra bust, I'm 100% not dying. So that's already a good start for Ty2 because he's not busting. He's just playing pretty much as standard as you can play after an initial fast speed opener.
I'm going to use that. I'm just going to call this the Ty2 effect from now on, because it is missed it. So iconic, because like literally you secede or you cede the entire map to Ty2. He could have another 2 hatcheries by now. You don't know. You know, what are you doing? You're sitting in your base. Well, until he went out and killed that Zergling with 3 Zealots. But now he's back to plugging holes with Zealots, which is, you know, maybe not totally what the Kala was designed to create the union of Protoss minds to do, but you know, it works okay.
And we have Ty2, Spire almost done, 500, that's 600. Gonna be putting down his 4th and 5th hatch pretty soon. There it is, 4th at the natural, 5th at the 3rd base. Wonder if he's gonna go into 6 hatch like we saw Gorinich go for, or is it just gonna be 5 hatch again? And is this gonna be Mutas, or is it just gonna be Scourge? The Scourge.
Yeah, I would imagine just Scourge. I think this actually should play out quite standardly. Although he does have that Flyer Carapace upgrade, which says that maybe in the future it won't quite be there.
Yeah, almost all Zergs getting +1 Carapace, since almost every Protoss gets +1 weapon on their stairs. But we don't see DragOn going for +1 on his stairs just yet, so he's going to have to be careful to make sure he doesn't lose any of these stairs. We know every single Zerg that sees stairs go down, they instantly build Mutas. But he is continuing to pump stairs regardless. He's up to soon to be 4. His Citadel's coming in. But this is much different than how he opened earlier. Remember, he was really aggressive last time we saw him on Sylphid with 4 gate.
Oh yeah, actually, wow.
Whoa.
Yeah, he was. What?
He got 2 stairs. Those 4 Scourge he built, he got both of the stairs.
Wait, no, what? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, time for the Mutas. Yep, 3 on the way.
That's just the Zerg mindset. It's like, I killed a Stair, instantly hit that M button, man. It's just 100% of the time they do it. If I was Dragon, that Stargate better be blinking because you know it's coming.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden you lose that many Corsairs. You know what time it is? 5 gateways.
Well, he may have been going mutas the whole time anyways, because he's got 3rd gas already, and I think that's a bit abnormal, but you never know. It could have been triggered by the Scourge, but since Dragon has stopped building our Corsairs, I'm extremely worried, and since this is not the DT opener that we see often, the Templar Archive just started. It's going to be a long time for him to have an Archon or Storm.
I do actually think he was maybe going mutas before that very fortunate occasion, but it certainly works out quite well that he was able to snipe that. Now 8 Mutalisks, 8 show up at an extremely wide open natural expansion. Oh my goodness. Okay, oh no. The one cannon, the Scourge of the Mutalisk, doesn't actually matter at all. And now, what's that? A single Corsair? Oh no. The Corsair, Scourge of the 7 Seas. Nobody actually cares. And he's actually going to snipe a second Corsair here. Or no, it runs for the hills. But geez Louise, man, these mutas are wreaking havoc everywhere. No mining at the natural, and already a very scared low Corsair count.
Yeah, and what does Dragon do now? Is he just going to try and counterattack? Scourge have skirted
He's
by.
targeting down the cannons. What? The Mad Lad. The Madman. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Is this... I mean, this is terrible, terrible damage, right? Like, how do you come back from this?
This might just be over. It's 5 mutas in the main. The Templar Archive instantly try and morph into an Archon, but Scourge took out the Sairs. And all Dragon can do is counterattack. He's got a lot of Zealots. Is there any opening? No, not at the 3rd base, not at the natural.
Wow, the Archon spawns and dies instantly. And we're back at it again. We're not actually even intentionally necessarily killing the probes. We're just killing the cannons, and then vicariously through the splash damage of the Glaive Worm, we're killing probes. But, oh my goodness. Excuse me, I'd like to buy a vowel. Okay, no, I just like to buy a cannon. He can't do it. He's just losing so many probes. Oh my god, this is terrible.
This Sim City with the Hydrogen and the hatcheries being a complete wall is hilarious. The Zealots don't even attempt to try and bust it. They just walk away. And
the saddest Zealots. Oh my god, they're just... And now they're running into mutas. Oh my god, Ty2. How does Ty2... I feel like Ty2 is a little bit like the Joker. It's like he always orchestrates things to go into his favor in the strangest, craziest, weirdest way, to where like you think it's like your idea that you're doing everything that helps him, and then you're like, wait a second, why is this my idea? This isn't my idea, it's his idea. He's that far in your head.
Yeah, it's a huge mind game from Ty2, just catching Dragon completely off guard. 2 Archons can definitely change the outcome of a fight, but they gotta actually get in there, and the mutas have 1 more range than an Archon. They can micro. If they micro perfectly, they would be able to kill the Archons, but he's gonna come into the natural and see that he can't get in here either, and Ty2 even has lurkers.
What? Oh my god. Okay, well, how do you bust this? Like, I'm sure busting would make Dragon feel pretty good, but I don't know if that's in his future here. What is he even doing?
I don't think he can do anything. He just started his robo as he saw the lurkers. Already Dragon may just have to try and go for split map scenario because all timings are out the window. The Zealot Archon attack trying to bust the 3rd is down the drain. The bust of the naturals down the drain. Ty2 already has Hive. He's got Greater Spire morphing. What?
Excuse me, but how? Well, one of the wonders of our modern world, Ty2, young Lewis, man. How does he make this happen? And I love what Dragon is doing right now. He's just literally running around in circles. He has nothing that he can do in his entire world. And oh, by the way, the muta's back at it again.
And Dragon's Dragon's upgrading range on his cybernetics. He really needs range, of course, but he needs to get +1 weapon on his Sares too, because these mutas have +1 armor. We're going to see Guardians, which I think have 1 or 2 armor. The Sares are going to deal 0 damage. And he needs to get like 7 Sares or something to deal with these Guardians that are coming.
Look at this muta control. Absolutely devastating. 4 cannons. Oh, by the way, they're not in the right place, so that does not do anything. Now there's one more storm from one of these High Templar, so I guess that's one way to deal with the mutas, but it's only temporary, and the mutas are still actually pretty healthy. It's not like the mutas are actually meant to fight anything. They just create so much pressure right now, and Ty2 just in complete control of this game.
Yeah, and the funny part is even though DragOn is softening them up with Storm, when he morphs them into Guardians, they're just going to have full health. So every Storm is just a Storm that you're not going to have when the Guardians actually morph, if he goes for Guardians. I thought he was, but we don't see them morphing just yet. Maybe he's just
Well, he just finished Consume, so he's all the way up the tech tree doing everything else too.
Yeah, somehow DragOn got a hidden base up at mid-left. I don't know how he got that, but...
Well, there's no Nexus, but he's got everything else up there, yeah.
Well, is it a hidden base? I don't even know if it's hidden anymore because of how these Lings and Lurkers are positioned.
Yeah, I think it may possibly have been revealed. Is he actually going to build the Nexus here? Like, he knows it's going to be the full brunt of this. Oh my god, look at those Lurkers just killing everything. The Archons are like, nope, 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 nope. Get back up there. And yeah, the Nexus is on the way.
Defiler is out, and this 4th base is going to go down, and DragOn's army is Goon, Templar versus Defilers, and that's not a good sign when you're facing Ling Lurker Dark Swarm.
I mean, hey, he got a free Defiler kill off towards the back, but I don't know if that necessarily matters. We've still got a huge, now reinforced block of mutas, and more Dark Swarm than he knows what to do with.
And I thought DragOn was going to get sandwiched in the middle of the map, but he's going to just try and bust this 3rd base. Archons are doing work, but now that Dark Swarm has arrived, they're not able to deal any damage. At least DragOn didn't lose his whole army. I really thought he was going to lose his whole army.
Wow, give him some credit. Nice storm on the mutas, all but takes them out, and actually another one will destroy the mutas, so the High Templar get to live another day, or die another day, I guess as the case may be. But more and more cracklings flooding through. Yeah, this is cracklings. Okay, I'm getting my mind wrapped around it. And by the way, a huge amount of new mutas, brand new mutas, still assaulting the space. Dark Swarm everywhere you need it, and places you don't. And yeah, everything, you're going to go down. Even the Archon, the lone defender of justice at this hidden 3rd base. Oh, look at the Ling Lurker just running into the Protoss army, running past. Don't even register on their radar.
Meanwhile, Ty2 is taking mid-right, but DragOn wants that also, trying to get Pylon up with some cannons. Meanwhile, still big fights out in the center of the map. DragOn actually killed the majority of Ty2's army. It's just too bad he wasn't able to keep up his 3rd base. But if he got that running, it would all of a sudden be 3 base versus 3 base. But now his main mined out, and he's basically going to be back down to 1.
Yeah, I do want to say that, you know, DragOn does have 120 supply up against just 80 or 90 from Ty2. And quite a bit of Ty2's supply is workers, because he is fully saturated at like 3.5 bases, or at least he was. So yeah, he's got a little bit of that going on. Let's not count DragOn out too quickly, but it certainly seems like Ty2 has the brain lock, the Vulcan mind pinch on this game so far.
Ty2 is floating quite a bit of resources. If there's a bad trade, all of a sudden DragOn could get back into it. And we saw it earlier. Ty2 was struggling to get a 4th base versus SPX, and I'm getting deja vu that this 4th base might get denied by DragOn because his army is very strong. He's got +2 weapons, soon to be +3. He's got high-tech units here, a bunch of Archons, some Templars too.
Yeah, definitely got to keep your macro going. That's a recipe for disaster. Now trying to get this base up on the right-hand side. I actually think this one is much more defensible than the one up top, which is kind of weird. But also, it's much closer. I have no idea actually how to call this game, Nyoken. It felt like Ty2 was just the mastermind forever, but maybe he like didn't expo enough or something like that. I don't know. But DragOn, What a god.
Yes, somehow Dragon's back into it. He's long distance mining the mineral only, but that's okay. For now, he's going to put down a Nexus there pretty soon too. And then if he gets this up, he's going to have equal bases because Ty2 just now getting his own fourth. Yeah, I agree. I thought Ty2 is just hands down going to win this.
Well, you know, miracles happen when you believe. If anybody can make a game turn into a win or a loss spontaneously, Ty2 is going to make that happen. So, yeah, let's keep an eye on it. I don't think that, you know, the game is going to end just yet, but I do think it's going to come down to whether or not DragOn can maintain control of the side base.
Well, we do have Ty2 going for a drop to the side base, and I agree. If he loses this, DragOn's going to be in a world of hurt.
Look at this one lurker up at the upper right, like 2 o'clock base.
Yeah, it's doing work. But
it is.
We gotta see if this drop is gonna do work. There's 4 zealots. There is a Templar, but he's not up the ramp. He can't storm.
Yeah, where's the swarm? There it is, right over the cannon. Look at these cracklings go. Look at the cracklings versus Protoss units. Oh, disgusting. A nice storm over the swarm. I'm not sure if that Defiler, yeah, the Defiler wants to get out of there. But look at the cracklings go. Look at the cracklings go. Oh my, are they really going to kill the Nexus while the Zealots watch?
I think that DragOn might actually hold it. He's going to lose all of his probes, but he did hold it for now. Ty2's got a 20 supply lead now, though, but Ty2 did lose mid-left, so that's, again, no fourth base for Ty2, and the standing army from DragOn is still very strong.
He's got a bunch of lurkers now rallied up towards there. That Nexus goes down! They're like 2 Zerglings snipe it. What a god, Ty2. Denying both that base and the base above. Oh, actually, no, he didn't deny the base above it with that lurker. The lurker got cleared out with the obs coming in. And finally, DragOn is back to mining again, but it's only minerals and it's only 1 base.
And Ty2, he's got 2,000 gas. I'm waiting to see what he's going to dump it into. I don't see
it's for the Ultras. No, I don't see an Ultra Den either.
Yeah, no Ultra Den anywhere. So it's really just pure Lings and Lurkers at this point. And DragOn looking to deny this mineral only. Oh, maybe not right now, but he needs to deny it.
What are we doing? Like Guardians? Like, I don't know what's going on here. Nice Plague on a bunch of Zealots and stuff. And we're going to soften that up. We turn our attention back to the 7 o'clock base. DragOn turns his like evil Sauron eye down there. Is like, I want to take you out. And he's like, no. Oh, okay, I will back off. Well, DragOn, he's got a sliver of a lifeline, and not even really that at this point. He's just trying to make anything happen, and he can't go through a lurker field like that.
I like his position. I see the mineral only has 4 Archons. He still kept the core of his army alive. It's not like he just suicided into those lurkers just now. And he can start thinking about taking mid-right. That's exactly what he's doing. He's got a probe over there. This is so many Lings, Rapid. Look at how many Lings Ty2 has at his natural.
What? What are you? Okay. All right. Well, he's just going to box them A move. Box them A move. Oh my gosh. All right. I will die eventually if we don't like actually resolve some of these games. So Ty2, come on, my dude. Like we gotta get a move on. This is such a crazy game, and honestly, like I like DragOn's ability to retake this 3 o'clock base. Like he's getting back up in there. He's got a lot of Archons, and I don't think he's gonna let a drop like that happen again. But my problem is that with all these Zerglings, like Ty2 is just gonna point his Zerg t-shirt cannon at a base and just fire a load of Lings there, and I don't know if anything's going to stand up to that.
Yeah, Ty2's upgrades are amazing. He's at 2-3. Meanwhile, DragOn's upgrades are pretty good for how the game has gone. He's got +3 weapons, soon to be +1 armor. But I'm just... with how many Lings, they're just going to just tear through everything on the map. Even Archons are going to fall so quickly. Yeah,
3-2 cracklings, man. Or is it 3-2, 2-3? Hold on a second. We'll get down to the bottom of this.
Uh-oh, Lurker dropped to the mineral only of the Protoss player. I think that the cannon's just barely going to be out of range. This might get like 20 kills.
Oh no. Alright, well he's multitasking, so he can't do it just yet. There are a couple of High Templars that are just there for no reason. That Overlord, man. You gotta go. Oh, he's waiting to hit the base and then distract him and then run into the lurkers. Oh, no, the probes! All right, well, that's one way to do it. Instantly down to 29 workers and wait until, oh, here we go. Lurker drop coming into the natural, or the third base. Pew, 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 pew. All right, oh, no, no! 29 to 16, the probe manatee. Oh, disgusting. Oh, I need a shower, like, get me out of here.
Well, I like DragOn being on 4 base, but now I think he's dead.
I concur. I'm gonna go with you there, Nyoken. You know, as the analyst, I should probably just agree with you whenever you say anything. But you know what? I think you're pretty right there. Damn! DragOn taps out. Ty2 takes game number 1, first blood, and is 1 game away, knocking out the round of 4 DragOn from last season and advancing on to the round of 8 himself.
Yeah. I didn't see this coming. Well, I don't know. This was a hard group to tell, but I thought DragOn was going to be a bit favored. But Ty2, he's bringing it.
Okay, yeah, but how ambiguous the it antecedent is here, Nyoken. Like, what exactly is he bringing? Like, I don't know, man. This is...
I don't know what Ty2 brings. He just brings Ty2 things. You never know what it actually is until it hits you, and you're like, oh, well, I didn't prepare for that, and then you're dead. And... DragOn did not prepare for those mutas, and he got punished really hard.
Imagine what it's like to be inside the mind of Ty2. Like, where all of this stuff is just a normal, everyday occurrence. Like, Ty2 wakes up and he's like, yeah, maybe I'll have a game like
BSL.
that. Like, no human has ever thought these thoughts before. Like, I don't know, man. There's a special place in this world for all of us. You know, we all have our special gifts, and Ty2 is just making games like that happen. I was like, holy. Better him than me, man. I just get to watch on in awe at the craziness that ensues. But I'm glad we can all be here and do that together. Yet another one of the fine reasons to visit patreon.com/bombastic and make sure that this happens ad perpetuum, so that there's always a league in which Ty2 can make these shenanigans happen.
Indeed, and we might get some more shenanigans. Gladiator, you can have a lot of drop potential here. This is going to be a big macro match. So I'm ready to go get this thing on the road, see if DragOn can turn it around, or if Ty2's going to knock out one of the first 4 people out of the 4 that made it to the top 4 last season.
All right, let's do it. Our map is Gladiator. It's map number 2, our final series of the night. One of these players will advance on to the BSL Season 7 round of 8. All right, here we are in the bottom right-hand corner, the map Gladiator. We find ourselves staring into the, hold on, what did they call this? Teal, ooh, into the teal eyes of our Protoss player, needing to come back after a game 1 loss. This is DragOn.
And in the top right is the Brown Zerg Ty2. No early pool this time. He really hasn't gone for an early pool at all in any of the games so far we've seen. Not that that's surprising, because Ty2's a very balanced player, but it's. Did he go for an early pool in the round of 24? Do you remember? Oh, he did. He 4-pooled someone.
Yeah, he 4-pooled. Yeah.
Oh, so see, he did it in round of 24 to throw him off guard. No 4-pool in the round of 16. Maybe we'll see 4-pool in the round of 8 if he can make it there.
Oh geez. Well. Oh geez, Nyoken. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm waiting for the Eco 5 pool. That's what we're looking for. Okay, unfortunately it's not going to happen this time. 9 pool. That's the build. Oh, over pool. Never mind.
Yep, over pool. And DragOn again getting a first scout off. That's great for him. And again, a Forge expand. Now, since he sees it's an overpool, I don't think you can Nexus before the Forge unless you're going for some crazy type of probe cut, like an 11 Nexus, something like that. Yep, there we go. There's the Forge. Just going to be standard play.
Standard play, you say, Nyoken. Well, I don't know what I think about that.
Standard play for now. We got to keep our eyes on Ty2. He can just, on a whim, just, yep, I'm going to all in you now. Or
I'll never forget, like, he did all this Muta shenanigans. I look back, he's got Lurker, he's 90% of the way to Hive, Greater Spire instantly afterwards, never made a unit out of the Greater Spire. What a madman.
Yeah, I was positive he was going to spam those Guardians after he forced out so many Storms from the Templar, but you know something that Ty2 doesn't do? There was a OSL, was it OSL or MSL, July versus Best. You know that Star League where July drone drilled Best on Troy?
I want to say that's OSL.
There's that game. That's the only all-in I've seen that Ty2 doesn't do. He doesn't drone drill people, but everything else, Ty2 will go for it. And so far, we're not going to see an all-in from him just yet. He's got 3-hatch, but I hope we see like 3-hatch Hydra or something.
Oh yeah, that was Ever 2008 OSL.
Yeah, that
final.
was a long time ago. It was, I think the only time Best made it to a finals, but that's when you knew that July was not messing around. It was like, dude, like you gotta be very confident and I don't know, like so risky to go for that.
That was super one-sided, right? Like, didn't July just like totally bop him? Like, this is when July was like monster mode.
Yeah, July crushed him, and that kind of just was like, yeah, you're never gonna beat me, dude. At least not in that series. And the probe goes down. And this is dangerous because Ty2 just started mining gas.
Oh, Nyoken. Dare we dream that we should get such a good game as we did before?
They're at the natural, so no Hydra play for now. I'm sad. I would like to see the attempted bust. But DragOn, I'm looking at his opener. He's only got one cannon so far. We don't see a second or third one, so at least he's not affected by the Ty2 effect like he had last game, so that's great for him. Cybernetic's already done too.
Yeah, DragOn is like completely undisrupted. Like, I mean, we talk about how maybe going for Forge gives too much freedom to Ty2 to do whatever he wants, but it also lets DragOn actually just have the perfect setup. So he is going to have at least the start to the game that he would like. And maybe he doesn't have as much information after losing that probe, but hey, I mean, he's going to have the start that makes him most comfortable. And so everything is completely standard on his side, +1 coming through, Stargate on the way.
I think we're about to see unstandard because we see Hydrogen. I think this is going to be a drop. He's getting speed on his Hydras, but I really think that we're going to see speed in the lair pretty soon. I don't see a Spire anymore or anywhere. I'm betting on Lurker Hydra drop into the main, force a ton of cannons out at the natural, and then Ty2 just bust you in the weakened main area. Okay.
Slow drop? No, fast drop. Yeah, of course. When I see the slow drop, I can respect that. Like, that's dirty. But yeah, okay, so we're getting Overlord speed, Hydra speed. Hydra's already on the way. All right, it's time.
It's time, Rapid, because speed on Overlords is kicking in. This could be just a 3-hatch Hydra, but I think we know that this is going to be a drop. And I'm reminded of a game of Ty2, was it Boneth? He opened similar to this, and he sent speed Overlords into the main. There was nothing in them, and it drew Boneth completely out of position. Then he just busted the front. So that's also a potential that DragOn has to respect. If he moves to defend the main, and there's nothing at the natural, just cannons, he's going to die there.
Yeah, also you can do the same fake drop, but with just like, I don't know, a couple of Zerglings, whatever, absolutely nothing. And then you bust the front. And like you start to drop the Zerglings out of the Overlord, and they really overcommit. This is like if he's expecting it to be fake. But here we go. We're looking to bust the front. Where's that drop coming through? There's some Sloverlords coming down, but the Corsairs are right there to try to escort them back. And actually, yeah, the Corsairs are actually going to catch the Overlord, or at least one of them, that was coming down for this drop.
Yep, and this is going to be dropped because it has just started at the natural. And DragOn, he does have speed kicking in. He hasn't lost any of his zealots just yet. He also kept +1, which is going to be huge. So I'm still okay with his position. He needs to get up a couple more gateways. Uh-oh, this might be the wrong choice because he's got a robotics coming up. But, well, that might actually be a good choice. Well, in theory, because we don't know, or he doesn't know, Ty2 could have been building lurkers. And if there's a lurker drop in the main, he just flat out dies without detection.
Yeah, I guess I can see that. So it's not like it telegraphs everything too much. Range, drop, and more Hydras on the way. So Ty2 is, yeah, really going for this. Let's see, where are those pesky Corsairs? Have they been doing anything? No.
Yeah,
Sitting in the main. There's one Corsair, yeah, the 3 Corsairs are sitting in the main, doing nothing.
Yeah, so for now, they don't see the Overlords, and they need to see the Overlords coming. And the Robo is done. I'm surprised that it's done. And DragOn knows that this is a drop. He's spamming cannons in his main. He needs to get up either Observatory or Support Bay. In this scenario, he needs to Support Bay because we see that there is no Lurkers.
Yeah, nope, not at all. Drop just now finishing along with range and a bunch of Hydras. But yeah, I don't think that there's any chance to break through, at least not those Corsairs. Like maybe he could go around and drop in the back of the natural, but I'm pretty sure the cannons would see him there. So yeah, I don't even think that would work. So I think, is Ty2 too committed to just try this, or is he just going to try to bust the front? There's Infinity Cannons here, Zealots as well. Gonna try to make it happen, but I don't know about this one. The Zealots actually evaporating as soon as they run forward, but it's still buying time for the cannons to help take out these Hydras.
Wow, those Zealots bugged out on each other, and they didn't get any damage done to these Hydras, so it's just 6 cannons versus about 30 Hydras. And DragOn, he's pro-pulling, and we know that that's not going to work. All the cannons go down, and this is Ty2 on the brink of eliminating DragOn.
Yeah, now he's got to focus down these Corsairs because they are killing off all of the Overlords. The Corsairs go down. The Overlords are still alive. DragOn GG's. Ty2 is your round of 8 representative, the second one to advance after SPX from Group A.
Ty2, he's deadly. I'm glad to see him in the top 8 because I think he can do it again, go even farther, top 4, maybe potential final. He's so strong these days.
What a monster. How do you even like prepare for a guy like Ty2 to bring out those kind of strats? Like, how do you even practice that? Like, I want a Korean pro gamer to watch those games and go through what we did and like just have to subject themselves to whatever that is. Like, man, what a beautiful game Brood War is.
Yeah, it's so hard to prepare versus Ty2, especially if you're Protoss with limited scouting ability. Honestly, I don't know how you can prepare for somebody like Ty2 or Zealot, people like that. It's just DragOn read it right and he still lost. It's so hard.
Yeah, and out of a group, like here's the group, right? DragOn, Gorinich, Ty2, SPX. I would almost 100% have predicted DragOn and Gorinich to advance. DragOn, because he's done it before. Gorinich, because he's done it before. Ty2 and SPX, not so much. And lo, behold, it is not the North American I thought advancing, and it's not the Russian I thought advancing either. So what a crazy world we live in, Nyoken.
Yeah, but we got 2 fantastic players coming out. Ty2 with the Zerg. Terran being represented in the top 8. Thank you, SPX. And I'm excited for tomorrow because tomorrow is the group. That group is crazy.
Dude, if you guys don't know what group Nyoken's referring to, let me drop some names on you. In one group, we have DeWalt, one of the best foreigners right now. Terror, one of the best foreigners right now. Zerg, one of the best foreigners right now. And Ultra, the crust that gets cut off of their pro gamer sandwich. No, I'm just kidding. Ultra, as a Peruvian, has the chance to advance from any group he wants to because he's like Peruvians are just killing it in this tournament so far. And while he might be a little bit of an underdog, how do you predict who makes it out between DeWalt, Zerg, and Terror? Like, can we just convince Zero to let all 4 players advance out? I think that would be fair, right?
Yeah, all 4
I don't know.
Ridiculous. Like Terror.
They all 4 advanced to the loser bracket. I don't know about that.
Terra's crazy. He has so many weird builds. You know, he beat Larva on stream. Larva set up a PayPal because he knew he was going to win the tournament, and Terra knocked him out. So Eon's are going to be careful. And then Terra's got really good Terran versus Protoss. But you can't discredit or discount Ultra, because every time I see Ultra in the tournament, I'm like, okay, well, he's going to get knocked out. And then he wins. And then he wins. He just keeps going. He's like he always surprises me. So even though I think people will say like Ultra has no chance, I believe that Ultra can do it because he's consistently done it.
Yeah, he definitely does surprise. He is also Chilean, not Peruvian. I'm really bad at country flags, but yeah, there is where he is. So yeah, congratulations to both of our players for advancing Ty2 and SPX. Cannot wait to watch some more of those guys. And we thought tonight's group was good. Just wait for tomorrow's, because Group B is going to be nutty. So don't miss it. There's a lot more BSL action coming up. And if you would like to ensure that BSL is always there for you, then make sure to be always there for it. And one of the ways that you can do that is for free, hitting that follow button right up above the screen. It's a big heart to show that you love us, just like we love you. You can also follow BSL on Facebook at facebook.com/BombasticStarLeague, twitter.com/BombasticStar, and you can go to www.BombasticStarLeague.com for all of the actual info and stuff. And of course, Bombastic Star League would not be possible without viewers like you. And of course, the BSL Patreons. We've got $200 a month from Izo, who is a very, very old school member of the Polish community. I think he's from the old Polish clan DZQ. So a big shout out to Izo for $200 a month. Absolutely insane. And then there's $20 a month, ARG Sabbath, Kamchak, Moontang Spacewalk, and Peter Kirk. And if I'm not mistaken, we have a $50 BSL Patreon patron. And I don't remember his name.
Striker.
It's Striker. Okay, so thank you, Striker, for the $50 support on Patreon. It's patreon.com/bombastic, so you can go check that out over there. And of course, if you want more of Nyoken or I or whatever we're up to, then you can go find us at twitter.com/thenyoken and twitter.com/rapidcast. Well, and of course, a big thanks to Zero behind the screen. It's ZZ0PL. It's his channel. It's the tournament that he kind of runs behind the scenes. And of course, a big thanks to him for doing all of the production, observing everything else. Well, not quite everything else, because we do have an !! crew. And these are all the other people that help out with BSL. Big thanks to everybody that makes this possible. And of course, last but not least, to Blizzard Entertainment, that is sponsoring $1,000 for the BSL 7, 8, 9, and then $3,000 for the BSL 10 prize pool. Absolutely insane amount of support from them, keeping Foreign Brood War alive. So what a day. I need to go not be alive for exactly enough time for me to wake up and do it all over again tomorrow. So, wow. I hope tomorrow's games are as good as this one, Nyoken.
Yeah, Game or Nuts. I know they're going to be good. You know they're going to be good because the players are just amazing. If I see DeWalt Proxygate and people lose in 5 minutes, I'm going to be so disappointed.
Thanks for the Sneaky Zero cameo, too. I don't know if you were watching that, but that was... I turned into a strange Polish man there for a second. But anyway, we love you guys. Thank you so much for watching. See you right back here. Same BSL time. Actually, I think that's British anyway, but same BSL channel. So I hope to see you back here for an absolutely crazy Group B.
g0rynich.
And yeah, see you then. Bye.